to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-300-5350. That's 1-800-300-5350.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and a special edition of Ed Henry The Briefing. Former President Donald Trump poised to make history tonight as he hopes for a big victory in the Iowa caucuses. That will send a message to not just Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, but perhaps also President Biden, who's making some history of his own with dramatic new lows with his approval ratings. We'll get to that in a moment. Mr. Trump's dominance in the early Republican polls will finally be put to the test tonight with actual voters starting at 8 p.m. Eastern as Iowans head to around 700 precinct locations amid bitter cold temperatures. The former president injecting some humor into this complicated process by urging his supporters to get out and caucus, even if they pass away after heading to a high school gym or auditorium to caucus in the cold. Listen.
We got to do it big. You got to get out. You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I got to make it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember? If you're sick, if you're just so sick you can't, darling, I don't think, get up.
If you look at history, turnout has dropped when the temperature goes down. And when the temperature was relatively high in 2016, so was the turnout for Republicans, with about 185,000 voters. There are estimates, you can see there, of turnout for tonight being lower to around 152,000. But you can see right there, temperature's not too bad in 2016, and they had much higher turnout. The latest polling right there shows the former president with a huge lead of 34 points over Nikki Haley, so large that Mr. Trump could make some other history tonight with the largest ever margin of victory for a Republican ever in the Iowa caucuses, since the late Senator Bob Dole holds that record with just a 12-point win in 1988. This could propel him on the path to eventually make more history by putting him on pace to join Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Richard Nixon as the only three politicians to ever win the nomination of a major party at least 3 times. And Mr. Trump seems to be soaring as Mr. Biden keeps sinking. The president's approval rating in a new ABC News Ipsos poll reaching a new low. Among the top issues, a whopping 71% say the economy is sour right now. And somewhere in about 25-26% think Mr. Biden has the mental faculties to serve another term in office. Just a quarter of the American public think he has the mental faculties to serve again. All reasons why the incumbent is in terrible shape, as the Republicans are making their final pitches to Iowa voters.
We speak from common sense. You know, we're really the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have elections. We want to have low taxes, a strong military.
We're going to go all the way until the last hour because we know what situation we're in. If you look at what's happening in the country, it's tough right now. And you don't have to turn on the news to hear how bad it is. You feel it.
I'm the only candidate running for president who has actually fought and beaten the Democratic Party and the left on issue after issue after issue.
Matt Schlapp from Seatback will join us in just a couple of moments with his live reaction to what to expect tonight. My colleagues Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman will be joining us for analysis all night long, including later this hour. But first, kicking off our coverage live in Des Moines with the very latest is our senior correspondent, John Huddy, who's at Trump victory headquarters, I guess they're calling it, John, not just their campaign headquarters there in Iowa. What are you seeing, my friend, on the ground? That's right. We'll see.
Yeah, it's the viewing party, but they are expecting a victory. Actually, I talked to a senior advisor to former President Trump, and he said they're expecting a victory, but he wouldn't get into the numbers. He said a win is a win, and that's what we're focused on, and that's what they're expecting. If you look at that poll, I believe we have the graphic of that from the latest one from the Des Moines Register. It shows Trump at 48%, Nikki Haley at 20%, DeSantis at 16%, and then Vivek Ramaswamy at, I believe, 8%. Haley has gained some momentum, as we've seen, Ed, but a troubling sign for her, if you kind of pull apart this poll, is the lack of enthusiasm among her potential voters. Those who say they're going to caucus for her the majority say they're only mildly enthusiastic. So that's an issue for her. Also, DeSantis, look, Trump is expected to win, so the battle here is for second place. DeSantis is, he needs to pick up those evangelical voters like Ted Cruz did back in 2016. So he's been hitting up all 99 counties, pouring tens of millions of dollars into the campaign here, but again, he's still down in the latest poll as Haley has gained a little more momentum. But that said, Trump is expected to be the victor at this point. Look, the weather is also going to play a part. Last week when I was here, hitting up all these, various rallies from President Trump in Clinton, Iowa, which is the very eastern side, and Nikki Haley in the area, Ron DeSantis as well. It was in the 30s. As Iowans told me, it's balmy weather. Today, right now, it's -3 degrees. That's expected to drop to -10 with a wind chill, making it feel more like -20, -25 degrees. But people that I've been talking to on the ground here say, nonetheless, they are going to go. They are going to vote. They are going to caucus. The weather is not going to deter them. But make no mistake, it is cold. I can tell you this, though, as far as the crowds, Nikki Haley has pulled a crowd, Ron DeSantis, but people are willing to sit outside for 6 hours in the freezing temperatures to see Donald Trump. We've seen that over the last few weeks, and particularly over the last week.
We speak from common sense. Tonight, we're really the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have elections.
Yeah. You see the former president out there at some of these rallies, John. I wonder, you say you spoke to that senior advisor in the Trump campaign. Big night for Ron DeSantis potentially as well, because I heard Chuck Todd over on NBC News sort of raising expectations today for DeSantis by saying, look, he's spent tens of millions of dollars, the DeSantis super PAC. It has not translated in the polls, as you said, but Chuck and others are saying, look, it was all about ground game for DeSantis, and maybe tonight he'll have a surprisingly strong second place. Now, DeSantis may like that, or he may think it's bad because it raises expectations for him tonight. The Trump campaign has been brutal in attacking DeSantis. What's their sense about who might come into second place tonight, who might have that ground game?
Well, DeSantis, I believe, has had 3 super PACs really kind of push, thrown the money into the campaign and the ground game here, and he's hit all 99 counties. So he's really focused on Iowa. So they're hoping, to edge out Nikki Haley. As far as the Trump campaign, they really didn't get into that. They just said basically, at least the senior advisor I talked to, we are expecting a victory. I said, well, how much? And last night, by the way, at dinner with Tom Basile and also Mike Carter, we were kind of making bets. Tom asked me, well, what do you think the numbers are going to be? I said, I don't want to wade into those waters. It's the same question I asked this Trump senior advisor, and they didn't want to get into that as well.
What about Carter and Basile? Are they getting into numbers too, or are they chicken like you?
No, they did, but I'll let them speak for themselves.
Right. Absolutely. John doing an outstanding job reporting. We'll check in with you throughout the night. Bianca, John, and I, John Bachman, that is.
You got it.
I will be checking in with you and all of our great reporters. John Huddy, thank you. Let's welcome in now, as promised, CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp, a party insider and somebody who's gotten behind the former president. Obviously, Matt, we appreciate you being a big part of our coverage tonight. Welcome.
Great to be with you, Ed.
Matt, what's your sense about whether this is a race for second place? I mean, Chuck Todd, either gave DeSantis a bouquet or a kiss of death today by saying, look, all that money DeSantis spent was on ground games, so it's being put to the test tonight. Could DeSantis surprise us with a strong second?
Everyone, the insiders all talk about how many tickets out of Iowa that get you to New Hampshire and then how many tickets out of New Hampshire. It's kind of loser talk. At the end, you got to win caucuses, you got to win primaries, and no one's running for second or third. They're all running to beat Donald Trump. So I feel like if Donald Trump wins tonight, it makes it very hard for Ron DeSantis to try to explain to his supporters and most importantly his donors how he has any path forward. So I think, you know, certainly if DeSantis comes in third, that's even a tougher conversation for him to have. And
No
for
doubt.
Nikki Haley, she faces this question about no matter how well she does in Iowa and New Hampshire, can she beat Trump in South Carolina? You know what? If you can't win in your home state, you have a 0% chance of becoming the nominee.
Yeah, Al Gore had a little trouble with that in a general election against George W. Bush, as you know, being the insider back then. He couldn't win the state of Tennessee. Florida wouldn't have mattered if he could do that. And Donald Trump is very strong in South Carolina, even though she was governor there, to your point. And he's been in this final weekend heading into tonight, Matt, as you know, Donald Trump saying his supporters will walk across glass, just like he once infamously or famously said he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and still potentially get elected. His supporters will still be there. You think they'll go through the snow? You think they'll go through the wind chill? That'll be a dominant factor, that no matter what, they're going to go out?
I've had Iowa in presidential campaigns, and let me tell you something about Iowans. They're some pretty tough people. They don't let weather get in the way. They don't let snow get in the way. They take this first-in-the-nation caucus incredibly seriously. They consider it a very big responsibility. If you're a party activist in Iowa, they're going to show up. Now, we might not have record-breaking numbers of people showing up, but I don't think it's going to hurt any particular candidate if the overall turnout is a little bit lower. We're going to get a winner out of Iowa. And let me tell you, if I'm Donald Trump, after everything that man has been through this year, a win in Iowa is a very big deal. And everyone else on the other networks will try to spin it as, oh, he could have done better, he could have got 10 more votes here or there. It doesn't matter. A win's a win. And all this talk about who's in second and third, it's loser talk. It's all about winning now.
It certainly is. And then if Donald Trump can get that momentum coming out of tonight, well, obviously all eyes will turn to New Hampshire. But I want to put up this ABC News poll with Ipsos that talked about Joe Biden having historically low approval numbers. It says 71% of the public right now, Matt, believes that the economy is in bad shape. And only about a quarter of the country believes he has the mental faculties to serve another term in office. I mean, this is a disaster for any incumbent, and it sets up Donald Trump potentially very well for a general, doesn't it?
Yeah, and if you look at the numbers amongst Democrats, it's actually a pretty tough story for Joe Biden. Look at Hispanics, look at blacks. You know, most of the national polls show Donald Trump winning, and people can do this, you know, put the candidates on the couch and do a psychological analysis. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be elected the president of the United States if you screw up on the economy and you screw up on foreign policy. And Joe Biden has screwed up in both areas, and now we got this other thing, which is they have a huge scandal because the Biden family certainly looks like they're corrupt. And we've all been looking at the evidence going before these committees, and it sure looks like Hunter Biden was on the take and that his dad facilitated it. And if that's able to be shown even more so, there's just no way for Joe Biden to get reelected. Democrats know that. What's interesting, Ed, is D.C. Democrats have convinced themselves that if they can get Donald Trump nominated on the GOP side, it's Joe Biden's only chance. And you know what?
Right.
That's kind of like something I think is delicious. We're going to have a rematch in this country, and Donald Trump's going to finally get the well-deserved second term, which I think he should have gotten last time.
Well, and if he can get past the deep state, let's put up this NBC story. It's not getting a lot of attention in the mainstream media. I wonder why. Fears grow that Trump will use the military in dictatorial ways if he returns to the White House. That's their slant on it. But then when you read the actual story, as I'm sure you did, Matt, it's saying that this loose group of liberal interest groups and retired military and others that hate Trump want to stop him. They want to figure out how to prevent that second term you talked about. It sounds like NBC inadvertently admitted there's a deep state, Matt, and they're trying to stop Trump, as he always says.
So, you know, they did this in 2016. They surveilled Trump. They spied on him. They put out this false story of Russian collusion, which resulted in a special prosecutor that then looked through all of Donald Trump's paper records, his tax records, all of his deals. They were looking for any parking ticket, jaywalking episode, anything to get him. They couldn't find anything on Donald Trump. Of course, no Russian collusion. And then we move forward from there. They're trying to put him in prison because they can't beat him fair and square in November. And they know that. So this story from NBC was alarming because they, remember, Marxists accuse you of what they're guilty of. They say Trump doesn't believe in the Constitution, and because he doesn't, we have to try to stop him. The fact is that to take the commander-in-chief who gets elected by the American people and to try to manipulate the military to not listen to the commander-in-chief, that is dangerous. And that's where we are in this country. The D.C. bureaucracy believes that they are the true elites. They're the ones that have to make these decisions, and they don't trust or like the American people in making these decisions. And that's what the Trump phenomenon is all about. And unfortunately, we're going to replay it this year, and I hope the good guys win.
They also say he's a threat to democracy, and then they try to take him off ballots. I wonder how that works. Stand by, Matt. You've got a lot of great insights we want to tap into. Matt just a moment ago mentioned, and we'll get into it on the other side of the break, about Joe Biden being weak around the world. Well, guess what? We saw those U.S. and U.K. airstrikes a few nights ago. Didn't stop the Houthi rebels. They went after an American ship today off the coast of Yemen. We'll have an update from our correspondent, Sarah Williamson. Also, Iran launching attacks tonight in northern Iraq, plus new developments as Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is finally released from the hospital. So we're going to get into that and more coverage from Iowa right after a quick break.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text NEWSMAX to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
Escape the never-ending cycle of nasal medications with Navage Nasal Care.
I tried a bunch of solutions. I tried nasal sprays, I tried allergy medications, and I tried the neti pot, but I found the Navage was just much better on all fronts.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs without drugs.
So I've referred a lot of friends and family to Navage. The Navage is worth every penny, and then some.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back. Your briefing now on the Mideast, where tensions continue to flare. There was some violence in northern Iraq, Iran basically launching strikes there. All of this, and we see some live pictures there. You still see smoke in the air. All this coming after President Biden's airstrikes directed at the Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen and they appear to have little or no impact. Iran's Revolutionary Guard launched these attacks I'm referring to today in northern Iraq. There are reports that potentially, I underscore potentially, a U.S. consulate could have been hit. That has not been confirmed yet. But remember, Hamas and Hezbollah, pardon me, which are backed by Iran, continue to unleash terror in Israel. And then the U.S. Central Command today says an American-owned ship in the Gulf of Aden was hit by a Houthi-launched missile today. So those U.S. airstrikes against the Houthis did little to stop them. So, pardon me, that has not changed the posture of Iran and its proxies in the region. In fact, this is now the 27th attack on commercial vessels by the Houthis since November 19th alone. Our correspondent Sarah Williamson has the latest. Sarah?
Now, despite the US and UK strikes on Houthi facilities in Yemen, the militant group is unrelenting. Today, the Houthis firing an anti-ship ballistic missile, striking a US-owned and operated container ship. Earlier, another missile was fired at a US Navy vessel, the USS Laboon, and was struck down. And another missile was also fired and failed in flight and impacted on land in Yemen. There were no injuries or damage reported in any of these attacks. Now, this is all part of what the Houthis are calling a, quote, strong and effective response to the US-led strikes. The UK Foreign Minister calling the Houthi strikes thuggery.
Well, we've always been clear. Our intention is not to go into Yemen or anything like that, but simply to send a very clear, I hope unambiguous message to the Iranian-backed Houthis that their behavior in the Red Sea was completely unacceptable. It was nothing to do with anything, about almost like thuggery, really, because they were targeting, I think, over 50 nations had their shipping impacted by it. And so this was to send a very clear message. It did also degrade their ability.
Now, meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of people, some carrying Kalashnikov rifles, are taking to the streets in Yemen's rebel-held capital, Sana'a. Large-scale demonstrations have been a regular occurrence since the Israel-Hamas war broke out in October. But since the retaliatory strikes on Yemen, the protest turnout is just continuing to increase. Back to you.
Sarah, appreciate that reporting. Just breaking from the Associated Press in the last few moments, meanwhile, North Korea now, as you see, scrapping key agencies that manage relations with South Korea. Kim Jong-un now citing hostilities with South Korea and the United States over this. He will no longer pursue reconciliation, he says, with his rival South Korea. North Korea's official Korean Central News Agency just said the decision to abolish these agencies handling dialogue and cooperation with the South was made during a meeting of North Korea's rubber stamp parliament on Monday. There was a speech from Kim Jong-un blaming South Korea and, as I noted, the U.S. for raising tensions in the region. He called for the assembly in North Korea to rewrite their constitution to define South Korea as the North's, quote, #1 hostile country. So this gives you an idea with some of the missile tests that have been going on in North Korea about the dangerous world we're facing right now, weakness around the world for the Biden administration, something that former President Trump talks about at just about every campaign stop and rally, something that will be a factor, no doubt, in Iowa. So we're going to bring in my colleagues in a couple moments, Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman, to chew that over, and also talk about what's happening on the ground in Iowa. Extreme winter weather impacting the Hawkeye State on caucus night, exactly how it might impact turnout. We have got a meteorologist coming up from Newsmax who's going to give us an idea of the latest weather. And we'll also check in with John and Bianca for their analysis after a quick break. We'll do it right in a moment.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured, three-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the 3rd floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Grandma, it snowed! Can I go play outside?
Of course, honey.
Come on in. I have hot chocolate.
Right now, because of people just like you who give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day to Shriners Hospitals for Children, kids all over the country are able to go outside and play in the snow.
Because of your gift, I can make the best snowman ever. And the perfect snow angel. When you call this special number to give your monthly gift, you're creating opportunities for kids like me.
With your gift of just $19 a month, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the hearts you're warming this winter. When you go to loveshriners.org on your phone, tablet, or computer to send your monthly gift, you're sending your love to the rescue.
Your gift makes winter fun possible for everyone. Thank you for giving.
Thank you for helping kids get to be kids this winter.
Please call or go online right now. If operators are busy, please hold patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away to give. Big or small, your gift helps us all.
Welcome back for your briefing now on the Iowa caucuses. We'll be covering it all night long, and I'm lucky to have two wonderful colleagues, John Bachman, host of John Bachman Now, right here on N2, and the host of Newswire, Newsline. She's got so many shows, I'm trying to keep up with them.
So many.
Bianca de la Garza. First of all, welcome. Looking forward to working with both of you tonight.
Yeah, so are we, Ed.
It's going to be a fantastic night. Anything can happen, and it is warm in here, and that's a plus.
It's great because John Huddy was talking about how cold it is. We're going to hear from our meteorologist, Amy Metz, in just a couple of minutes. I want to play a clip from this weekend. It was like sort of sad, Ron DeSantis. He had a gentleman walk up to him with a trophy. At first, he and the First Lady of Florida seemed to think it was a nice moment. It got a little bit ugly. Let's play that clip and we'll get your reaction.
Before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy. Now, probably not going to win the election, right? But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. I mean, sorry, buddy. Sorry. He's special, he's unique, and he's our little snowflake.
He's our little snowflake, that gentleman said. Bianca, ladies first. I noticed the First Lady got in the middle of them, and she was standing by her man, which a lot of people will appreciate. But it's been a rough couple of months for the governor, hasn't it?
Well, you know, there were high expectations, right? And it's a campaign that probably hasn't gone according to plan. I got to sit down with Ron and Casey over the holidays in Iowa, and they have their kids on the trail. And, you know, obviously they have a very strong marriage. She's very supportive of Ron. And, you know, when people, I'm not surprised she went after him. I think the bigger question is how this campaign, we're seeing all this trolling. And whether it be climate change activists, Ron DeSantis, I mean, how do these people get in the room? I mean, they really have been able to, like, parachute in and go. I mean, it's kind of a sly move. I think that it has been a rough couple of months, but his ground game has been strong. They are, you know, all eggs in on Iowa here. Bet the farm. pun intended. So we'll see what happens. A little bit of an ugly moment. I wish people would be a little bit kinder and warmer and friendly, but after all, this is politics. We know how it goes, and it is a bloodthirsty sport.
But this is part of the Iowa experience, right? You know, you're going to be up front, up close and personal with the people in attendance. You want to create this feel that you're open, you're accessible to everyone. I do think it's important to point that out, Ed, because this was not a good moment for Ron DeSantis to have his much smaller wife kind of step in there as like his bodyguard. And it's something that I think he's struggled with throughout the campaign, turning moments like this into opportunities, something that you've seen other candidates actually specialize on, Vivek Ramaswamy in particular, the way he's kind of taken on the media directly and capitalized on that. Ron DeSantis has not had the ability to do that. And, you know, hindsight being 2020, of course, Ron DeSantis obviously focused his whole strategy on winning Iowa. But what got him into the national conversation was his ability to be effective as the governor of Florida. And there are a lot of people in Florida that feel like right after he won re-election, he kind of turned his back on his priorities, his main priority as his governor of Florida, and focused more on Iowa. And that, I think, hurt him as well.
And, you know, Trump was heckled over the weekend, too, and he just said, go home to mom.
Right,
he kind of brushed it off. So it is sort of the way he handled it, maybe not as forthright there with DeSantis going on.
I think you're both right, which is that Donald Trump knows how to turn that back. And he said, oh, go home to mommy. And John, to your point, Ron DeSantis seemed robotic instead of saying, yeah, you know, I'm not just going to participate. I'm going to have a strong finish. I'm going to shock you. I'm going to. He could have said almost anything, but he seems so robotic, John.
Very true. And then we've seen that over and over again. He doesn't really have that gear, if you will, to capitalize on these moments. And it's something that he's going to have to improve if he wants to continue on the campaign trail.
Well, and he wasn't on the debate stage with Trump, who is, you know, masterful with the one-liners there. And, you know, we've seen him in action. So, I mean, that was sort of I guess, a good thing that he didn't face off with Trump in some way, because if he was so robotic with this, can you imagine, you know?
Or maybe Trump would have forced him to raise his game because, to your point as well, Bianca, the retail politics that Donald Trump just has. We're going to play this little clip. I think we've got some natural sound of him delivering those pizzas. Everybody knows from covering the Iowa caucuses, the gas stations, Casey's, right? They've got pizza at the gas station.
Yes.
And people in Iowa love that. And he brought it to firefighters. And the firefighters just lit up. And Donald Trump started eating pizza with the firefighters, Bianca. And when you see Ron DeSantis go in to, say, a Dairy Queen, and we should also mention Nikki Haley, they don't seem to have that kind of magic. And there's here's a billionaire with a stack of pizzas, Bianca, and he's got the precinct captain hat. That white and gold hat is what all the Trump precinct captains wear. And look, you know, this is a staged photo op, but he has that gene maybe, and he takes out the pizza, he ate it. It's something we don't see with the other candidates. What do you think, Bianca?
You're right. We've seen it multiple times, whether it be pizza or whether he's delivering water to the people in East Palestine. People really see his authenticity, that he is, you know, can really be a man of the people. I mean, he wasn't a career politician, so I think coming into it as that, and people respect that. I remember a few months ago he went into a bar and a woman asked him to sign her chest like it was a rock star. He does
very strategic with the way he went
but
about
do remember that?
Yeah.
And you know, he does have that it factor, and that's not taking anything away from any of the other GOP candidates. It's just it is Donald Trump. But, you know, the other thing, too, is speaking of eating pizza, remember when Joe Biden was sitting there eating pizza with the troops and he ate it first without them. Right. So it also is just like knowing, being able to read a room and just having that emotional intelligence. And or also, what about in the Iowa football? He's grilling with the frat guys.
Yeah, you can't fake it, because one thing, if you're around Donald Trump in these retail politic situations, you know he genuinely enjoys the interaction with the everyday person. And you know, that's not, it's not a style that everyone has. You can think of other politicians who seem more apprehensive in those moments, not as comfortable in those moments. But this is something that dates back before Donald Trump, the politician, to Donald Trump, the businessman. I remember hearing stories about him, people that worked with him, you know, specifically at Trump Tower. He wanted everybody to know his name. He wanted to know everybody's name, from the doorman to the janitor to the people that worked in the C-suite with him. You know, he just wanted interaction with everybody. It's part of his personality, inherent into who he is. And you can't fake that. And you see that come across in moments like that. And I think back to the Clemson national championship football team when he had them all over to the White House, and he had all the fast food there for them. It's another
McDonald's
one of, you know, how proud
and the
proud
media
he was
made
to
fun
present.
of him, John. The media said, "Oh, this is absurd," and the public loved it.
Yeah, well, the public loved it, and so did the football players. They loved it as well. I mean, instead of focusing on this fancy dinner, they got to be in a more informal in exchange with the President of the United States. Certainly less awkward than any of the professional or college teams that have been at the Biden White House.
And food can be tricky for politicians, especially the Iowa State Fair, too. And it just sometimes can be those awkward sort of, wonky moments. Or even, was it Mitt Romney who had like a hot dog recently and got like skewered
There's
on?
a famous picture of Barack Obama with a corn dog.
Yeah.
Yes, I've
Stick
seen
with
that.
pizza. Do it like Trump.
Maybe I should
you'll
say
have no
infamous
problem.
picture of Barack Obama with a corn dog.
We're fortunate to have the three of us all steering the ship together tonight. A lot of fun. We'll get a lot of analysis. We'll also hear from our reporters. Stay right there, guys. I'm going to check in with you next hour. We'll get into where Nikki Haley stands in all this, since we focus a little bit on the Trump and DeSantis campaigns there. Want to thank John and Bianca. You'll be seeing them all night long. In the meantime, I mentioned the weather. The Republican candidates are not just battling each other, they are dealing with the elements, sub-zero temperatures that may impact turnout in the caucuses. Live look right now in Des Moines, Iowa. In fact, the Arctic conditions could impact turnout, as I mentioned this evening. Maybe we won't take a live look, but we will check in with our meteorologist, Amy Metz, tonight. And Amy, there you are. You're live. What are you seeing? How does it feel on the ground? And what are you hearing from folks about turnout? Nice to see you. Good evening.
People are not worried about very cold here. Although these are near record temperatures, some days are somewhat used to this, so you're not going to tell in my face about 30 below at worst. Right now, probably 50 and I'm feeling on my nose, so going in and out of these precincts, it's not far. You'll get in and out. Don't hang out outside. Just contemplate any type of temperatures. Kind of drive off the appearance. But,
all right, Amy. Yeah, we appreciate it. Stay warm. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night as well. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to hear from former Senator Rick Santorum a little bit as well. We've got a lot of special treats for you all night long, including live reports from our reporters, of course, on the ground, fanned out at all these various caucus sites around the Hawkeye State. Don't go anywhere. N2, live coverage, just beginning.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
The horrible events of September 11th continue to leave their mark on our nation, especially the brave who stepped forward to keep the rest of us safe at home.
We went over there because we didn't want that to happen again.
After September 11th, it was all about what can I do to protect my country. The role we played in finding Osama bin Laden, it was gratifying.
Many who have come back home to this land they protected now need healing and recovery. They need your help, and they need Wounded Warrior Project.
An improvised explosive device just went off. 3 of us out of the 5 got seriously hurt.
With a gift of just $19 a month, you will provide free programs and services that can change a person's life forever.
I am grounded in profound gratitude. We pledged to serve our country, and now you're pledging to have our backs.
Please remember those whose brave service ensured we would never experience another day like 9/11. Call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we will send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a reminder of the difference your gifts are making.
After my injury, I was in those dark days for a long time, but Wounded Warrior Project helped me to be able to move forward. You're still a man, you still be able to provide for your family.
Wounded Warrior Project, to me, means you're not going to be forgotten. I think we all should help those who have stepped forward so that we can live our lives free.
I'm going to need help for the rest of my life. Please continue to donate. It lets me know that my sacrifice wasn't in vain.
Please call or go online right now.
Welcome back to N2, the briefing, and our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses. As we mentioned, former President Donald Trump has been way ahead in the polls, but that lead will finally be put to the test tonight. We'll see where former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Governor Ron DeSantis wind up. Let's check in with one of our outstanding reporters, Mike Carter, who is on the ground in Iowa outside a caucus site. A very chilly Iowa, as we just heard from our meteorologist. Mike, what are you seeing on the ground there, my friend?
Hey, Ed, good evening. It's -3 here in Clive, Iowa. We're about 20 minutes northwest of Des Moines. So this is a suburb of Des Moines. They're expecting about 800 people here tonight. It's cold outside, so let's get inside. We'll show you what this caucus site's going to look like, Ed. We're opening up in just a few minutes here in Clive, Iowa. There's going to be 3 precincts coming into this location. They usually have about 1,000 people coming. Due to the weather tonight, about 800. You can see all the chairs set up over here. We've got some caucus captains over here. See those white hats right over there? Those are Trump caucus captains. They're identified by those white hats. If you haven't registered, of course, anyone can register today. If you're a Democrat, you're an independent, even if you're 17 years old, as long as you're going to be 18 on election day, the general election, you can register right here tonight and caucus. So we're getting started in just a few minutes. Had a chance to catch up yesterday with one of these Trump caucus captains, Ed. And here's what the situation is going to look like tonight. I guess we don't have that shot. So folks are registering tonight. 3 things to consider when you're looking at the caucuses tonight. 1, can Donald Trump get above the 50% mark? Is he going to have a mandate coming out of Iowa? Are majority of Republicans in the Trump camp? And then where is Ron DeSantis going to end up? He's polling. The Des Moines Register says he's in 3rd place right now, but him and Nikki Haley are right there, 1-2. But the future doesn't look bright for Ron DeSantis heading into the Granite State. New Hampshire, he's trailing big time. He's in 3rd place, a distant 3rd place. Nikki Haley and Donald Trump 1-2 there. And then 3rd, where does Nikki Haley finish tonight? Is it a 2nd place? And if so, where is it in 2nd? Is it a distant 2nd, or is she neck and neck with Donald Trump? Can she get enough supporters to come out and say, hey, look, I have something going here, going into New Hampshire, where her prospects are looking very good. And then, of course, she heads home to her home state of South Carolina. So we're excited. Just minutes away from the Iowa caucuses beginning. Ed?
Love it. The excitement is building. And Mike, appreciate you. Little show and tell there, bringing us inside the room, literally and figuratively. We'll be checking in with you all night long. Appreciate your reporting as always, my friend. Let's welcome in now our senior political analyst, Rick Santorum. Rick, this is the first time I've had you on the program. I've always been an honor to cover you when you were in the Senate and then as a presidential candidate. It's so nice to see you, sir.
Thank you, Ed, and congratulations. Look forward to coming back again soon.
All right, we're looking forward to having you. I remember well that you won these caucuses in 2012, and really, some people might forget that, the whole Donald Trump message in 2016, the forgotten man, forgotten woman, you were talking about that 4 years earlier, and it really kind of resonated in Iowa. How do you see it playing out tonight, based on your own experience?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are looking at this as, well, evangelical versus establishment, but it really is more what you just said. It's more blue collar versus white collar. That's really how the Republican Party is breaking out, and clearly Haley is the candidate of sort of white collar Republicans, and Trump is the candidate of blue collar Republicans, which has made it hard for DeSantis. What is he? I think he's trying to be a little bit of both. We'll see if that works for him.
Yeah, it's interesting because to your point, DeSantis early on had some of that Wall Street money, and when he faded, the establishment, to your point, did go more and more to Nikki Haley. And
they abandoned him.
Yes, and Trump has so skillfully played that she's the big money wants her. I'm with the people, and there may not be room for her to run tonight. Number one, and number two, Chuck Todd either helped DeSantis or gave him the kiss of death by saying, look, he spent tens of millions on ground game, and it would be put to the test tonight because you got to get people to these caucuses. So let's talk a little bit about that. Do you believe that maybe DeSantis, maybe it hasn't been reflected in the poll numbers so far, but maybe that money was spent on a ground game? Maybe we'll see those people turn out?
Well, here's what we know. In the last 2 election cycles, the folks who had the best ground game, Ted Cruz and Rick Santorum, ended up overperforming on caucus night. In 2012, I was, I think, 6 or 7 points, actually maybe more than that, 8 or 9 points behind Mitt Romney, and ended up winning by a grand total of 34 votes. In 2016, Trump was ahead in the polling up to it, including the Des Moines Register poll, which came out the Saturday before. And Cruz overperformed his number, Trump underperformed his number, and he won. So in a close race, in a race with just 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe even as much as 10 points in my case, that can happen. In you're down 28, it's hard to see that Trump could lose this race, but Trump can lose tonight even if he finishes first, if he dramatically underperforms. Right. And I think that's unlikely because, again, final point I'll make is Trump learned his lesson, from what I understand, from 2016. And as Mike Carter just pointed out, there are caucus captains at these polling places. They have caucus captains, I'm told, at every single precinct. So they've done a better job in organizing, and I think probably they will not have the bloodletting, how much it was last time. They won't have that this time. They should hold their number.
They should. And the Trump camp knows, to your point as well, that no matter what he does, the mainstream media is going to try to build this up as, oh, he underperformed. He was supposed to win by 90, only won by 88. And here's Chuck Todd.
I don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say, I don't think it's how much he wins by. I think it's whether he gets 50 or not. I think that's what Mike was right. That if you can come out and say, look, a majority of Republicans, people say, oh, well, if it gets one-on-one, Trump is not ever getting 50%, so he's vulnerable. But if he gets 50%, particularly in a state like Iowa, I think it's a good night for him.
Absolutely. Here's Chuck Todd talking about ground game.
Weather has suddenly become the entire ballgame. It should be a real advantage to Ron DeSantis. Here's the guy that has been building an organization longer than any other campaign. He's got the governor on his side, who's got a built-in organization. This is why you build an organization, is when the weather drops unexpectedly. Are you going to get your people out, right? So in theory, this is all actually, I think, setting up really well right now for Ron DeSantis.
Again, it might have been kiss of death because he's raising expectations for DeSantis now. As we noted, you went through this, but now you got to go to New Hampshire. Let's say DeSantis does better than expected in Iowa. He's been in 4th and 5th place in some of the New Hampshire polls. How do you react to what Chuck Todd was laying out?
First, I think it's accurate with respect to DeSantis vis-a-vis Nikki Haley and Vivek. I think he's more likely to pick up votes from them. I think Trump has done a reasonably good job, and as you see from all these polls, his voters are much more passionate and more likely to show up. So if they're more likely to show up and he's got these caucus captains to organize them and make sure they stay in their lanes, again, I think Trump's numbers are probably going to hold, should hold. If all those things are true, his numbers will hold. And if DeSantis, if all those things are true about his organization, he should overperform.
Absolutely. And if he doesn't, is this the end of the road for DeSantis?
I don't see how if Nikki Haley finishes second, even by 2 votes, I don't see how Ron DeSantis continues. He has to show that at least in a state with heavy evangelical population. I mean, Nikki Haley has come out very moderate on abortion. She's really run to the middle in a state where the evangelical conservative vote is like 2/3 of the electorate. If he can't do well in that environment, I just don't know where he makes his stand.
Absolutely. All right, Senator Rick Santorum, appreciate your insight. Hope to check in with you later tonight and beyond on N2. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dave.
Stay with us. On the other side of the break, we'll hear from senior Trump advisor Jason Miller, who's on Newsmax Cable today, giving a little prediction of what the Trump camp sees. We'll get into that right after this.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive, Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text Newsmax to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
It's about the truth. It's about a fair playing field and fair opportunities.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls.
It's about biological reality and common sense, and ultimately, it's about the rights of women being trampled.
It's not just that girls are able to compete in athletics, it's that girls are able to go to college. If I didn't have the scholarship I had, I wouldn't be going to the school I'm going to.
Rewriting our laws to ignore the truth of what it means to be male and female has consequences beyond a single issue. Female athletes, parents, healthcare providers are under threat by institutions enforcing this radical gender ideology.
When biological differences between men and women are ignored, it is women who suffer the most. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight to protect women's sports, but to continue, we need the help of friends like you. For just $19 a month, you can join ADF's Frontline for Freedom. As a Frontline for Freedom partner, your $19 monthly gift will help Alliance Defending Freedom continue to protect the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
It's highly upsetting to realize that no matter how hard we train and how hard we try, we will never be competitive with someone who's biologically a man.
Your $19 monthly gift helps us boldly advance freedom in our generation and for generations to come, build our legal team and expand our services, defend more faithful Americans in courtrooms, litigate more cases all the way to the Supreme Court, and ensure that no client ever pays a dime for us to defend them.
There's a growing movement to defend the reality that men and women are different, and women deserve fair and safe competition. ADF has been leading the charge in court, and the vast majority of the American people are with us.
It's time to restore fairness to women's sports, but we can't do it without the help of partners like you. Call now or go online to standwithadf.org and help defend freedom today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back. So what can we expect from Trump supporters tonight in Iowa? Senior Trump advisor Jason Miller joined Newsmax Cable. He was on American Agenda a couple of hours ago. Here's their preview.
Jason, just take us through how the president's doing right now, what he's up to, and we'll talk about that enthusiasm in the base there. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Bob and Katrina, great to be with you. So this morning, President Trump has been making calls into local radio stations here in Iowa. He's been calling a number of his precinct captains, the Trump caucus operation, which is something that's kind of our centerpiece, where each of these 1,650 or so precincts, we have Trump supporters there and turning everybody out. That's kind of the guts of the turnout operation. The president's meeting with his Iowa leadership team as of this moment. Do some more calls this afternoon, and then pretty soon people will be at the caucus sites.
And what exactly, and this is, I don't even know the answer to this, what will former President be doing during the caucuses, considering there are so many of them?
So we just might see a sneak appearance by President Trump at one of the caucuses, or maybe even potentially more than one. But we don't want to go and announce that in advance just because we don't want to have too much chaos and interrupt it. So we are going to do everything we can to turn people out. This is where the rubber meets the road. We have the votes that we need. We just need folks to go and show up and feel pretty excited about it. You're playing the rally footage there from yesterday, just a moment ago. And that event yesterday by President Trump was more than every other candidate combined over this weekend down the home stretch leading up into tonight. And so we feel good about where things are, feel confident, not going to be cocky. We got to turn everybody out. So if you're watching at home, make sure you show up by 6:30 tonight and make sure to vote for President Trump.
Yeah, I know the president's been big on telling people, don't rest on your laurels here. Don't rest on these poll numbers, which I'm about to discuss here, Jason. The former president up 55%. That's major, historical, actually. The next closest person, Nikki Haley, 21, Ron DeSantis, 15 here. You guys got to feel good about these poll numbers going through. I think the message is you want to drive home here while we got a couple hours to go is, like you said, make sure you get out there, make sure you vote here.
Yeah, the numbers are good, but don't go and raise expectations on me. A win is a win, so I'm going to be happy with any win. And then we'll go to New Hampshire and get the win next week as well. The other numbers that look really good, and I got to push back on my good friend Senator Santorum, who's on just a moment ago. You look at the polling numbers of President Trump against Joe Biden in these swing states, whether it be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada. Pennsylvania, Senator Santorum's home state, for example, President Trump is beating Joe Biden by 6 points. That is a massive number. That's why people are rallying and saying, you know what, we saw what you did in your first 4 years, President Trump. Now let's get you back. You're the one who can beat Biden.
All right, and you heard it right there. Former President Trump may be visiting one or more caucus sites tonight. We'll stay on top of that. We've got a second hour of the briefing coming up. We'll continue with our live coverage of the Iowa caucuses. We'll also take a look at the latest news from Israel. It's getting very volatile in the Mideast. Breaking news there. Iran launching attacks in the northern part of Iraq. You have the Houthi rebels attacking a U.S. vessel near Yemen as well. We're on top of that breaking news as well as everything in Iowa right after a quick break.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Cars will break down, and when they do, it's too late. If your car's out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices: get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
This important message is for Marines and family members who spent 30 days on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988.
As a U.S. military veteran, I'm here to inform you that if you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's, or other serious health issues after spending time at Camp Lejeune, you may qualify for financial compensation. Call now to determine your eligibility.
I called to see if I qualify. They helped me a lot.
Leaking chemical storage tanks at Camp Lejeune contaminated the drinking water with highly toxic chemicals. Marines and their family members have been diagnosed with multiple cancers and other serious health issues. But there is now a new law that gives victims the opportunity to receive financial compensation for their illnesses without going to court.
I finally got some answers. I'm glad I called.
You need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-755-0189, 800-755-0189.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. Did you know that I wear hearing aids? I had trouble with my hearing years ago. I did something about it. I love my hearing aids and I am here to help you get a deal on the same brand I wear. I was wearing those expensive hearing aids for years and I didn't know any better until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I thought the price was too good to be true, but I bought a pair anyway. No doctor visit, no prescription, no hassle. It was easy. When they showed up, I called and spoke to Sandy, one of their audiologists, to make sure the hearing aids fit and work the way I need it. And they do that for everyone, not just me.
Once the MD hearing aids are in, you kind of said, I just should have done this before.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call 800-587-1443.
I started hearing things I haven't heard in a long time, like the water trickling in the other room. I didn't realize how bad my hearing was until I got the hearing aids.
I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I wear them all the time, and I'm even wearing them now. If you have hearing problems or even think you might have hearing problems, don't waste your money or time on other hearing aids. Call my friends at MD Hearing and get my favorite over-the-counter hearing aids for you.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call 800-587-1443. 800-587-1443.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and a brand new hour, a very special edition of Ed Henry The Briefing. Former President Donald Trump tonight poised to make history as he hopes for a big victory, of course, in the Iowa caucuses that will send a message to not just Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, but also President Biden, who's making some history of his own, some dubious history with dramatic new lows on his approval ratings. Mr. Trump's dominance in the early Republican polls will finally be put to the test tonight with actual voters. That's about 8 p.m. Eastern as these caucuses get going. Iowans heading to around 700 precinct locations. We have reporters fanned out across the Hawkeye State. We'll check in with them amid these bitter cold temperatures. The former president injecting some humor into this complicated process by urging his supporters to get out and caucus. He says they'll walk across glass for him. Maybe they'll also turn out amid bitterly cold weather. And he even joked, even if they pass away after heading to a high school gym or an auditorium to caucus, they should do it anyway. Watch.
We got to do it big. You got to get out. You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I got to back up. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember? If you're sick, if you're just so sick you can't, darling, I don't think, get up.
Yeah. If you look at history, turnout has dropped whenever the temperature drops. And when the temperature was relatively high, as you see there on the far right in 2016, turnout was high for Republicans, reached 187,000 voters there. There are estimates tonight that the turnout might be lower because of the weather, maybe about 152,000. We'll test those models when people actually turn out. The latest polling shows the former president, of course, with a huge lead of about 34 points over Nikki Haley. He's at 55, as you can see. Haley at 21, DeSantis at 15. So large, Mr. Trump could make history tonight with the largest ever margin of a victory for any Republican in the Iowa caucuses. The record currently held by the late Senator Bob Dole, a 12-point win in 1988. Now, this could also propel Mr. Trump on the path to eventually making some more history by putting him on pace to join Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Richard Nixon as the only 3 politicians to ever win the nomination of a major party at least 3 times. And Mr. Trump seems to be rising as Mr. Biden keeps sinking. Take a look at this ABC Ipsos poll. The president's approval rating, that's Joe Biden, reaching a new low. They're 33%. Among the top issues, a whopping 71% say the economy is in bad shape right now. And only about a quarter of the country believes Mr. Biden has the mental faculties to serve another term in office. Just a quarter of the country. All reasons why the incumbent is in bad shape right now, of course, as the Republicans have been making their final pitch to voters. Watch.
We speak from common sense. You know, we're really the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have elections. We want to have low taxes, a strong military.
We're going to go all the way until the last hour because we know what situation we're in. If you look at what's happening in the country, it's tough right now. And you don't have to turn on the news to hear how bad it is. You feel it.
I'm the only candidate running for president who has actually fought and beaten the Democratic Party and the left on issue after issue after issue.
That was, of course, in the 2022 midterm elections where Ron DeSantis had a big victory. He's been struggling in these presidential primary polls. It's interesting, if you dig deeper on the ABC News Ipsos poll, who has the best chance of winning in November among leaning Republicans? Donald Trump's at 68%. Those are the job approval numbers, but Donald Trump at 68%. DeSantis only at 11%. Among Republicans who think he has the best chance in November. Haley's at 12%, Ramaswamy at 2%. Who's the strongest leader? Donald Trump at 65%, DeSantis 13%, Haley 10%. Best qualified to serve as president, Trump 54%, DeSantis 18%, Haley 14%. Best represents your values, that's where the former president dips under 50 at 45%. DeSantis only rises, though, to 19%, Haley at 16%. And best understands your problems. Remember back to 2016, the forgotten man, forgotten woman Donald Trump talked about as a candidate. Best understands your problems, Donald Trump at 46%, DeSantis at 17%, Haley at 14%. As you can see, issue by issue, quality by quality, he's got a big lead among Republicans. It's going to be put to the test tonight with actual voters at these caucus sites, over 700 of them. We've got reporters fanned out across the country. We've got an analyst standing by as well. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we'll hear from Sebastian Gorka right after this.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-300-5350. That's 1-800-300-5350.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text NEWSMAX to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to the briefing on a big night, the Iowa caucuses. The people finally get a chance to speak, so let's check in with the great patriot, former White House advisor for the Trump administration and host of the Gorka Reality Check, Sebastian Gorka. Sebastian, great to have you on a busy night. What are your top-line thoughts about where we're headed tonight with Donald Trump has a big lead? We've hearing about bad weather, but as he himself said over the weekend, his supporters will walk across broken glass to vote for him. Your thoughts?
Well, there's a couple of things we need to put into historic context. Number one, let's not get carried away with the significance of this one event. Yes, it's the earliest, Ed, but since 1972, there's only 3 people who've won the caucus in Iowa who went on to become the president. So there's no automatic shoe-in with regards to just one primary. Nevertheless, there's also some other fascinating history that no one in the history of Iowa caucuses, in the history of primaries, has had the polling lead that President Trump currently has. So whether it's the most recent poll that has him 28 points in front of Nikki Haley, or whether it's the general polling that we've seen for the last 6 months that has him 50 to 62 points ahead of any challenger, I'm sorry, that's just mind-boggling. That's just so historic to have that kind of a lead 10 months before an election, though that's the historic context of what we're witnessing tonight.
Absolutely. Your bailiwick, obviously, foreign policy. We spent last hour talking a lot about Ron DeSantis on the domestic front and his ground game being put to the test tonight. He spent millions and millions of dollars, not showing a lot of support in the polls. We'll see whether or not there was a strong investment in a ground game. But on the Nikki Haley side, which we haven't had a chance to talk about a lot in this program yet, like I said, foreign policy or bailiwick. She's somebody seen as a neocon, never seen a war she didn't like, also seen as somebody who's been moving to the middle on issues like abortion, doesn't really fire up a conservative base for a caucus. What's your sense about Nikki Haley and the stakes for her tonight, sir?
Well, the topic of national security or foreign policy is a real Achilles heel for both of the challengers to President Trump, with DeSantis doing that complete 180 flip-flop on Ukraine within 72 hours after his interview with Tucker Carlson. He has demonstrated himself not to be fit for prime time. And then with Vivek Ramaswamy, with those double kill shots against Nikki Haley during the debates of how much money she's made as a quote-unquote beltway defense contractor since she left the Trump administration, and then, as you said, never seeing a war she didn't like. The base, I mean, look, one of the reasons that 64 million Americans voted for President Trump the first time, it wasn't just build the wall to keep us safe, was his very clear platform, no more dumb wars. He's not an isolationist. This isn't Pat Buchanan. This isn't some, idiot, libertarian isolationist. But this is the man who said, okay, enough with the forever wars. When we need to take action, we take action, as we did with the Wagner Group in Syria, with the cruise missile strike on Assad's regime. But we're not about, changing other countries to look like us at the end of the gun barrel. So both of these putative challenges, Ed, they just don't have any credentials that appeal to the base when it comes to national security or foreign policy.
And looking ahead to November and a likely rematch, if you will, between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. We talked about the ABC poll, which has Joe Biden at a historically low approval rating of 33%. But also, I see these airstrikes that he was touting a few days ago when you were just talking about when Donald Trump was in office, the message he sent around the world. Seems like the opposite message now. They tout these airstrikes against the Houthi rebels, and then today, within just a couple of days, the rebels are back, striking an American vessel off the coast of Yemen. Before we came to air, as you know, Iran itself, it's no longer just Iran-backed militants, but the Revolutionary Guard launching strikes in northern Iraq. I wonder if they're trying to take advantage of the fact that we and the rest of the media, the American public, is focused on domestic politics tonight, and they're launching attacks. What's your reaction?
Well, when we were in the White House, I purloined a phrase from the Marine Corps when I was asked, so what's different about President Trump? What's different about the national security stance of this administration? And I said, look, it's just like the Marines say. Under President Trump, no better friend, no worse enemy. If you were a friend of America for 4 years, you know, you had our support, whether it was Israel, whether it was Taiwan, we had your back. But if you were an enemy, whether it was ISIS that we literally crushed in the space of half a year, or whether it was China that we launched a trade war with, or whether it was the Wagner Group running around the Middle East, destabilizing the region, no president, let me just give you one factual, inject here. Since the Russian Revolution of 1917, no president, not even the Cold War warrior, Ronald Reagan, killed 300 Russian troops in 4 hours. We did that. When we found the Wagner Group were running around the Middle East, destabilizing the region, President Trump told the Secretary of Defense, kill them and kill them now. 4 hours later, those Russian special forces were a red mist. We sent a message of decisiveness. What have we seen? By contrast, in the last 3 years, we've seen the surrender in Afghanistan. We've seen the invasion of Ukraine. And now we've seen what? The Middle East on fire again, and over 100 attacks, not just on our friends in Israel, but against U.S. troops in the region. So if I'm a bad guy, if I'm the Houthis, if I'm Iran, if I'm China, if I'm North Korea, if I'm Russian, I use this next 10-month period to destabilize as many regions of the world as I can.
To your point, you mentioned Taiwan a moment ago, and you just mentioned China, of course. And over the weekend, Joe Biden had a chance to talk about democracy, and the anti-China candidate he did just the opposite. He ran away. He keeps talking about Donald Trump being a threat to democracy, and he would not support Taiwan independence. You see the Reuters headline right there. And remember that summit, of course, a couple months ago in California, President Xi, the communist leader, told Biden to his face, I'm going to reunify with Taiwan. I'll take it by force if I have to. We'll see if it'll happen peacefully, but I'm going to do this. What's your reaction? Again, this is something that over the weekend, with all the focus on Iowa, the mainstream media is not talking about it, but Biden turned his back on Taiwan.
It begins right after the inauguration with the first U.S.-China summit in Anchorage. I mean, I've used that video clip with the interpreter, soundtrack multiple times on my daily radio show. When you have Antony Blinken, who's the chief diplomat for America, seated across from the communist counterpart of China, and the Chinese diplomat literally regurgitates Black Lives Matter Democrat talking points to Blinken about, you can't lecture us about social justice given what happens in America. And Blinken, like some cuckold, just sits there like a whipped dog. Sorry. I mean, that's how it started at the beginning of the Biden administration, and it's only gotten worse. So if I were in Taiwan, despite the recent election, I'd be very, very worried and trying, with a time machine to make the presidential election in America happen sooner so we get 45 back in, God willing, if we do our part, as 47. Because otherwise, who knows what the future of Taiwan is.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned moving up the time clock and getting things going. It sounds like the anti-Trump forces are watching that clock as well. It's ticking for them. This NBC News report over the weekend was sort of breathtaking. We talked about it last hour, but I have to get your take because they're basically saying these liberal interest groups and military folks on the Democrat side, they want to basically use the military and these liberal interest groups to try and stop Trump because they claim he will use the military, as you see, in dictatorial ways. But when you read the fine print, it's the left trying to stop him from getting to office. And it's almost like NBC News unwittingly admitted there's a deep state that you and Donald Trump have been talking about trying to stop him.
This is, analogous to the, 3,000-4,000 word article by Molly Ball in Time magazine after the 2020 election, Ed, where she said, this is the secret plot that we used to save America from Donald Trump in 2020. And Molly Ball walks through it. The $500 million from Mark Zuckerberg, the NGOs, the former Democrat staffers creating this cabal to privatize the last elections, to put drop boxes in predominantly Democrat districts, to cancel signature verification. Well, now they're not talking about how they stole it. They're giving us the plan for how they're going to steal it. And this idea that they have to defend democracy from the dictator President Trump by not allowing the American people to choose their civilian commander-in-chief, but instead the military is going to save democracy. That's called a junta. That's Argentina in the 1980s, Ed.
Right, right. It's breathtaking. And you mentioned civilian leadership. We have a retired general who's now, quote unquote, running the Defense Department, Lloyd Austin, misled his own team, didn't tell the president he had prostate cancer. He was released from the hospital today. They basically said he was on a laptop in the hospital a few days ago helping to direct these airstrikes. And somehow Joe Biden still says he has confidence in Lloyd Austin. What's your reaction to that?
It's the video clip I played on my show today of Lloyd Austin in Congress being asked about whether he has any regrets concerning the surrender of Afghanistan. And he says, no, I have no regrets, despite the fact that 13 American warfighters were murdered that day by an ISIS suicide bomber, and scores of Americans were maimed for life by that bomber. And that scumbag, I mean, that literal bag of human feces that is Lloyd Austin, says, I'm proud of how we left Afghanistan. That's a former four-star general, a former board member of Raytheon. He's just as corrupt as Joe Biden.
Incredible. You're absolutely right. There's another story that is not about national security, but it is about domestic security. The FAA, speaking of this DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is now hiring people and targeting them to come in if they have severe disabilities, including mental, psychiatric, intellectual disabilities. And I know you're a welcoming person. I've spent a lot of time with you off the air. Let's make sure people, we're human beings. Let's make sure they get help. But let's not put them in charge of the FAA, my friend, where they're supposed to be keeping our planes safe. Does this make any sense at all? I feel like this is the kind of stuff that's getting people out in snowstorms in Iowa to change the leadership.
It makes sense, Ed, if you're in Jonestown and you're in a cult and you're about to drink some poisoned Kool-Aid. Yeah, it makes sense. These people have brainwashed themselves. I mean, forget the thousands of planes flying across America every day that are meant to be guided by the most cool and calm air traffic controllers. Would you put your children on a school bus if the local county had said, we're hiring school bus drivers who, quote, and I'm using a direct quote here, have serious psychiatric problems? Would you put your child on a bus? I mean, this is insanity.
And it's happening right now under Mayor Pete, the transportation secretary, and the Biden administration. And it's mind-boggling, as you suggest. Sebastian Gorka, of course, host of the Gorka Reality Check on Newsmax Cable. Hope you're watching it every weekend. We appreciate you checking in on N2. We'll watch the results with you all night long, sir.
Thanks, Ed. God bless.
God bless you as well. Next on the briefing, we'll be joined again by my colleagues John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. They're going to be here, in fact, at the top of 8 p.m. Eastern. They'll be guiding the ship while I try to check in on results in Iowa. And then all three of us will be guiding you all night long here on N2 starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. John and Bianca are next.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
Welcome back to the briefing. Let's continue our Iowa caucus coverage. We'll be here all night long. Not just me, sharing the stage with two wonderful colleagues. The host of John Bachman Now, that would be John Bachman. That's why they call it John Bachman Now, right here on N2. And the host of Newsline on N1, Newswire on N2. Sooner or later, there'll be an N3. She'll have a show there, too. Bianca de la Garze. Welcome back, guys.
There you go. Hey, Ed. Great to be with you.
Good to see you, Ed.
Great to see you. We'll be talking Iowa all night long. And I think one of the things is we were talking with Sebastian Gorka first, Bianca, the idea that what's going to motivate people to get out there, and maybe they're frustrated with the direction of America right now. Here we are on MLK Day, and I think back to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I always grew up hearing about, I Have a Dream, which was about his children and grandchildren growing up in a country where you were measured by the content of your character. He never mentioned a program, a DEI program or anything like that. But now you see the Federal Aviation Administration saying, look, we're going to welcome in people with psychological disabilities, Bianca, to help us oversee planes and how planes fly through the sky. And a lot of people today are pretty outraged that DEI has been twisted in this way. What do you think tonight about all that?
So my mother was a flight attendant for about 50 years for American Airlines. I kind of grew up on planes and, you know, have a great respect for people who are in the aviation industry. And pilots, you know, you want people that know how to land a plane, especially when we have doors flying off them midair. We're getting to the point where this is just not, this is not where anyone, I think, sees the industry going. And the DEI thing is, I mean, at the end of the day, people need to be hired for their abilities, especially when you're operating machinery.
Yes.
And where are we going? I mean, it gets to the point where people are, do you have faith in flying? I mean, we're losing faith in the industry. We're losing faith in the government. Americans aren't going to stand up for this much longer. And then I was reading, and this was an interesting thing, about how all the older pilots are retiring. Yeah. They're the ones in the cockpit who are with the people who don't know what they're doing. So once we lose that generation, that is where we're going. And then there'll be no one to stand up and say, hey, this is how you pilot this and pilot that.
Yeah, John.
You know, feel like
yeah,
that.
I mean, today is the 15th. Today is the 15th anniversary of Captain Sully Sullenberger landing
the
plane on the Hudson River.
Exactly.
And I was thinking today, you know, what if this were 2024 and Sully Sullenberger was passed over for a job as a pilot for someone, you know, because of DEI reasons, someone who was less qualified but had the proper racial component or sexual component
so right.
to fill a quota that we hear from some of these airlines. And, you know, again, it's not like you can't have DEI initiatives, you can't emphasize certain things, but what are the priorities really of these airlines and the FAA? Because DEI is interwoven now into the FAA. When you mentioned the severe mental and psychological disorders are trying to hire people with that, there's already a shortage of people, air traffic controllers. And if you are of normal mind, do you want to work with somebody? Do you want to put yourself in that situation where you're going to be right next to somebody with a severe mental or psychological disorder in a very high pressure environment? It certainly doesn't seem like that's going to attract more talent to those types of industries. So, you know, you got to put the priorities first, and they tell you that safety is the #1 priority. But I think especially that Alaska Airlines incident may prove otherwise.
Absolutely. And all three of us have been covering, whether it's on cable, whether it's streaming right here on N2, these U.S. and U.K. airstrikes that the Biden administration touted, Bianca. And yet, within a couple of days, the Houthi rebels are back. They struck a U.S. vessel today. Yeah. There's been about 27 of these attacks by the rebels. They're backed by Iran, obviously. And then now Iran's not just using their proxies, Bianca. Tonight, they're in northern Iraq just attacking away. And I wonder if they're trying to take advantage of all of us focused on Iowa, which should be, it's important. And they see an opportunity here to take advantage of the Biden administration. What do you think?
They do. I don't think there's any mistake. It's happening tonight. It's happening in Erbil. John and I were on the set during a coverage I remember a few years ago, and there was things happening during anytime we're distracted on things that are important to us domestically, but perhaps it is an advantage. I think they're just taking advantage of the Biden administration, though, full stop. I mean, do we know where Lloyd Austin is right now? He's still hospitalized this evening?
No, he's actually out of the hospital, working remote.
Yeah, okay.
And one of the things that you need to see is Lloyd Austin working.
And is he communicating with Biden right now?
Even if he's in his pajamas, you know, sitting at a desk someplace, typing at a computer, you need to see the defense secretary in action, especially at a time like this. And I think it might have less to do with the Iowa caucuses tonight and more to do with the fact that there doesn't seem to be a clear command structure in place from the president on down to the Pentagon.
I was also reading reports, too, that the Houthis have gone back to Tehran and they're getting more additional training. I think that, you know, while we were looking at Hezbollah, you know, heating up on the northern border with Israel and obviously Hamas and Gaza, I think Iran's now actually pushing the Houthis because they also know with not just the Gulf of Aden today, the Red Sea, how much strategically it paralyzes the moving of oil, the moving of grain. And we had Maersk saying we won't go through shipping there. So it can create global chaos in the economic world as well. So they want economic pain. They want pain domestically, possibly with the possibility of attacks, and obviously the pain with attacking U.S. troops here.
Yeah, we've been concerned, John, about the threat that national and Homeland Security officials have been saying that Hezbollah, just mentioned by Bianca, want to extract not just pain on the Israelis, but they want to try to launch attacks here on our homeland. And then over the weekend, we have this dramatic video. Speaking of media blackouts, the media is not really talking about the fact that these pro-Hamas protesters, there was a large protest in Washington, D.C., they showed up at the White House. They did this a few weeks ago as well. They're breaching some of the gates, John. They were defacing some statues. It got sort of violent. There had to be White House aides evacuated from the White House complex. Journalists were evacuated because it was getting pretty hot. What's your sense of how serious this situation is becoming?
Well, my assessment is a lot more serious, apparently, than any of the authorities who were on location, because as late as this afternoon, no one had been arrested for this yet. And you know, my other thing was, thank goodness that that temporary barrier was there. What would have stopped these people from doing worse had that barrier not been there? They certainly didn't seem to be too concerned about anyone there trying to stop them. You know, and obviously there were parallels drawn to what happened today, or I'm sorry, over the weekend at the White House and what happened on January 6th. If the same barrier had been in place at the Capitol on January 6th, that likely would have prevented a lot of the violence that we saw. But for some reason, even though there were warnings given, it wasn't there.
And they evacuated non-essential personnel at the White House. So they did think that this was going to be stepped up. If you're evacuating even non-essential folks because you just don't know, it's complete unrest. And we've been seeing it across New York, and now at the White House we've been seeing it. And these people aren't going to stop. And it's a huge issue for Biden. But these progressives, these anti-Jewish groups, they are going to continue to press the heat.
And the Biden administration is, as we get closer to the election, is trying to walk a tightrope on this issue, because they know that these far-left progressives, the pro-Hamas caucus, as it's been called, they are pulling the administration in that direction. They are so concerned about losing their base, which includes this kind of Venn diagram that covers the pro-Hamas protesters, Black Lives Matter, and a lot of these other radicals. They are actually concerned about losing their votes, so they're trying to walk that tightrope. I know Joe Biden has been pretty vocal about pushing back on this stuff. I wonder if that posture continues as his poll numbers and popularity continue to decrease.
Absolutely. Bianca, we spoke a lot about Ron DeSantis in last hour and his ground game being tested. You and John are going to be leading the coverage next hour. And I wonder about not just DeSantis, but Nikki Haley, who we didn't get a chance to talk about last hour that much. She's a former UN ambassador. Obviously, national security is something she's wanted to tout. But she has a much different worldview than Donald J. Trump. He was somebody that the left said would get us into World War III, and yet he kept talking, as Sebastian Gorka was a couple moments ago, about keeping us out of what he called dumb wars. And to John's point, right now, it's a very difficult national security matrix with Joe Biden in office. And Haley has sort of come down on the more establishment neocon view, which doesn't play well with the America First base. What's your sense about national security in this Republican primary race, Bianca?
I mean, where do we start, right? She's had those comments about the border and saying that these people, you know, the illegal migrants, are not really taking the strong stance about the invasion that's happening at our border. So that's right here on the home front. I worry a lot about a possible terror attack on our home soil, as we know even FBI Ray has done. She's been hammered with her past business with China and her relationship with them. And I think, you know, that will all play into the voters' minds, you would think, as we move forward. You know, Trump has a record. When he ran, the world was safer. If you look particularly in the Middle East, what he was able to do with the Abraham Accords, with moving the embassy, there was some type of normalcy in the Middle East that we hadn't seen ever before. And part of that is something that has been eroded under this administration so quickly. So whomever gets back in the White House, you're going to have to do some serious diplomatic dances. And I don't see Nikki Haley as being someone who could necessarily, you know, have these calls with Putin or Kim Jong-un and walk into the demilitarized zone in North Korea. I mean, these were remarkable things. I think we forget that, but I think now we're 2 years away from that, and we see what a different world it is when you do not have peace through strength.
You mentioned Erbil, northern Iraq being attacked by Iran, Ed. You think about what happened in Iraq when Qasem Soleimani was going there. He felt like he could operate in Iraq with impunity. The concern is that Iraq is turning into another proxy state for Iran. Donald Trump killed Qasem Soleimani in Iraq because he was operating too much there. The other thing, does Nikki Haley have what it takes to drop a Moab in Syria while the Chinese president is visiting the United States and they're having chocolate
Eating cake?
That's a story that Donald Trump likes to talk. These are, you know, for all of, you know, the criticisms of Donald Trump and that he's going to get us into war, these were very surgical decisions that were made by him and his administration to push back against these aggressors, and they were effective. You know, what you saw were no wars in the 4 years of Donald Trump. And, you know, Nikki Haley hearkening back on those neocon policies that you mentioned, That's not going to keep us out of war, and I think a lot of the American public knows that. I think a lot of the newer, younger conservative voters are also aware that. You keep hearing about Nikki Haley and this new generation of leadership, but her policies are from the previous generation of Republican leaders, and I think the young people, especially these new voters, are wise to that.
You're right. It's more neocon, Bush Cheney, perhaps, intervention. Great point. There's only one detail you left out, John. It was the best chocolate cake. Not just chocolate cake, but Donald Trump, when he tells
it was fantastic.
It depends which version of the, yes, it was at Mar-a-Lago, so of course it was the best chocolate cake.
I'm sure it was the best.
As you can tell, we're going to cover the dinner, the main course, I guess, but also the dessert. We'll have some fun tonight, all three of us guiding you through the Iowa caucuses. I'm excited because we're finally going to hear from the people, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think that it's going to be a fantastic night because even with the cold weather, these people are ready to do what they do best, and that is they gather. This is a very informed electorate, and the people of Iowa take this so seriously. I think I have it's very special what will be playing out tonight in the gymnasiums and the living rooms across America. It's all volunteer run. It is really democracy in action. And that we can't underscore that, how important that is for our nation and how important this election truly is.
John,
indeed.
Bianca?
Indeed, I couldn't agree more. I wish we had more caucuses, honestly, and more people like the people of Iowa who are willing to devote this time and attention to this process and take it as seriously as Iowans do.
They certainly do, and we're going to be checking in with our reporters throughout the night. John, Bianca, appreciate you as always. Make sure you stay tuned. John and Bianca guiding the ship, top at 8 p.m. Eastern, and all three of us all night long after that. You're stuck with us, no matter what. We'll see you guys soon. On the other side of the break, we'll dive even deeper into the border conversation, which is a top issue for Republican voters, right after this.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-710-5444 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get MD Hearing's revolutionary Neo hearing aids for just $299 a pair. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Neo hearing aids for just $299. Plus, we'll add in a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free. The Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $299. So call now.
800-475-0698. Again, that's 800-475-0698.
For fast, natural relief, experience Navage.
I am not as congested and nasally sounding, and I am sleeping 100% better. Navage gave me instant relief.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage, immediately. There's no other product out there like it.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back. One of the hot button issues driving people to the caucuses tonight, no doubt, is the crisis at our southern border. It's an issue that has propelled former President Donald Trump since 2015 when he first came down the escalator, and President Biden's reversal of many successful Trump policies at the border is a big reason why the Democrat is facing historically low approval ratings. Earlier today on Newsline, Bianca de la Garza had on Art Del Cueto. He's Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, and A.J. Louderback, Executive Director of the Texas Sheriff's Regional Alliance. Both of these Texas men had a direct message about the Iowa caucus goers and what is on the ballot, if you will, what's on the caucus sheet tonight. Take a listen.
Former President Donald Trump took the opportunity to hit President Biden over the handling of his border, saying here, as soon as I take the oath of office, I'll terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. Ron DeSantis, Florida governor, addressing the issue, saying on day one of my presidency, I will declare a national emergency and shut down all illegal entries. As president, I will end this chaos and reclaim our sovereignty. And candidate Nikki Haley claiming that 8 million migrants have entered the U.S. through the southern border since Biden took office, describing the situation as, quote, incredibly frustrating. Let's bring in our panel now. Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto, with us today, and Executive Director of the Texas Sheriff's Regional Alliance and Sheriff Jackson County, A.J. Louderback. Gentlemen, welcome into Newsline today.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Art.
Yeah, great to have you both in. The border's a huge issue and will be. No matter who gets into the office, it'll be a shift in policies. We know that from what we're seeing under Joe Biden, which is clearly no border. But a lot of folks are saying Donald Trump had the policies and did what he said as far as, we didn't have these historic border crossings. Art, I want to start with you. Ron DeSantis says day one, he has some pretty strong statements about that. Will that play with voters being the anti-Trump candidate still that he will have? Or do you think Nikki Haley's been somewhat soft on the issue or strong?
No, I mean, honestly, we already know who was already in charge of the administration, and he lowered the numbers tremendously, and that was, President Trump. When he was in office, the numbers dropped. The numbers dropped day one of his presidency just on, his rhetoric alone. And that's what people need to realize. And I think what people need to understand more so, because we can sit here and talk about it in our own echo chamber all day long. And we already know that the current administration is handling the border horrendously. But what we need to do is the American public as a whole need to understand the cartels are the ones that are running what's coming into the United States. They use the immigrants as a way to distract people, because at the end, what they want is to bring drugs into the country. And people need to know these cartels don't care what side of the aisle you're at. They just want to damage, American lives, make more money, and that's what's happening under this administration.
And it's happening in your backyard, Sheriff Louderback. And this administration seems to, the DOJ sues when Texas wants to put up a border and stop illegals at every which way. It seems like Governor Abbott has been trying to secure the border. What's your take as we see people going to caucus tonight in Iowa? They're not a border state, but they know that this does impact them. What would be your message from Texas to the folks in Iowa today?
Vote for the only president that's produced a secure border in any recent future. I mean, the border under President Trump was an outstanding piece of governance. It was stable. It was solid. We had infrastructure in place. We had every part to secure our country and our nation, and especially Texas, in place at that time, which was removed by the Biden administration. If it wasn't for Governor Abbott
stepping up and doing some things like he's doing right now in Eagle Pass, Texas, in Shelby Park. This is the kind of action that we're going to have moving forward for the next year.
You know, what's sad is that folks continue to cross, but there are records who have already come in. Art, I want to get your take when you hear Governor Ron DeSantis say that Donald Trump didn't finish the wall and uses that as one of his critiques of the former president. What is your response?
The reality is that the wall was supposed to be placed in strategic locations. It wasn't the be-all, end-all, as we've seen. You know, they've been cutting the wall, but it's not just the wall. It's a combination of policies, and the last administration had that.
All right. We're going to continue to cover the border every single night here on The Briefing. You know we're on top of it, but tonight is a special night. We're going to be all over the Iowa caucuses. Our senior correspondent, John Huddy, is standing by. He's going to continue our caucus coverage live from Team Trump headquarters. After a quick break, he'll be live in Des Moines right after this.
January 15th, 1929 was a chilly day in Atlanta, Georgia, when a family gathered to welcome into this world a new life, and with it, a new hope for America. Throughout his 39 years, he instilled in Americans a new spirit of justice and freedom, based on equality instead of status, and character instead of race. He waged a nonviolent war on racial segregation, with appearances that radiated with an energy that transcended all races, all faiths, and people of all ages, with words that still resonate today.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
He spoke to us of his dreams and his beliefs that justice too long delayed is justice denied.
My son was always a happy-go-lucky kid. Never said anything bad about anybody or anything. He was 25 when he got injured. You walk into this intensive care room and you don't even recognize him.
The need for Wounded Warrior Project continues. Your support is even more important now because the greatest casualty is being forgotten.
It was a real hard time for us. And walks Wounded Warrior Project. That's right there is where everything started changing.
Warriors like Eric, who sacrificed so much for us, need to know that we won't leave them behind. Our donors helped Eric's family receive programs and services that rebuilt their lives. Please join those who are already faithfully giving. Call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month.
Eric's come a long ways, and he doesn't give up, do you? You just keep fighting and pushing forward.
My dad is in a wheelchair because he's injured, and he was in the war. He's caring, thoughtful, loving, and he's a good dad.
My life is not what I planned, but Wounded Warrior Project has helped me get past the pain and negativity.
Please, call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a thank you.
That's a very powerful logo. One warrior carried another one off the battlefield. The way I see it is the people of this nation carried that warrior.
Please, give a little to those who gave so much for us.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait.
Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text Newsmax to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
Welcome back to our live Iowa caucuses coverage tonight. Let's check back in now with our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He joins us live from Des Moines at former President Donald Trump's headquarters. John, good evening again. Jason Miller earlier today said that the former president may be stopping in at one or more caucus sites around the Hawkeye State. What are you hearing on the ground there about what's happening?
Yeah, he said the former president's going to make some sort of, at least one surprise visit, but he didn't really go beyond that. He said he didn't even know where or when that was going to happen due to security reasons. But that's what we're hearing. Yeah, that the former president is going to be stopping at least one caucus site before coming here to the viewing party here at the Iowa Event Center in downtown Des Moines. I can tell you this, between the last time we spoke and now, they're setting up the bars here behind me on the floor. So clearly they're getting ready and they're planning for a big night ahead. That's what Miller said, that they are expecting a victory. He wouldn't get into the numbers. They wouldn't talk about what they think the margin and the difference is going to be. He said he wouldn't get into that, but a victory is a victory, and that's what they're expecting. And as we talked about earlier in the show, Nikki Haley, we saw her pick up a little more momentum, at least according to the latest poll from the Des Moines Register, where Trump was at 48, she was at 20%, DeSantis at 16%. DeSantis is really trying to get that second place, so he doesn't, because it really, the question is, if he doesn't, does that totally take the air out of his campaign? No doubt. Considering he spent tens of millions of dollars on the ground here, hitting all 99 counties, and what his camp has told us is that they're, expecting, and the analysis is that they're expecting to pick up that evangelical vote throughout the state. That's what Ted Cruz did back in 2016 when he won the Iowa caucus, when there was a record turnout. So that's what DeSantis is really trying to focus on doing this time around. Haley's team obviously trying to carry out a victory, or at least come in second, carrying into New Hampshire. So, big night ahead, long night ahead. We know, the caucusing begins at, it's started already, so we're waiting for those numbers to start coming in at any point. No
doubt about it. Just getting going in the next few minutes. John, I got about 30 seconds. Normally we see you around the world doing outstanding reporting in places like Israel. Donald Trump at pretty much every campaign stop will talk about how the world is much more dangerous under Joe Biden. I know it's tight, but in 30 seconds, I mean, we see the Houthi rebels attacking a U.S. vessel today. We see the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in northern Iraq tonight. It's a dangerous world.
Yeah, and that's something that he's really talked about during his rallies, former President Trump, the war in Ukraine, the continued war in Ukraine. I mean, he said that before, that it wouldn't have started under his administration. And certainly, it was a much more peaceful time under his administration. The other candidates have as well. Obviously, Iran's funding and support of Hamas, of Hezbollah, and then, as you mentioned, of the Houthis in Yemen, as now the Houthis have attacked yet another U.S.-owned and operated container ship off Yemen in the Gulf of Aden. So this is obviously a concern, not only to former President Trump, all the candidates. They've also talked quite a bit here in Iowa about agricultural issues, about farmers, about what farmers need here on the ground, and of course, the border crisis.
Yeah, a lot of issues to cover tonight. We appreciate you'll be with us, John. Thank you. We'll check back with you shortly. I'm going to take a quick break. On the other side, John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza will guide the ship, and then I'll be back with everybody, 9 p.m. Eastern. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot of coverage tonight.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Following the assassination of President William McKinley in September of 1901, Theodore Roosevelt, at age 43, became America's youngest president ever. Born on September 27, 1858, to a wealthy family of Dutch origin. Teddy, as the world would know him, overcame a sickly childhood with debilitating asthma by advocating a strenuous lifestyle. In 1876, he entered Harvard, joined the rowing team, and later graduated magna cum laude. Following graduation, he married Alice Hathaway. In 1881, Teddy joined the Republican Party and was elected to the New York State Assembly. Following the unexpected deaths of his wife, who died during childbirth, and his mother, both on Valentine's Day 1884, Roosevelt retreated to the seclusion of his Dakota ranch and soon became a cowboy. 2 years later, he would wed his childhood sweetheart, Edith Carroll. He had a monumental career in politics, serving as New York City's police commissioner and even Assistant Secretary of the Navy. During the Spanish-American War of 1898, Colonel Roosevelt volunteered and rode to fame as commander of the Rough Riders, defeating a larger force up the famed San Juan Hill in Cuba. By then, Roosevelt was a national hero. Returning from the war, he was quickly elected governor of New York and then picked by President McKinley to be his running mate in 1900. After President McKinley's death in 1901, now President Theodore Roosevelt became known for speaking softly but carrying a big stick, especially when it came to dealing with Japan and Germany's emergence on the world stage. His big stick turned out to be America's new modern and powerful Navy. He called it the Great White Fleet and had it tour across the globe. On the home front, he broke up the nation's trusts, stamping out monopolies that sought to dominate America's business and political life. He also became the nation's first environmental crusader and was known for expanding our national parks and protecting over 150 million acres of forests. While serving as president from 1901 to 1909, he received the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts to end the Russian-Japanese War. Roosevelt didn't run for a third term, but left that for William Howard Taft. Taft won, but disappointed Roosevelt, who in 1912 decided to challenge his one-time friend under the Progressive or Bull Moose Party. Roosevelt lost and even suffered an assassination attempt in Milwaukee. Following that attempt, with a bullet still in his chest, he finished his speech without interruption before receiving needed medical attention. Theodore Teddy Roosevelt died in his sleep on January 6, 1919, one of America's most celebrated presidents. Today, he can be found among our greatest on Mount Rushmore. You're watching An American
Vote for America 2024. Iowa Republican Presidential Caucuses.
Okay, here we go. It is 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Iowa caucuses are officially underway. A live look for you here at the Trump campaign, the DeSantis campaign, both their headquarters. We also have a caucus site and the state capitol all lit up. More than 1,000 reporters and producers, campaign officials, and candidates from across the country have descended on the Iowa Capitol. Hello and welcome to our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses here on Newsmax 2. I'm John Bachman.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca Garze. It is great to have you with us this evening, and it is a huge night. Of course, caucus participants across Iowa are gathering. It is bitter cold out there, but they are at more than 1,500 schools, churches, community centers. They will all be discussing and debating their options, in some cases for hours, before then casting what are secret ballots. The candidates also have been crisscrossing the state the final day before the caucuses, making that final pitch to voters. Here are some of their final pitches. Take a listen.
I think President Trump was the right president at the right time. I agree with a lot of his policies. But rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. You know I'm right. Chaos follows him.
For Donald Trump, he's running a campaign about putting himself and his issues first. You know what? You deserve a nominee that's going to put you first, not himself first.
You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I got to make it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember?
There you have it. All right. And one of the biggest wild cards, though, all day long has been this. Yes, the winter weather. It is the coldest Iowa caucus night on record. We're talking sub-zero temperatures hovering around -degrees, but then you factor in the wind chill, and it is even worse out there. Although someone had some fun. Look at that, John.
There's
Someone
a
getting in the spirit.
snowman.
Little snowman.
Right. Well, the turnout is a huge concern. We know the campaigns have been working overtime, urging their supporters to come out no matter what.
Yeah.
And in some cases, providing shuttles to caucus goers to and from the sites. Now, we also have a team of reporters following the very latest on the ground. And a lot of the action tonight is at the Iowa Convention Center in Des Moines, and that's where we find host of America Right Now, Tom Vasili.
Hey, Tom.
Good to see you guys. Welcome to Caucus Central, and you're right, now is the time. The process begins here, 1,600 different precincts and caucus sites in 99 counties all across the state, tens of thousands of people coming out in sub-zero temperatures. We've never seen a caucus really quite like this. One of the things that I'm looking at, folks, tonight is in the latest polling that we have seen, you know, a lot of people look at that head-to-head number. I'm looking at the number of people who are persuadable voters. 18% of former President Trump's caucus supporters said they could be persuaded to vote for somebody else. For Nikki Haley and for Ron DeSantis, nearly a third or more of the folks that are supporting them said, yeah, you know what, when I go into the caucus, I could change my mind, which is one of the unique things about this process over the next couple of hours that's going to play out. So you could see some shifts here and some Iowa surprises.
Out today with Senator Rick Santorum, of course, everyone knows won the Iowa caucuses not too long ago, is that there's often a push among the candidates to recruit Democrats to change up the numbers, and this is something that we saw in the polling as well, that when it comes to Nikki Haley and her likely supporters in the caucus, I think about 35 or 40% of them said they may consider voting for Joe Biden eventually in the election. So how much, you know, accuracy is going to be applied? And we know there's going to be a lot of spin tomorrow. What do you expect to hear from the candidates, starting with Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and then Nikki Haley on down to Vivek? What do you expect to hear them if the poll numbers that you see on your screen right now hold up?
In New Hampshire. Look, Trump is going to say a win is a win. Whether he's over 50, whether he's under 50, you know, he looks like he is cruising to a victory. Ron DeSantis, though, all eyes on him and his campaign. He's put all of his eggs in the Iowa basket in so many ways. I just had a conversation with a senior DeSantis PAC official who said Iowa voters will reward DeSantis in greater numbers than those polls show because he has spent the time here. He's been to all 99 counties. He has spent the time and the money. He's done the events. He's built the infrastructure. That remains to be seen because we have seen a drop-off in the public polling. For Nikki Haley, if she even comes close to second, it's going to be viewed for her as momentum going into New Hampshire and then into South Carolina. And Vivek Ramaswamy, remember, Donald Trump attacked him for the first time a couple of days ago, and we've all been saying, well, why? Well, maybe they're seeing something in their private polling, in their internal numbers that could show a bit of a push for him, or maybe he does a little bit better than his single digits in the public polling. He's also had a bus tour here. He's been to all 99 counties. He's really invested a lot of time and effort in Iowa.
You know, what's so special about this caucus in particular, too, is Donald Trump is not an incumbent, but it feels like an incumbent. And that's what people have been talking about, that there's sort of some extraordinary things setting up here. Yeah. And as you said, we will see if DeSantis, and he said he had 50,000 people pledging to come and support. We'll see if the weather's a factor. We'll see if that ground game, the organization pays off. But also the voter base in Iowa, little different than New Hampshire, as you know, evangelicals play a huge part in tonight, and that will sort of be part of what we're seeing, unlike in New Hampshire, where perhaps there are a little more independent voters, a little more purplish state there.
Yeah, and remember, you know, Republican voters are not all created equal. There are a lot of different shades of Republicans, right? And you bring up a fantastic point, Bianca, and I'm going to be looking at the counties where we know that they have a high percentage of evangelical voters, because Ron DeSantis has really made a push to try to win those folks over. So I think that those will be bellwethers when you look at those counties to see how well that DeSantis pull operation is going to actually do tonight.
All 99 of those counties. We'll be watching very closely as the votes start rolling in now that the caucuses have officially started. Tom Basile live for us at the Iowa Convention Center. Thanks, Tom. All right, let's welcome in our first panel to talk more about what we can expect to see tonight. Rob Astorino, senior political contributor and host of Saturday Agenda, joins us, as does Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General of Florida and a former special advisor to President Trump. Great to have you both here.
Thanks.
It finally happened. We're here, Iowa. All right.
It seems like we've been talking about this for a while, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, we feel like we live and breathe this, but tonight really in earnest is sort of the kickoff to this very now flurry of big election eves and evenings. I want to get your pulse on first, Pam, you know, the thought of if Trump wins and talk about the margin of how he wins. We do know it was 1988, Bob Dole won with a 12-point difference. That's the biggest lead, but many are saying it's Trump. He has to do 50%. What's your take on what he may do and how the media will portray it?
Well, a win is a win. I think it will be an overwhelming win for President Trump. And I think it'll be probably the biggest margins Iowa's ever seen for a presidential candidate. You know, Bianca, we're hearing that Iowans care more about border security than anything. And all these candidates can say tonight, we will protect the border. But one man has done it, and they all know can do it again, and that's Donald Trump. And that's why I think his numbers are going to be higher than ever.
What about you, Rob? What are you predicting?
Well, I'm going to go against the conventional wisdom. Donald Trump's going to win. There's no question about that. I think the big question, as even Tom said, will he get over 50? I think he does. I think he just gets over 50. But I think Ron DeSantis is going to surprise some folks tonight in Iowa and get into the mid to upper 20s. And I think Nikki Haley is going to be the one that kind of falls off a little bit. Maybe Ramaswamy does a little bit better. But I just think when you've been campaigning, when you have put together an organization in all 99 counties, when you have some county chairs, when you have the governor and her whole team and all the people who work for the governor who cannot be embarrassed when she's putting everybody into this for DeSantis, and when you also have the evangelicals, Bob Vanderplaat and everybody, that's a good organization. I think, again, I'm factoring in about 150,000 as a turnout, less than last time in 16, not record-breaking, good. But I also think DeSantis is going to do a little bit better. So Rob, where does that leave everybody when they go a week from now? Who knows?
So, Rob, you think that's enough? You expect to see enough from Ron DeSantis tonight in these election results to kind of catapult him into that position of the #2 guy in the race heading into New Hampshire?
Well, I think it does this. He gets a little oxygen, right? And he's able to go on to New Hampshire and then, live another week. And the story could be that he overperformed and comes out, in the media. The media hates both DeSantis and Trump, so they'll have to which bitter pill they're going to have to take on a better story. But I think DeSantis is going to have a decent night. Trump will definitely win, and I think that'll be the story, both of them.
Nikki Haley obviously is hoping that she takes that second place and moves on to New Hampshire, then her home state of South Carolina. You know, Nikki Haley at one point, Pam, said she would not run if Donald Trump was in the race. Here we are, though, today, Iowa Caucuses 2024. She is in the race. Do you think that the people who are supporting her, and some say if it's not Trump, they'll vote for Biden, is a problem for Republicans in general?
No, I don't. And again, if those people say that, how many will actually come out to vote afterwards? Probably not that many. And, look at the numbers right now. Look at what President Trump, up on your screen right now, he is leading them by twice as much. And, Haley's in second. So that's a really interesting analysis by Rob. We'll see what happens tonight. But President Trump is going to carry this by a landslide. And no, I don't think it's going to matter at all. And then, of course, New Hampshire's next. He's already leading in the polls in New Hampshire, and I predict he's going to win her home state of South Carolina by a huge margin as well.
And wanted to ask you real quickly, Pam, about the Marco Rubio endorsement. Everyone kind of may know about the contentious history between Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. That's both senators from the state of Florida endorsing Donald Trump. Donald Trump also has a majority of the Florida congressional delegation. Were you surprised by the Rubio endorsement, or maybe the timing of the Rubio endorsement?
No, not at all. And, I know Marco very well, and Marco and the president have a great relationship now, and they have had a great relationship for quite some time. I've seen them together. They get along great. And so, of course, he has Rick Scott. He has Marco Rubio. He has me, the former attorney general. He has a tremendous amount of the Florida delegation. I think that speaks volumes for President Trump. And, of course, he's going to carry Florida as well.
Pam Bondi and Rob Astorino, great to have you in tonight, and I appreciate the analysis. I know we'll be checking back in with you, and we'll see, Rob, you're on the record here. We'll see how Ron does better than you think many people expect. We'll be watching it closely. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
See you guys.
Let the fun begin.
Yes, and it is just beginning. It's just beginning over at Trump headquarters. I'm having a blast. We're reunited here, John, and our John Huddy's having a good time as well. He's tracking the latest over at the Trump headquarters. He joins us now live with some of the energy happening there. Better with Trump is what they have behind you.
Hey, I'm excited just listening to you guys, getting the band back together, I think you're having more fun than me, but things are picking up here at the Trump viewing party, and I say that because they're getting the bar ready. They got 2 bars here, so they just brought out the alcohol, and they're turning up the music, so clearly, they're getting ready for a big night, and that's what we've been hearing. I talked to a senior campaign advisor, senior campaign official with former President Trump's camp, who said they're expecting a victory. He wouldn't get into the numbers with me. I asked, obviously that's what everybody's talking about, the poll numbers coming out, the latest from Des Moines Register, but this official wouldn't get into the numbers. He did say former President Trump is planning a surprise visit to one of the caucus sites. He wouldn't say when or where for security reasons. He said he didn't even know. So we're expecting that to happen before former President Trump arrives here. This, as the numbers are showing, that he, again, his number has gone down a little bit, a few percentage points, but he still maintains that healthy lead, according to the Des Moines Register, a 48%, Nikki Haley at 20%, Ron DeSantis again at 16%. And as I've been saying through the evening, DeSantis has hit all 99 counties. He's really banking on, like Ted Cruz did back in 2016, picking up that evangelical support, while Nikki Haley is looking to pick up really kind of college-educated women and some of the areas, like Des Moines, like Iowa City. But again, that remains to be seen. What we expect and what the numbers are showing is that former President Trump will likely win tonight. And then the fight, again, the focus is on who comes in second. But I can tell you this, look, all the candidates have talked about the issues that are at the forefront here being talked about. The ongoing crisis at our southern border, the wars that are happening, America's support of Ukraine and the war in Ukraine against Russia, of course, Iran's support, arming and funding of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of the Houthis in Yemen. This, as yet another U.S.-owned and operated container ship was attacked by the Houthis off the coast of Yemen in the Gulf of Aden. So all these are certainly major issues that have been brought up by all the candidates, and certainly something on the minds of voters, along with the agricultural industry. And that's something former President Trump has talked about, how he's the better candidate for farmers here, getting rid of NAFTA. And that's something that really has hit home, I think, for a lot of the folks in the agriculture industry here on the ground in Iowa, along with some of the other issues, including, of course, the border crisis, guys. Back to you.
All right, John, we've been watching it all evening, and I can hear the volume in the background getting louder, which just goes to show you we're getting into this thing. Now, great to see you, John Huddy, reporting live from Des Moines, Iowa. Great to see you, John. We'll see you soon.
And you're inside. It's nice
Thanks,
and warm there. Thank you. We appreciate you, John Huddy. And we are just getting started. You don't want to go anywhere. Sit back, relax. We have it covered for you this evening. All eyes on Iowa Newsmax.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today. Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, feast your eyes on the Iowa caucuses playing out right before right here on your TV screen. One of the caucus captains right there telling everybody how it is going to go down. John Huddy reporting that moments ago, former President Trump could make a surprise visit to one of these caucus sites, so we'll be watching those very closely.
An exciting night, more than 1,500 precincts across the state of Iowa. We have you covered here on N2. Don't go anywhere. I'm Bianca Garze alongside my good friend John Bachman. Great to have you with us tonight. And joining us now, former White House advisor Sebastian Gorka, also the host of the Gorka Reality Check right here on Newsmax Sundays at 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. Seb, welcome in, sir.
Thanks for having me, guys. Exciting night.
It is exciting, and in some places too exciting. We see the Middle East on fire, Seb, right now. We have Iran attacking Kurdistan, the northern portion of Iraq, and Erbil. We saw the Houthi rebels attack a U.S. ship today. They continue with their aggressions. I was curious, from your perspective, how much do you think the national security, foreign policy aspect of things is going to play into the minds of these Iowa caucus voters? Obviously, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are not directly responsible for what we see playing out across the globe right now. That's on Joe Biden. But when it comes to setting things right in this world, how much does that play into the caucus goers' decisions tonight?
Look, you know my background. My thing is national security is grand strategy.
And Seb, I hate to cut you off real quick. We just want to let everyone know we're seeing Donald Trump making that surprise appearance as promised at one of the caucus locations. And so we're just going to listen in real quick. It looks like he has a microphone, so we'll listen to him real quick.
Everybody for coming out. It's actually very beautiful out there, I have to tell you. And perhaps I should stand closer to the flag, right? Because it's a very special flag indeed. 3 years ago, we were energy independent. We had the strongest borders in the history of our country. We had the strongest economy in history. We didn't have Israel being attacked. We didn't have Ukraine being attacked, and they would have never been attacked. We didn't have China threatening to take Taiwan. We didn't have ships being blown up all over the Middle East like happened today. We had a strong country. We had a respected country. And everybody was doing much better in this room. And it was better for the farmers, they say, thank you. It was better for the farmers, they say, than any president in the history of our country. I got China to pay $28 billion to the farmers of our country because they took advantage of politicians that were doing a very poor job. And frankly, they took advantage of our great farmers, and that's not going to happen, and it will never happen with me. I stood up for ethanol like nobody has ever stood up for it. A big impact on Iowa and some other places, but in particular you. And we did a job like, frankly, nobody has done in a long, long time. We didn't have terrorism. We didn't have people pouring into our country. We didn't have an invasion where people are pouring in and coming in from prisons all over the world, from mental institutions and insane asylums all over the world. We have terrorists coming in now. In 2019, you probably saw the same chart. It was actually a little hard to believe even for me. They had 0 terrorists coming into our country captured. And as soon as we had an unfortunate event, we got more votes last time than any sitting president in the history of our country. Gee, we lost by a whisker, by somebody that would never got out of the basement. So we're going to be very careful. We all have to work together on that. We have to be very careful. But we had a country like we've never had. We had the most successful country we've ever had. We had the best economy we've ever had. And it was an honor to have won your state twice. We won twice and we won decisively. And in fact, no president that's won Iowa, Ohio, and Florida has ever lost an election except for us. And again, we won twice, and we won in landslides, all of those states, and we're going to win them again. We have better poll numbers now than we've ever had. We've beaten Biden. And I call him Crooked Joe Biden. He's the worst president in the history of our country. He's the most incompetent, and he's the most corrupt president in the history of our country, and it's not even close. In fact, I said today the happiest person alive today is Jimmy Carter because his presidency looks brilliant by comparison to Biden. And very important because we have to beat him. I'm the only one. Every single poll over the last 2 months, and beyond that mostly, but over the last 2 months, I'm beating him and beating him very substantially. I'm saying we're beating him because we have to get him out. He's destroying our country. He is totally destroying our country. So I just want to say it's been an honor to be with you. This is my 3rd time. And the first 2 times were very big wins, and we're going to make this an even bigger win because we've done more in the last short period of time than anyone, again, has ever done for your state. I love your state. It's a very special state, of brilliant people. People don't realize that it's not only farming, but people don't realize that a farmer has such incredible talent. And, a lot of my competitors aren't really into that, but I am into it. And one of the other things we did is first in the nation. I gave you first in the nation. I kept you there. As you know, the Democrats took it away. But I gave you personally first in the nation. That's why you're first in the nation. And with me, you're always going to be first in the nation. Very important. So, if you would, get out and vote. You're the beginning. This is the beginning. Right now, it's starting. And this is the beginning of something very important. I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. And you take a look at what's happened to our country in the last short period of time, and I think especially with all of the bad things, Afghanistan, the worst retreat, that was a surrender. That was a surrender. Taking the military out first, and remember that never would have happened. We were getting out with dignity, with strength, we were taking our equipment, and the soldiers come out last, not first. And we lost 13 great soldiers, really great. I got to know their families actually very well. Great people, they're devastated. Families are devastated. We left back behind $85 billion worth of brand new equipment that I bought.
because I rebuilt the entire military. So I bought the equipment that Biden gave them, $85 billion, and we left plenty of Americans over there. So now maybe they're hostages, but they're still there. The worst, I think, and most embarrassing day in the history of our country. We're not going to have any more days like that. It's not going to happen. So I would appreciate your vote. I think I deserve it. Again, we had the greatest country. We were a great nation 3 years ago, and today people are laughing at us. It's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and get out and vote, and I will see you later. Thank you very much.
So as we told you and as promised, Donald J. Trump, 45th president here, making a surprise visit. This is Clive, Iowa, folks, a live impromptu visit by Donald Trump there to the caucus site, highlighting obviously some of his wins while president, and obviously some of the dangers in the world right now, as he mentioned, and as we started this conversation, ships being blown up. Saying get out and vote. It's only 7:27 there, by the way, an hour behind. So caucus is just about to start there. But again, Donald J. Trump, even though leading in the polls, not taking anything for granted there, making that visit.
All right, Seb, sorry to cut you off before, but we had a good reason for doing it. But we can just pick right back up where we left off. We were talking about foreign policy.
Yes.
Donald Trump began this impromptu speech talking about what we were just talking about, the Middle East being on fire and some other stuff. And then he ended his speech reminding everyone about the embarrassment of the Afghan withdrawal. But go ahead and pick up where you left off, Seb, and talk to us about how you think those types of events are going to play into the minds of voters this evening.
Well, you know what they say about great minds think alike. You asked that question, and President Trump carried on and gave his version of events. Look, you know my background, national security, grand strategy, that's my thing. I would love it if that were the only thing Americans cared about in the polls. Usually they have that saying, remember, that famous saying from the 1990s, it's the economy, stupid, and the cliche that Americans vote pocketbooks. However, I think that may not be the case, whether it's the primaries or whether it's in November. Why? When you've had at least 8 million illegals cross into our nation, when you've got the fentanyl smugglings, war in Europe, war in the Middle East, now the attack in Iraq against our consulate, I think for some Americans, it's going to be the economy, it's going to be crime, and it's going to be, we just want safety again.
Yeah.
For 4 years, we had prosperity, John, but we also had no new wars. We had safety as well, and we had a secure border. So the idea that that doesn't play into primary voting or to the general election, I don't buy it.
On the stage right now, as you can see there, Sebastian Vivek Ramaswamy, also and Clive, taking a chance to speak to Iowans. And, you know, the other thing I'd like to address with you, too, is Donald J. Trump facing 4 indictments, trying to be kicked off the ballot in states. There's a civil fraud trial where Letitia James is seeking $370 million for some say it's not even a real case. It's not a crime. This is just real estate. And so the eye-opening revelations about, you know, Fani Willis down in Georgia, whose, you know, prosecutor met at the White House before the Trump indictment, a prosecutor she allegedly was having an affair with that paid, you know, Georgia taxpayer dollars, almost $700,000. These are big things also, I think, weighing on the voters as they're starting to really see what's behind some of these criminal cases against Donald Trump and who's pulling all the levers.
There is no more egregious form of election interference than what we've witnessed against President Trump in the last year or the last 3 years, whether it's the raid on his home, the raid of not only a former president, but a de facto leader of the opposition, or the 730 years in prison that he's facing. And now we know that it's not just Letitia James, but it's also Fani Willis's paramour, who she's paid almost $1 million to, who regularly visited the Biden White House. So can we just stop for a second? What is a New York official? What is a prosecutor from Georgia going to the White House? They're not federal employees. They're not Department of Justice officials. So it tells you everything you need to know. Or whether it's the article that was published this weekend by CBS that said, oh, President Trump, if re-elected, he's a threat to the nation. And if he becomes the commander-in-chief again, the military will have to take action that's not the action deemed by the commander-in-chief who is elected by the people. I mean, that's okay in Argentina in the 1980s if we talk about a military junta, but not in America. All of these things serve one purpose and one purpose alone, to try and prevent Americans from choosing President Trump as their president once more.
Yeah, we hear this so much from Democrats. In order to save democracy, they have to pull an end around on the Constitution, and that includes civilian control of our military by a duly elected commander-in-chief, president of the United States. That was an NBC News article and very telling. Seb, great to see you as always. Thank you very much. And as Bianca indicated, Vivek Ramaswamy making also a surprise appearance right before Donald Trump. But we're going to take a short commercial break here. As we mentioned, everyone's watching Iowa tonight. Stay right here for our coverage of the Iowa caucuses. We'll be right back after this.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text NEWSMAX to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
It's about the truth. It's about a fair playing field and fair opportunities.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls.
It's about biological reality and common sense, and ultimately, it's about the rights of women being trampled.
It's not just that girls are able to compete in athletics, it's that girls are able to go to college. If I didn't have the scholarship I had, I wouldn't be going to the school I'm going to.
Rewriting our laws to ignore the truth of what it means to be male and female has consequences beyond a single issue. Female athletes, parents, healthcare providers are under threat by institutions enforcing this radical gender ideology.
When biological differences between men and women are ignored, it is women who suffer the most. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight to protect women's sports, but to continue, we need the help of friends like you. For just $19 a month, you can join ADF's Frontline for Freedom. As a Frontline for Freedom partner, your $19 monthly gift will help Alliance Defending Freedom continue to protect the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
It's highly upsetting to realize that no matter how hard we train and how hard we try, we will never be competitive with someone who's biologically a man.
Your $19 monthly gift helps us boldly advance freedom in our generation and for generations to come. Build our legal team and expand our services. Defend more faithful Americans in courtrooms. Litigate more cases all the way to the Supreme Court. And ensure that no client ever pays a dime for us to defend them.
There's a growing movement to defend the reality that men and women are different, and women deserve fair and safe competition. ADF has been leading the charge in court, and the vast majority of the American people are with us.
It's time to restore fairness to women's sports, but we can't do it without the help of partners like you. Call now or go online to standwithadf.org and help defend freedom today.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage here on N2 of the Iowa caucuses. A live look for you at several locations. We just brought you live pictures of Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy making a surprise appearance at a caucus location in Clive, Iowa. Now we want to welcome in Republican strategist Aaron Perini to join us. Also with us, best-selling author of the book Do Not Comply, Will Witt, joins us as well to continue our conversation. Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Well, thanks for being with us. Obviously, we're going to be watching as results start to trickle in. It is the coldest Iowa caucus on record. People are out there braving the cold temperatures, but at least they're indoors. The caucuses are indoors. We're going to see how these results come in from some of the counties. I want to start with you, Aaron. Big night for Ron DeSantis. He has gone to all 99 counties. Very strong organization on the ground. 2 offices there. The endorsement of Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, Bob Vanderplatz. What do you think he performs tonight? Do you think he takes second place?
If there's any opportunity to take second place and to really make a move here in Iowa, it is going to be based on the ground game and the ability to turn out voters. This is what politicos like me kind of live for, is getting into the meat and getting into the nuts and bolts on what it takes to win a campaign. It means identifying your voters and having conversations. I was watching a different network today. They had a Republican from Iowa on, an everyday voter. She said she had been contacted at her door 3 times this week by the Never Back Down and Governor DeSantis team. It's that kind of targeting of voters that can really make a difference in this very grassroots type voting that you see in an Iowa caucus situation. So as the night progresses and as we see what counties are going where with what votes, that ground operation and really the grassroots approach that Governor DeSantis took by going to all 99 counties and making sure to put that there, it's important.
Do you think second's attainable for DeSantis tonight?
Absolutely. Iowa is the type of state that it can go any which direction, and it has been known for big surprises in the long run. Not saying second place would be a big surprise, but it can absolutely happen for him.
Will, what are you looking for tonight?
You know, I think that we're all looking for people like Ron DeSantis to come up and make a big name for himself and show them that, you know, he's not out of this race and he has a lot of things to do and he is a clear alternative to Trump. But, you know, I think what's in reality is going to happen is Donald Trump is going to win by a landslide in basically all of the Iowa counties, even though DeSantis has gone and visited all 99 counties. I just think that Donald Trump's grip on the Republican Party right now is too strong for really anyone to get a foothold, even with all of the grassroots stuff that DeSantis has done, and even with, you know, Nikki Haley rising in polls. Apparently, I've never met someone who's actually a Nikki Haley supporter, but apparently they're out there somewhere. But I think that we'll clearly be looking for Ron DeSantis to get second place and Donald Trump clearly first.
Well, he says they'll walk on ice to get there, and perhaps they are, and they might be taking their trailers if they're in rural counties because it is cold out there and bitter. And, Will, I like your look. Kind of twinning tonight.
Yeah, you got to have the glasses for the caucuses.
You got to read the polls. That's right. That's right. Aaron Perini, Will Witt. Good to have you guys both
Great to see you both.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. You can see some of the inside action at the Iowa caucuses in your upper left-hand corner of your screen right there. One caucus location. They are taking their votes. We're going to look for the results coming in here very shortly. Stay with us here on N2 special coverage.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
This important message is for Marines and family members who spent 30 days on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988.
As a U.S. military veteran, I'm here to inform you that if you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's, or other serious health issues after spending time at Camp Lejeune, you may qualify for financial compensation. Call now to determine your eligibility.
I called to see if I qualify. They helped me a lot.
Leaking chemical storage tanks at Camp Lejeune contaminated the drinking water with highly toxic chemicals. Marines and their family members have been diagnosed with multiple cancers and other serious health issues. But there is now a new law that gives victims the opportunity to receive financial compensation for their illnesses without going to court.
I finally got some answers. I'm glad I called.
You need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-755-0189. 800-755-0189.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get MD Hearing's revolutionary Neo hearing aids for just $299 a pair. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Neo hearing aids for just $299. Plus, we'll add in a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free. The Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $299. So call now.
800-475-0698. Again, that's 800-475-0698.
Escape the never-ending cycle of nasal medications with Navage Nasal Care.
I've tried a bunch of solutions. I've tried nasal sprays, I've tried allergy medications, and I've tried the neti pot, but I found the Navage was just much better on all fronts.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs without drugs.
So I've referred a lot of friends and family to Navage. The Navage is worth every penny, and then some.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
Let's take you back out live at Clive, Iowa. Nikki Haley speaking at a caucus site. Let's listen in.
It's about who I am at my core. And what I see, I'm concerned about. But we have to be honest with ourselves. Republicans have lost the last 7 out of 8 popular votes for president. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to win the majority of Americans. But the only way we're going to win the majority of Americans is if we elect a new conservative, new generational leader and leave the negativity and the baggage in the past and focus on the solutions of the future. We don't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. And we can't be a country in disarray and a world on fire and survive 4 more years of chaos. Something's got to give. And not only that, we have to win in November. We cannot afford a President Kamala Harris. That should send a chill up everybody's spine. And if you look at every one of those general election polls, I defeat Biden by 17 points. That's bigger than a presidency. That's governorship, that's House, that's Senate, that's all the way down to school boards. But more than that, if you win double digits going into D.C., that's a mandate to stop the wasteful spending and get our economy back on track. That's a mandate to get our kids reading again and focus on getting back to the basics in education. And yes, have them say the Pledge of Allegiance when they start school every day. Win is a mandate to secure our borders with no more excuses. It's a mandate for law and order in our country, and it's a mandate for a strong America that we can all be proud of. Don't y'all want that again? Because we can have that again, but it's going to take a lot of courage. Courage from every single person here that's caucusing. Courage for me to run, and courage for every one of you to know. Don't complain about what happens at a general election if you don't focus in this caucus. Six months ago, I dropped my husband Michael off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. And I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they've never been all in the name of protecting America. They're willing to
Okay, we've been listening to Nikki Haley here, the third candidate you've heard from here on this program after Vivek Ramaswamy, and who was after Donald Trump. Some people are calling this a race for second place because Donald Trump has been so heavily favored in the polls. And you can see some early results here coming in on your screen. 1% of the votes in. Donald Trump with a commanding lead. Nikki Haley, a bit of surprise in second place. And you see Ron DeSantis there in third place. And then Vivek Ramaswamy in a distant fourth place with 7%. All right, let's get over to John Huddy, who is joining us live from Trump campaign headquarters with the latest. John, what do you got?
Well, I tell you what, they've really kicked the music up now. I'm listening to Elvis blasting here, Suspicious Minds, which certainly is indicative of more activity here as the numbers are coming in. And as you were just talking about, John, we're seeing that President Trump is maintaining, a pretty healthy lead. I mean, the numbers are trickling in, but he's well ahead of Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. And look, this is something that we've been talking about throughout the night and really over the last few days and the last week leading up to tonight. Donald Trump was always expected to win this. And again, it's still early. We're waiting to see. Sometimes the results of this could be done by, 9:30 local time, 10 o'clock, or it could go to about 11 before we know a clear winner. But at this point, it's kind of a fight for second place between Haley and DeSantis. Both have really upped their ground game here in Iowa. We've seen that particularly over the last week. I was here a week ago. I went to several Trump rallies, went to several Haley rallies as well. And Ron DeSantis has hit all 99 counties trying to pick up more votes, particularly the evangelical vote, which is what Ted Cruz did, which was the key to his success back in 2016. But we saw record numbers back then. They aren't expecting, the GOP isn't expecting a record turnout today. A big reason, as we've been talking about, is because of the weather. It's about -5 degrees here in downtown Des Moines with a wind chill. That's like about -20. But nonetheless, people clearly are still coming out to vote, to caucus, and we are seeing those numbers. So we are expecting at some point former President Trump to come here. And by the way, a little bit about the viewing party. It's in another section of the Iowa Event Center, which is where the main media headquarters in a much bigger room is located. This viewing party is in kind of a smaller, separate part of the event center. It can fit probably a couple hundred people, not several thousand. So they obviously, are intending to kind of have an overflow crowd. But one thing that I heard from Jason Miller, senior advisor to former President Trump, a little bit earlier this evening, is that the former president was going to be making a stop at least one, possibly two caucus sites, kind of a surprise visit before coming here a little bit later this evening. So we're expecting more of his supporters and also some of his surrogates to be coming in at any moment. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, he made one stop in Clive, and very boisterous supporters there cheering for him. And obviously, you are reading the room there where the energy is high at Trump Watch Party. John Huddy, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the evening. The music is for sure.
You go to enough of those Trump rallies, you'll be very familiar with the playlist.
The playlist?
Yeah.
Well, that was the King here.
That was Elvis.
That was the King.
There'll be some Sam and Dave in there, some Andrea Bocelli mixed in, some, of course.
You got it on your Spotify.
Yes.
The Trump rally.
Yes, you'll also get some Village People mixed in. A very eclectic group. All right, John, we'll check back in with you throughout the night. Hang in there. It does make it somewhat hard to do your job when they're blaring the music at you at the rally.
They gave him a little reprieve, I noticed, but only at the end when he was wrapping up. He did a great job there.
He's caught in a trap.
Yeah, he's caught in a
trap.
trap.
He can't get out.
But you got to focus. There's a lot going on here.
Focus.
A lot going on at these caucus sites, too. And, Addison Smith is joining us live right now in Waterloo, indoors, where it's warm. Addison, great to have you in. So tell us what folks are saying there where you are tonight. Obviously, the cold has not stopped them from coming out and caucusing, and they are so proud to be first in the nation.
Yeah, John, Bianca. I'm at Hoover Middle School here in Black Hawk County, Iowa. Now, there's 59 precincts across Black Hawk County. Hoover Middle School held 6 of those precinct caucuses. Voting just wrapped up in the precinct behind me. They had a crowd of, I would say, several dozen people. And I did hear the unofficial vote counts coming through. Former President Trump taking first place, then Nikki Haley, then Ramaswamy, then DeSantis. So DeSantis coming in last to give very small sample size here. But nonetheless, that's what we saw in this particular precinct. Now, Black Hawk County is a county that could go more moderate. We could see Black Hawk County be a place that Haley could be a serious player in, because in 2020, you might remember Black Hawk County was one of 6 counties in Iowa that broke for President Biden. President Trump won Iowa, but Biden in 6 of those counties, this being one of them, took away some small victories. He won by about 9% of the vote in Black Hawk County. Haley appealing with a lot of the moderate voters, a lot of the swing voters and people who are switching party registration. That's who we could see really Haley being a contender in a county like this one, in a county like Des Moines. Obviously, like you said, the vote counts will be coming in later tonight, probably in the next hour or two. So we'll have more on it as that develops.
Addison Smith in Waterloo. Thank you, Addison. Good to see you. And don't go anywhere. We have much more ahead for you, including a major projection.
That's right. There you can see it on your screen. 1% of the votes in, and we're already projecting that Donald Trump is going to win. We'll talk more about why this is being called with just 1% of the vote in. We'll be right back after this.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, you know you have it right there. And call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, welcome back. Our live coverage of the Iowa caucus is here on N2, and you can see the results, early results, on your screen. Thanks for staying with us.
We have a big coverage for you this night, getting even bigger right here at the desk. Let's bring in our colleague, Ed Henry, host of the briefing right here on N2.
Guys, we're ready at Newsmax to make a major projection. Donald J. Trump, the nation's 45th president, is now projected to win these Iowa caucuses tonight. There's barely 1% of the vote in, but it's overwhelming. We'll get into some of the numbers we're seeing. We want to be clear, though, the results are unofficial, of course, until the Republican Party of Iowa certifies the tally and verifies it. John and Bianca, and sometimes that could take a little bit, not just a few hours, it might take a couple of days, but I'm not sure it's going to take that long this time. We're looking at the website, and I want to get you both to react to this, of the Iowa GOP, and you could just keep refreshing it. And we had Rick Santorum and a lot of our top analysts tonight saying a big test for Donald Trump. We knew he was likely to win, but the test would be, could he stay over 50%? It's early, but he has been consistently around 57%, Bianca. And I think the key tonight will be Trump dominance, 1, but 2, who's in second place. And literally every time I refresh it, it's here. DeSantis or Haley by 0.2%. They're both around 17% right now.
Yeah, they're 17.3, Ron DeSantis 17.1, but like you said, you refresh it and they're there, but they're neck and neck. It's interesting, though, because Ron DeSantis put in such a ground game and so organized in Iowa, and to have Haley and him really be battling it out at this hour for second, quite a tell of how each person has run the campaign. And DeSantis had a lot of wind at his back, was sort of the golden child when we started out in all of this. And tonight it's sort of make it or break it for him. Yeah, one of the things that's been interesting to watch is go back and track the polls as soon as they started taking the polls. And you watch, Ron DeSantis was very close to Donald Trump when he first announced his presidential candidacy. And it's just been downhill ever since this. And the question now becomes, even if these results stay the same throughout the night, I mean, again, we are a couple of votes away from Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, according to the Iowa GOP website. Right. What is Ron DeSantis' story tomorrow? Nikki Haley probably has the better story to tell because she didn't invest as much time in Iowa, and she has really staked her campaign on New Hampshire. This whole campaign switches to New Hampshire tomorrow. Ron DeSantis had the governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds. Nikki Haley has the governor of New Hampshire, Chris Sununu, on her side. Well, to John's point, Bianca, he's absolutely right. Chuck Todd was on NBC, we were talking about it on the briefing tonight, and said, look, Ron DeSantis may have a big night. Maybe Chuck was wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. We like to tease him a little. And saying that, to John's point, these tens of millions of dollars that, what was it, 3 different DeSantis super PACs spent? Yes. It was all in ground game. And so tonight, to John's point, this should be a strong second for DeSantis. If he finishes a weak second, or God forbid for him, third place, how does he survive? Because Rick Santorum told us earlier, he doesn't see him making it to New Hampshire if he's in third. Exactly. And, it's hard, I'm sure, in a bitter pill because you can't really look back. We're here, mistakes, if they've been made in the campaign, it's obviously, it's not easy to run a campaign. This is obviously challenging. There were a lot of shakeups there, but he did have a lot of money. You talked about some of the money. Rick Santorum also said he spent $23,000 at ad buys in Iowa, and we're talking, tens of millions of dollars. And now, obviously, the focus will change, and Nikki Haley wants to make this a two-person race, obviously. And if DeSantis has a bad night, she has a better case for that. No doubt about it. We're about to cross a brand new hour, 9 p.m. In the East. This is N2's live special coverage of the Iowa caucuses. Ed Henry here with Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman. Guys are going to be here all night long. I guess there's no drama for first place anymore. Newsmax is now at the top of the hour officially calling the Iowa caucuses for Donald J. Trump. He has an overwhelming number early on. There's only about 1% in, but if you look at the Iowa GOP caucus website as it comes in, he's dominant, well over 57%. The real race is now going to be who's in second place. Ron DeSantis at this moment is at 17.3%, Bianca. Nikki Haley at 17.1%. They are obviously extremely tight. You see it right there. And we haven't mentioned him a lot, Bianca, but Vivek Ramaswamy, it may be hard for him to continue at only 7%. But when you consider how little he spent compared to Ron DeSantis, to John
Bachman's point a moment ago about DeSantis' ground game, it's a better night for Ramaswamy. I'm not sure he's going to survive, but that's not good for Ron DeSantis that Ramaswamy is at 7. And the ground game just doesn't look like it was there, at least early on.
No, I mean, Vivek said he's pledging to stay in the race through November. You know, we saw Christie get out last week, and you know, see what factors that goes into New Hampshire. But now I think, yeah, Vivek pulling 7% there, connecting some say really with the youth vote. Obviously, Donald Trump's folks wanted a big win tonight. They thought the polling was behind them, but they didn't want to take anything for granted, which is smart because with the cold being a factor, the rural counties, elderly people, they said, you know, we cannot just say because someone sees a poll to take it for granted. Clearly, it is looking like it does come down to second. But how exciting is all of this, though, as we look towards now the official election season really kicking off in earnest? Because we're
here. We finally hear from the people, not the polls.
And eat, drink. Exactly. We're hearing from the people in the really first gauge of this. And wow, Iowa doing what they do. And it is incredible. Even with the cold, we know people said, we're going to get out, we're going to do this. And tonight, looks like Donald Trump has taken first place.
Just to go back to something that Ed just mentioned about the polls, you know, the polls have been maligned the last few election cycles. And, you know, you look at the way the pollsters, if these results hold up, if Donald Trump remains closer to 60% now than he is even to 50%, you wonder how wrong are the New Hampshire polls? Is this little boomlet that we've seen from Nikki Haley in New Hampshire, is it real? Or is there some sort of perception there that's feeling that?
Great point, because some of these New Hampshire polls suggest it's only 4 or 5 point margin in Donald Trump's favor. And so if all of a sudden maybe it's a 10 or 12 point margin.
And the other thing, too, that I heard that Ron DeSantis has campaign stops in both New Hampshire and South Carolina tomorrow. So what does he say? What does Ron DeSantis say to the voters of New Hampshire, to the voters of South Carolina, considering he invested all that time and energy and resources into Iowa? And now he's going to try to stay in the race, I guess, at least through tomorrow.
Yeah, but even if the polls are a little bit, you know, unreliable or, you know, we don't really know until we know, right? Then cards read, right? You know, to use the term. The donors who are looking for the anti-Trump candidate.
Yeah.
If this is not a great night for DeSantis, it's still going to go to Haley.
Well, and to your point, remember when Chris Christie got out, the idea was, well, maybe the anti-Trump vote will solidify around a candidate like Haley. And if she's splitting this 17-17 with DeSantis, you know, it doesn't take a math major to say, if you added those two totals up, John, they might have a real candidate.
I think
but
Chris
instead
Christie,
they split it.
I think Chris Christie dispelled that myth himself in the hot mic moment.
Yeah.
You know, and I think, you know, I think for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, in order for them to look competitive in Iowa, the number was 20%. They've got to get to 20%.
Yeah.
So we have a situation right now where, based on the latest polling, the Des Moines Register poll, which is thought of to be a gold standard, that Donald Trump is overperforming and Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are both underperforming.
What do you guys think about the fact, you know, she had kind of avoided any controversy, but she had made those comments saying that in New Hampshire, she said, you correct what Iowa does. And really, some people said that was a slight to folks in Iowa, but clearly here, they're still, she's neck and neck with DeSantis, who put so much time in Iowa. It's interesting to see she hasn't been really dinged by that.
Yeah, you're right, because there was an idea that DeSantis' ground game might push her into third place, but if she can eke out a second place showing or be a close third, it's not a good night for DeSantis. Let's reset a little bit and bring in the host of America Right Now, Tom Basile. He's live at the Iowa Convention Center. Tom, what are you seeing on the ground there? We've already called it here at Newsmax for Donald J. Trump. He's obviously got a lot of energy behind him. What are you seeing on the ground there, sir?
Well, as you say, about 1% of the vote in, and we have called it for the former president. But now it's this race for second place, and whether or not Nikki Haley exceeds expectations, or Ron DeSantis can meet expectations and actually have a very strong second place showing. Some good news for the former South Carolina governor. If you take a look at her numbers right now, she is really racking up the total in Johnson County. Now, Johnson County is the home of the University of Iowa. So as you look in these areas where it's higher population density, maybe more moderate to liberal Republicans in those areas, those are the areas that Nikki Haley needs to do well. One of those counties was Johnson County, and she is definitely performing the way that she needs to in order to have a second place showing here. For when it comes to Ron DeSantis, I'm continuing to look at these counties where you have very high high populations of evangelicals that he really worked very, very hard to court. We don't have a lot of those vote totals in yet, and again, of course, Donald Trump and those rural votes in the rural counties that are actually reporting. You can see that he is performing the way that he needs to ensure that he has a sizable, very decisive victory today.
Tom Basile will be checking back in with you. Thank you so much. Great to see you. And obviously, the results are still coming in. Johnson County, as you just said, going for Nikki Haley. Thank you so much, Tom. I want to bring in our panel now to discuss some of the results that are in. Of course, Donald Trump, the projected winner tonight of the Iowa caucuses. Let's bring in senior editor at large for Newsweek, Josh Hammer. Josh, great to have you. Also, former Georgia State Representative and founder of Waking Up America, Vernon Jones. So, gentlemen, here we are on a bitter cold caucus night in Iowa. The voters are speaking. They are caucusing. It goes number 1 to Trump, but number 2, it looks like neck and neck. Nikki and Ron. Josh, first to you. Do you think Ron DeSantis can pull out a second-place finish this evening?
I mean, I guess we'll see. It's hard to say, obviously. I mean, they're fighting for a very distant second place at this current time, so unless one of them pulls dramatically ahead of the other, I think it's tough, really to go home and sleep particularly confidently about your path forward after that. So I think right now, if I had to make a very crude guess, yes, I probably think that Ron DeSantis is going to outperform Nikki Haley. In the final Des Moines Register poll over the weekend, that very closely followed poll by the pollster there, Ann Seltzer, she found that Haley voters were actually not particularly enthusiastic. They were very low enthusiasm on the radar there. So I think over the course of the evening, you'll probably start to see some of them in the colder weather, maybe start to go home before these longer caucuses are over, finishing tallying there. So I would predict that DeSantis edges out, but obviously a very disappointing evening, I think, for both of them.
Yeah, if I could jump in with Vernon Jones. We just got a statement from the Make America Great Again PAC, Vernon. And what they're doing is they're saying, quote, the people of Iowa just sent a clear message tonight. I think we can all see that. Donald Trump will be the next Republican nominee for president. That's their statement. But they go on to say something important, Vernon. They're saying Joe Biden's team just announced a massive war chest. He raised tens of millions of dollars at the end of the year. Every dollar spent by President Trump's primary losers is a dollar that could be spent fighting Joe Biden. And they're basically saying from Vivek to DeSantis, they should all get out. What's your reaction, Vernon?
Well, first of all, it's no surprise what Donald Trump is doing tonight. He's performing, and they have opportunity to compare the Biden administration towards the Trump administration, and then they compare President Trump to the other two, from Ron DeSantis to Nikki Haley. They see that President Trump is a proven leader. No amount of money Joe Biden can raise can help him defeat President Trump. President Trump has the high name recognition. He has a track record. People can say that interest rates were lower when he was in office. People can say we had no wars. The borders were under control. And that's what most voters are going to consider. Joe Biden can raise, he can raise money's mother. And that's not going to stop the Trump train from defeating him, I believe, in November.
All right, Vernon Jones, great to see you. Josh Hammer, great to see you as well. Thank you, gentlemen.
You bet.
We're going to be bringing in a lot of analysts all night long. I guess the drama's out on first place, but second place, guys.
Yeah.
This is going to determine who's going to live to fight another day, isn't it?
We got this first batch of counties coming in fairly quickly. It looks like we're going to have to wait a little longer for the second tranche of information. But again, the predictions that Donald Trump is going to win are based on the math wizards that do this kind of calculus. And it just shows you they're confident that these other counties are going to come in for Donald Trump as well. And again, one of the things we've been pointing out, this kind of magic number of 50%, Donald Trump looks to be well above that. And if that holds, it's going to be a very good night for him.
Just want to put out, DeSantis just moments ago has put out a statement on what it's calling media election interference. So they're saying it's outrageous the media would participate in it by calling the race before tens of thousands of Iowans had a chance to vote.
Interesting.
So obviously DeSantis' camp is saying, hold on a second here.
He's been critical of the media the last couple of days. A lot of times when you're criticizing the media, it's because you're behind. Remember, he was attacking Fox on Friday and saying they don't want to upset Trump. That's why they had the town hall. They think he's going to come back to power, John. So they were light on him in that town hall. And it's funny because Fox was originally pretty friendly to DeSantis, and they were kind of propping him up. How things have changed.
Things have certainly changed. And, I guess that tips his hand in terms of what he has in response. It's not going to be a positive message. It's not going to be, we can still do it. You know, I think to a lot of people, this sounds like sour grapes from Ron DeSantis, and it's only 8:10 Iowa time, 9:10 here.
He's already complaining.
It's been a while since we've known the outcome of a contest this quickly. I think, at least that's what the predictions are, that Donald Trump is going to win.
Handily.
We're waiting momentarily. I imagine we're going to see a similar, or maybe not, a statement from Nikki Haley's campaign. You know, again, how do they springboard from this to the next campaign? I think based on what we just heard there from Bianca, it's going to be sour grapes from Team DeSantis.
Bianca, this plays into Donald Trump's hands. He loves saying, I like winners. I like winners. I don't like losers.
Yes.
And he's got a big win tonight.
He has a huge win tonight. The thing is, we were looking at the polls. There was, Donald Trump had a commanding lead. So I think there was always it was always going to be about second place.
Yeah.
Unless there was something, people took it for granted and it was cold and they didn't come out. But when you look at the rooms he fills, and when you look at, in Iowa, particularly the past few days, and people know what's at stake for this election.
Yeah.
They know what's at stake for our country. Too important to let any type of cold weather deter them. You see it right there on the big screen.
The flags are ready. The stage is ready.
Trump's win Iowa.
And you mentioned the rallies, Bianca. I see some of the folks in the front row. They're literally called the front row Joes who travel around this great country to follow Donald J. Trump. They're there, and the screen says it all in the top right. Trump wins Iowa. The flags are set. We're just waiting for one man to come out, presumably in a little while. It's, just after 9 in the East?
And they're telling us we got to go to commercial break.
There we are.
So we will do that very quickly. And stay with us because we'll have more coverage. We are standing by for Donald Trump. Maybe he's going to come out to the podium kind of early and call it a night, get to bed. But we'll bring that for you as soon as we have it.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. God wants to heal you and make you whole. You only need to seek his guidance and let him in. Psychologist, Navy veteran, and former member of Congress, Dr. Tim Murphy, presents The Christ Cure. Find inspiration, guidance, and techniques to start healing through faith. You need this valuable handbook. Get your free copy now. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, the portable oxygen concentrator that moves with you.
This little box changed my life. I can now do all those things that I want to do. You just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen portable oxygen systems are small and light and deliver up to 12 hours of medical-grade oxygen on a single charge.
Now that I've got my Inogen, I've got my freedom back. I'm back to living again.
Try an Inogen system free for 14 days.
Call now. This important message is for Marines and family members who spent 30 days on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988.
As a U.S. military veteran, I'm here to inform you that if you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's, or other serious health issues after spending time at Camp Lejeune, you may qualify for financial compensation. Call now to determine your eligibility.
I called to see if I qualify. They helped me a lot.
Leaking chemical storage tanks at Camp Lejeune contaminated the drinking water with highly toxic chemicals. Marines and their family members have been diagnosed with multiple cancers and other serious health issues. But there is now a new law that gives victims the opportunity to receive financial compensation for their illnesses without going to court.
I finally got some answers. I'm glad I called.
You need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-755-0189, 800-755-0189.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
All right, welcome back, John Bachman, Bianca de la Garza, Ed Henry, holding down the fort for you tonight on Iowa caucus night. And the biggest portion of the drama is already behind us, I guess. Donald Trump winning. We've heard statements from Ron DeSantis. We're waiting to hear what Nikki Haley is going to say. Bianca, before the commercial break, read Ron DeSantis' press release already blaming the media for calling this too early. One of the challenges he might have is what the media is already reporting. And I'm going to read from you guys here. This is the Associated Press's wire copy calling the election for Donald Trump, the Iowa caucuses for Donald Trump. Donald Trump won the Iowa caucuses Monday, seizing a crucial victory that reinforces the former president's grip on the party.
He had it going in, and he still got it.
And then they add this, even as he faces extraordinary legal challenges that could complicate his bid to return to the White House. And I know you're going to talk about how that has actually propelled him even higher in the polls. But we do have this. Donald Trump is going to go to New York tomorrow to sit in on the trial, the E. Jean Carroll trial, where he could face he's faced that $5 million jury award. So again, he is facing these things head on. He's then going to go to New Hampshire, which is, of course, the next primary state. So it's certainly not a routine campaign by any stretch.
No, what you're illustrating there, too, is the way that the narrative is, that there's a grip, that if he comes, it will be a dictator. We saw him speak in Clive less than an hour ago. As you know, we took it live, and the folks in Iowa are thrilled to see him there, talked about his achievements. In the same night where we're having Erbil attacked in Baghdad, the Houthis firing on U.S. vessels, Donald Trump comes out and talks about where we were 3 years ago. And to John's point, tomorrow, not just on a campaign trail, splitting his time between a courtroom.
Yeah, could you imagine being the campaign manager, whether it's Susie Wiles or Chris LaSavita, saying, all right, we won Iowa, that's big. What do we got tomorrow? Oh, you got to go to a courtroom. And then we got to go to New Hampshire. And then there's Jack Smith wants you to come back to D.C. And there's literally 4 criminal trials. But it seems to me that this has only propelled Donald Trump, whether it's the money, whether it's the endorsements, whether it's the rallying around him. I remember being at Mar-a-Lago the night, I believe, that he was first indicted in that Manhattan courtroom by Alvin Bragg. And he had this huge crowd there at his club. And people were so fired up. And I think maybe Ron DeSantis missed a chance there to read the tea leaves, that the party was rallying behind Donald Trump, and it made him look disloyal.
You got to worry about the timing of all of it, right? To go up against Donald Trump and not wait. But to his argument, DeSantis always said, "Well, this is not a coronation. It's not somebody's time." That's been DeSantis's counterpoint to
Absolutely.
that. But you're right. The legal issues seem to have not skipped a beat. Donald Trump still a commanding lead before Iowa, and now tonight he has taken it. Matt Schlapp, CPAC chairman, joins us live right now from the Newsmax newsroom in New York. Matt, great to have you in tonight for our coverage here.
Great to be with you again.
I know we were talking about the cold weather. We were talking about this being historic, and tonight it looks like the question marks surrounds who's going to take second.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I haven't seen a caucus be called so quickly. And there was all this talk about how Trump would maybe not do as well as he should to kind of close the door on this race. And I guess it's so overwhelming that it's over. And I guess the conversation now is who comes in second. But I just feel like what a rough night for Ron DeSantis. I mean, he didn't even get it into prime time, this conversation about, would it be close enough?
His campaign put out a statement slamming the media a bit, calling it too early. And we know he's been critical of the media. He said, let's wait till people start voting. Well, tonight they are voting. His ground game, he had invested a lot. Got some, big endorsements, or at least what he thought was Governor Kim Reynolds, Bob Vanderplant's big evangelical vote. But tonight it looks like he may have to make some tough decisions. What do you make of Haley being so close to Ron DeSantis as we look at some of the results coming in? And her showing.
I agree with what Ed Henry was saying, which is, and Nikki Haley goes in this camp too, but for the people who kind of Trump made their national profiles, it was seen as disloyal when they ran against Trump. And that was hard for DeSantis because he was nowhere in that governor's race till Trump endorsed him. And Ron DeSantis called people like me and said, hey, can you help me get Trump's endorsement? If I get it, I can shoot to the top. And he was right. I did help him. A lot of other people did too. And Trump decided to take a chance on Ron DeSantis. And Ron DeSantis really became America's governor. He stood up at this critical time. He was so overwhelmingly respected. And then he did something that just they couldn't get. Why would you go against the guy who made your career? And I think it's a hard thing because this could be a mortal wound for DeSantis going forward. This idea that he was so ambitious at such a young age that it wasn't enough just to be this outstanding governor of Florida. He really had to kind of go for the big job. And when he has tons of time to do it, it's baffling to me still. And I don't know if he remembered all the people that helped him get there. And by the way, in Iowa and New Hampshire, cordiality, charm, respect go a long way.
Yes, they do.
And just being a national name doesn't get it done.
Yeah, just from conversations I've had from Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump supporters in Florida, the way that Ron DeSantis asked for everyone's vote for governor and then so quickly turned around and ran for president, he's going to have to mend a lot of fences in the state of Florida, his home state, as well. We saw the endorsement from Marco Rubio, Rick Scott, and almost every member of the Florida congressional delegation.
Getting behind Trump.
So what does the next 3 years of the governorship look like for Ron DeSantis? All questions that we will still have to ask.
They'll be chewing it over at CPAC next month, I bet. So, Match Lap, we'll see you there. We can't wait to see
Well, we'll see if it'll be very interesting to see if Ron DeSantis shows up. He should. Donald Trump's already told me he's coming. And, if these people don't want the party to be the Trump show, they need to show up, they need to press the flesh, and they need to make their case.
Gosh,
Match Lap.
CPAC time already.
Wow,
it's already here.
All right, Matt, great to see you.
We appreciate it.
Great to have you in tonight.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Rick Grinnell will join us, so will Tudor Dixon. Stay with us.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get MD Hearing's revolutionary Neo hearing aids for just $299 a pair. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Neo hearing aids for just $299. Plus, we'll add in a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free. The Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $299. So call now.
800-475-0698. Again, that's 800-475-0698.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back to N2's live coverage of the Iowa caucuses. You can see the stage is set. They've got the big screens. They've been projecting, as Newsmax has already, that Donald J. Trump has won the Iowa caucuses by a big margin. He will be coming out shortly to speak. We'll take every moment of that live, of course. Ed Henry here with Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman. It's been quite a night so far. Let's keep our coverage rolling with our reporters out in the field. Caleb Park is in Mills County, Iowa, way to the west. Caleb, what are you seeing tonight about people coming out and caucusing, sir?
Good evening, Ed, Bianca, and John. I am in an empty auditorium now. We just had all of the votes wrap up in less than an hour. I am in Mills County, and get this, the results reflect almost exactly what has been polling. Trump took 59%, Haley 17%, DeSantis 23%, and Vivek 4% here. So it pretty much reflects the polling here. Before they even voted, I noticed that Trump had the swag caucus taken. There were MAGA hats, T-shirts, even from the people I spoke to. He definitely had the momentum, and the turnout also was pretty high. I spoke to the GOP county chair here, Sandy Winton, and she told me that one of the precincts actually had more people show up this year than they had in previous years. And the turnout, you can't tell looking behind me right now, but it was full. And yeah, it was pretty decisive. Just like Newsmax projects Trump to win, he won here in Mills County. The top issues being the economy and the border, from when I talked to voters across the board, from DeSantis, Haley, and Vivek and Trump. So that's what I saw here. And yeah, back to you guys.
All right, Caleb Park, we appreciate your reporting. It's incredible, guys, because if you think about the economy and the border being the top two issues for people in the caucuses, John, was it ABC News, Ipsos poll says 71% of the country says the economy's sour right now. In terms of the border, Donald J. Trump made that the signature issue going back when he first came down the escalator.
When he first came down the escalator, remember how roundly he was mocked for his statements? So much of that has proven to be true, especially recent months. We've seen these incredible images of the people just streaming over the border. And, just it's a human tragedy on so many levels, but that's an issue. What's interesting, what Caleb was reporting, higher turnout than last time. Obviously, the weather, which was anticipated to be a big factor, not a factor at all.
People turned out.
Right.
People turned out because I think they're very much tuned in to what's happening in the country right now, and they obviously wanted to participate. And based on these results, cast their votes for Donald.
We've got some of our top analysts turning out as well. Let's welcome in Rick Grinnell, former acting director of national intelligence under President Trump, of course. He also served as U.S. ambassador to Germany, along with political commentator, former Republican nominee for governor of Michigan, Tudor Dixon. She's also host of the Tudor Dixon podcast. Guys, welcome aboard.
Welcome in.
Let's start with Tudor. Dwayne Brown showed up first in Sioux City, Iowa for the caucus. And 2.5 hours early, and was wearing, yes, a Trump shirt and a Trump hat. I saw that online, Tudor. The Trump folks turned out early.
Absolutely. Well, they always do. We knew that they would come through the snow to get there. We knew that this wouldn't scare them away. But I think this is probably scaring Democrats a little bit tonight, because they're seeing that nothing is keeping people away from coming out for Trump in big numbers. He was saying he wanted people to come out like they would in November. He wanted to make a statement tonight. So far, with these numbers that we're seeing, he is making a big statement tonight. Obviously, we could see that shift a little bit. I don't think we're going to see that shift. I think that this is going to be the night when some of these other presidential candidates are going to have to make a decision. Do I continue spending money? Do I stay in this? Or do I just say it's done? He's already won. He's the nominee.
Well, that might be a decision that Ron DeSantis particularly will be making, as he was putting so much effort into Iowa. And tonight it looks like Nikki Haley is nipping at his feet right there. Ambassador Grinnell, widening things out here. Donald J. Trump expected to speak this evening. We'll be taking that live. We also know that Joe Biden is sitting at a historic low, 33% approval rates. If the border's an issue, Tudor, you're on the northern border there in Michigan. There's serious concerns here at home domestically, but also internationally. Ambassador Grinnell, you know that all too well from your time as an ambassador and your travels as a diplomat.
Yeah, first of all, can I just start by saying I love the rose between the two thorns that I'm looking at.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Ed, listen, you are just as beautiful, John. You too. But
Thank you. I was waiting for that. Although,
let's get to substance.
Let's just put Bianca and Tudor on the screen.
We got Tudor and I got the red memo too.
There you
yes,
go.
we're feeling.
That's right.
That's right. So look, I think, let's be honest, this is over. This is a silly game to play of, now we go on and spend a whole bunch of money, spend millions in New Hampshire and in South Carolina and Super Tuesday. Come on. Nikki and Ron need to just do something for the Republican Party, save their money, and pour it into going after Joe Biden. There is no path for Nikki Haley. There is no path for Ron DeSantis. This whole thing has been silly. We waited to see what would happen in Iowa because both camps said, well, we've got to wait till people vote. The process started tonight. The process is over tonight. We can see that. This is a blowout of epic proportions. So we need to now focus and unite on Joe Biden. I don't think our country can take 4 years more of Joe Biden. I don't want to be negative. I'm a pretty positive person. But the reality is if we don't make systemic change in this country, the woke, crazy, radical left has taken over our schools. They've taken over Washington, D.C., and we've got to fix this. And the only way to fix Washington, D.C. is to send in somebody who's a bull in the china shop. You cannot send somebody to Washington, D.C. who hasn't been battle-tested with 91 charges against him, who's been in court constantly, and who's come out stronger. This is not a time to mess around. We need Donald Trump back, and we need to defeat Joe Biden. Let's stop messing around, and let's get to it. Tell Nikki Haley, tell Ron DeSantis to save their money and to go after Joe Biden. That's what they can do to help this country.
Save those donors money as well. Great to see you both. Tudor Dixon, Rick Grinnell. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, guys. Great to have you with us.
All right, Rose.
Don't go anywhere. Yes, we can. Much more ahead. Exciting night still. We are still watching the results come in Iowa. Donald Trump has the first spot. Who will take second? Don't go anywhere. We have former Senator Rick Santorum with us, who won Iowa. He knows a thing or two about this game and how it's played. He'll be back with us right here on N2. Vote for
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
You served your country. Now get the benefits you've earned. Paul R. Lawrence, the former Undersecretary of Benefits for the VA, reveals the secrets of getting what you deserve. Be approved for disability. Use valuable education credits. Buy a new home. Find a job. Even discover little-known benefits. It's all in the new Veterans Benefits for You at bookstores everywhere. Or see the free offer. Act today.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
For fast, natural relief, experience Navage.
I am not as congested and nasally sounding, and I am sleeping 100% better. Navage gave me instant relief.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage, immediately. There's no other product out there like it.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
It's about the truth. It's about a fair playing field and fair opportunities.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls.
It's about biological reality and common sense. And ultimately, it's about the rights of women being trampled.
It's not just that girls are able to compete in athletics, it's that girls are able to go to college. If I didn't have the scholarship I had, I wouldn't be going to the school I'm going to.
Rewriting our laws to ignore the truth of what it means to be male and female has consequences beyond a single issue. Female athletes, parents, healthcare providers are under threat by institutions enforcing this radical gender ideology.
When biological differences between men and women are ignored, it is women who suffer the most. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight to protect women's sports. But to continue, we need the help of friends like you. For just $19 a month, you can join ADF's Frontline for Freedom. As a Frontline for Freedom partner, your $19 monthly gift will help Alliance Defending Freedom continue to protect the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
It's highly upsetting to realize that no matter how hard we train and how hard we try, we will never be competitive with someone who's biologically a man.
Your $19 monthly gift helps us boldly advance freedom in our generation and for generations to come, build our legal team and expand our services, defend more faithful Americans in courtrooms, litigate more cases all the way to the Supreme Court, and ensure that no client ever pays a dime for us to defend them.
There's a growing movement to defend the reality that men and women are different, and women deserve fair and safe competition. ADF has been leading the charge in court, and the vast majority of the American people are with us.
It's time to restore fairness to women's sports, but we can't do it without the help of partners like you. Call now or go online to standwithadf.org and help defend freedom today.
We are so happy to have you with us tonight here on N2, the Iowa presidential caucuses. You're looking live here at Trump headquarters. Trump is the projected winner already tonight. We are calling the race here for Trump. The question is, who will take second? A live look there in Des Moines. A cold caucus night, but not stopping folks from getting out and enjoying the process here. Democracy in action. It is grassroots. Go Iowa, first in the nation. Welcome back in, everybody. I'm Bianca Garze alongside John Bachman and Ed Henry. Great to see you.
Yeah, good to be here. Let's welcome in our friend, the senior political analyst here at Newsmax, former Pennsylvania senator, and the winner of the Iowa caucuses in 2012, Rick Santorum. Rick, you were on the briefing tonight on N2, and you said, look, one of the key questions for you, will Donald Trump cross 50%? Now, it's still early, and there's a lot more counting that has to be done, but so far it appears he's around 57% early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very early numbers, and we'll have to wait until we get somewhere in the double digits before we can start to see any kind of trends. But it's a good night for Donald Trump. He's been declared the winner. That was the most important thing. There were you heard some folks from the DeSantis campaign and the Haley's campaign saying, "Oh, this could be a black swan, and we could pull off a win." This race looks like not going to be close in Iowa, but we have two questions outstanding that are critically important. Probably the most important one is who finishes second, because if Nikki Haley is able to finish second and beat Ron DeSantis, I think Ron DeSantis is out of this race. If DeSantis hangs on and wins, or even wins a more convincing victory, that actually he can structure a narrative that he's bounced back, that he was the comeback kid, that he was in third coming into this race, but he's bounced back to take second place. The final thing, and as we talked about earlier, is that if DeSantis comes back or Haley takes second and Trump is under 50, and people say, well, it doesn't matter, a win's a win, and I get that, but they're saying, oh, it's just the liberal media is trying to knock down Trump. No, it didn't matter if it's Donald Trump or Rick Santorum or Mitt Romney or anybody else. The reality is that there is a sizable group of voters out there who are against an incumbent Republican president. And if it's more than 50% coming out of Iowa, that opens the question, well, is it 50% anywhere else? And once this race gets narrowed down to one person against Trump, which it may very quickly, is Trump going to be in a very competitive race? And that's why 50% here, it doesn't matter. No, he's going to get the delegates he's going to get. That doesn't matter with the delegates. It's all a matter of, will funders fund these candidates opposing Trump going forward? They're much more likely to do so if he's under 50%, because it shows that there's a possibility for once a one-on-one gets there, that he could be beaten.
Senator Santorum, as someone who's been through this process, who knows the process well, you know how important the ground game is, and that's Ron DeSantis. He invested his whole campaign basically in that ground operation. He's bragged about the 50,000 volunteers that he has. He also has the endorsement from Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. Do you think this is a one-off type situation because of Donald Trump and the movement behind Donald Trump, or do you think this might change the strategy for the Iowa caucuses forever?
You mentioned I won the 2012 Iowa caucus, which I greatly appreciate. But you didn't mention that I got creamed in the Iowa caucuses in 2016 because Donald Trump was this black swan event, if you will, in Republican politics. It was something that we'd never seen before, and obviously now that he was president for 4 years, this is unlike any Iowa caucus we ever had. We never had a former president who didn't win re-election come back and run again. It's almost like a re-election campaign. Not quite. It's different, but it's almost like that. So I just think you have to throw these last two Iowa caucuses out unless another Trump-like figure enters the scene, which there aren't very many Donald Trumps around. Right. So I suspect that we're going to go back to the norm. And why again, if DeSantis is able to pull this out, he will do so because he had that grassroots organization. The reality is Donald Trump and Nikki Haley spent tens of millions of dollars beating Ron DeSantis up in Iowa for the past 8 months. And for him to be able to survive that, be dramatically outspent, and still survive and win second is a testament to the old school theory of how you win Iowa.
And if he does do that, obviously, but what he awaits is New Hampshire, where we know Haley has spent more time, and then her home state of South Carolina. So what's the path forward? But also, if Haley upsets, what's her path forward? Because as you also mentioned, you're going up against Trump, and we know he's already bought some ads in New Hampshire to go up against Haley. So now it will really start getting even more punchy, if you will, if DeSantis is out of the race, Senator Santorum.
Yeah, it's interesting. Unlike Trump, unlike DeSantis and Haley, who didn't go after Trump or attack him very much on television at all, Trump doesn't hesitate to attack his opponents. And if you attack him, it's disloyal. But if he attacks them, it's telling the truth. So you talk about the double standard of the media. There's a little double standard when it comes to Republican politics, when it comes to Donald Trump. But the double standard is real. I'm not saying it's not real. It is true that Trump supporters, which there are legion, at least 50%, don't like it when people attack him. Why? Because the left attacks him so much, they just don't want to see anybody else do it. And so that's one of the reasons you saw Haley and DeSantis not really go after Trump very much in their media appearances. But he will go after Nikki, particularly either way. He'll go after Nikki after this race. And if she is in second, and DeSantis drops out, which I think he will if she finishes second, it's going to be a very competitive race. And he'll have to go after her to make sure he holds on to the lead in New Hampshire.
Senator Santorum.
Yeah, absolutely.
The winner of the Iowa caucuses. That's what
in
we like to say.
But he wants us to remind everyone he lost in 2016.
No.
I was trying to leave that part out. I was trying to help you.
So humble.
Selective amnesia.
It's not what you want to hear. It's try to tell the truth.
There you go. That's what you do. You speak the truth here. We appreciate it, Senator. Senator Rick Santorum. We'll be checking with him and our entire team. Guys, it's funny because he mentioned a moment ago we need to see double-digit in terms of the reporting. We're now up to 37% of the vote in, according to the Associated Press, and Donald Trump is still over 50%. He's at 52% about Ron DeSantis, about 20%, Nikki Haley about 19%. So it's interesting that more and more numbers are finally coming in. 30%, 37% of the vote in, Bianca, and he still has this commanding lead. DeSantis spent tens of millions of dollars. He's in second place right now, but he's 32 points behind Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, the Trump camp is definitely pumped about it. But going in, we know they were very measured. And Donald Trump Jr., it said, act like we're 1 point behind. Don't take anything for granted, which is smart because, as we know, going into Iowa, anything can happen. But yes, this is a tough night for Ron DeSantis, and putting out the early statement as reported about media being interfering. We're going to see what his comments will be later tonight. The ground game was there, the organization was there. What wasn't there? Was it the connecting? Was it?
You're right. We don't know what he'll say.
What was it?
But John, we know what Donald Trump will say.
We know it. We've heard it, and he's going to say, "I won, and I won big, and the race should be over." And we got a preview, I think, of what Donald Trump is going to say. He is saying, and this is the same thing we heard from Rick Grinnell, that every dollar spent now, you expect to hear this from the Trump deal, by a Republican, is money wasted that should be spent on going after Joe Biden. So, I'm sure, and we got a preview too of what Donald Trump is going to say. He did that event in Clive, Iowa earlier this evening. He's going to talk about how much he won and how excited he is about New Hampshire.
And his record.
And his record.
I've heard him say it at rallies. Winners win. And that's what he did tonight. We've already called it here at Newsmax, but there's still a lot of drama on who's going to come into second place, who will survive. And what will Donald Trump exactly say? We'll go there live as soon as he starts speaking. Quick break. We're back with the best.
This important message is for Marines and family members who spent 30 days on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988.
As a U.S. military veteran, I'm here to inform you that if you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's, or other serious health issues after spending time at Camp Lejeune, you may qualify for financial compensation. Call now to determine your eligibility.
I called to see if I qualify. They helped me a lot.
Leaking chemical storage tanks at Camp Lejeune contaminated the drinking water with highly toxic chemicals. Marines and their family members have been diagnosed with multiple cancers and other serious health issues. But there is now a new law that gives victims the opportunity to receive financial compensation for their illnesses without going to court.
I finally got some answers. I'm glad I called.
You need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-755-0189. 800-755-0189.
Grandma, it snowed! Can I go play outside?
Of course, honey.
Come on in. I have hot chocolate.
Right now, because of people just like you who give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day to Shriners Hospitals for Children, kids all over the country are able to go outside and play in the snow.
Because of your gift, I can make the best snowman ever. And the perfect snow angel. When you call the special number to give your monthly gift, you're creating opportunities for kids like me.
With your gift of just $19 a month, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you, and a reminder of the hearts you're warming this winter. When you go to loveshriners.org on your phone, tablet, or computer to send your monthly gift, you're sending your love to the rescue.
Your gift makes winter fun possible for everyone. Thank you for giving.
Thank you for helping kids get to be kids this winter.
Please call or go online right now. If operators are busy, please hold patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away to give. Big or small, your gift helps us all.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
All right, welcome back to our live special coverage of the Iowa caucuses here on N2. Thanks, everyone, for staying with us.
What a night.
Yeah. Well, it's just, it should be early, right? But it's not, because we have already projected, and looks like Donald Trump is going to run away with this thing. The current polls have him, or the current vote totals have him at 52%. Ron DeSantis in second place at 20%, just behind him at 19%, Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy at 8%.
John, I think the biggest barometer, pardon me, is not so much the vote tally, but the Maddow meltdown you were telling us during the commercial break. If Rachel Maddow is already upset this early in the night.
She's very, very upset, yeah.
What's the source of that? Is it that this just shows that Donald Trump's coming back to power? I heard her, you were playing a clip during the break, that fascism was invoked?
Yes, fascism. I think they're all concerned that they're all going to be thrown in prison because, Donald Trump made a joke about being a dictator on the first
Dictator for a day.
But that joke has turned into something very serious and concerning for a lot of the national media. But yeah, we've been checking in on the commercial breaks and some of the other coverage. We mentioned earlier the AP talking about, the kind of caveat to their sentence of Donald Trump winning is that he has these legal challenges hanging over his head. But what we've seen, and Ed pointed this out, is every time new charges were brought against Donald Trump, he only rose in the polls. But, I'm not telling anyone to go watch MSNBC. You can check out some clips.
John watches it so you don't have to.
Right.
But Rachel Maddow is virtually in tears over the result of the Iowa caucuses because I think they realize what's actually happening is the party is lining up behind Donald Trump. A lot of people see through these attacks on Donald Trump, the lawfare that we've seen thrown at him. They remember very well the lies that were perpetuated in the media about the Russian collusion hoax, and you can go on and on. The Charlottesville hoax, the very fine people on, all that stuff. People remember that. And they also remember the results, what it was like to live in a Trump presidency. You might not have liked the tactics and the style that he used to govern, but there were no wars. Gas was below $2 a gallon at times, and people felt like they were getting ahead with their paychecks. And right now, a lot of America doesn't feel that. We've talked about the polls that came out, the Des Moines Register poll, the Ipsos poll, the Biden popularity numbers. He's at an all-time low in his presidency, the lowest approval number we've seen of a U.S. president since George W. Bush at the end of his presidency.
When all had gone wrong, the economy fell down,
right.
Iraq was going sideways. I mean, it was a perfect storm, and that's where Biden is right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the media is somewhat of a propaganda arm for this administration. Clearly, they don't want to treat Hunter Biden as if he would be, a real citizen. They want to say that he, is a private citizen, left and right. You had Jen Psaki sitting next to Rachel Maddow, of course, who was one of the perpetrators there from the White House podium there now in the media. How convenient now to help spin what her former boss is up to. They didn't even want to cover the border, the invasion happening at our border. It took years for them to finally say, yes, okay, we have to acknowledge, A, it is happening, and B, it is a huge concern
Well, and Democrats are now saying that Trump was right without saying Trump was right. When you have Pritzker, the Democrat governor of Illinois, saying we can't take these illegals anymore. Mayor Adams in New York City, a Democrat, runs a sanctuary city. Oh, we can't handle this anymore. The Democrats realize the problem. There are no border cities, no border states. New York, Illinois, they're all being overrun.
The talk about fascism and the threat to democracy, I think it is so appalling to many Americans now who are seeing that the real threat to democracy is when you have a unilateral person who's unelected, like the Maine Secretary of State, who can just effectively say, yes, Trump should be off the ballot, robbing Americans of their right to vote. And when you see a judge like Judge Arthur Engeron putting a summary judgment on a civil fraud case, which now Letitia James, who campaigned, and there's campaign statements of her saying, I'm going to get Trump now, his whole empire is being threatened. So when you have these singular people making these decisions that affect, huge swaths of the American people and also, the entire real estate development, people are saying, yeah, I think we've now crossed the Rubicon. This is absolutely not just about Donald Trump per se. This is about breaking down systems in America that will put our Constitution at risk,
right.
our lives at risk, and our kitchen table issues, obviously, clearly.
The ABC Ipsos poll, and you look at independent voters, Joe Biden's approval rating among independents who helped decide elections, 28%.
Brutal.
Deeply underwater. But here it is, MLK Day. And Donald Trump is making historic gains with black voters, John. And you look at this ABC poll, right now, Biden's approval rating is 21 points below average among black people and 15 points below average among Hispanic people. Donald Trump's making gains with minority voters as well, and that's a big problem for Joe Biden.
Yeah, people might remember the Platinum Plan that Donald Trump introduced, and the HBCU money that he approved. These things are not forgotten in the minds of voters. It's not an abstract kind of thing. Who's going to do what? We know how both presidents have performed. So, you know, those are the things I think weighing on voters' minds.
It's not abstract. They both have records.
Right. And we remember it. It's recent history.
Well, again, you're watching our live coverage of the Iowa caucuses. We have much more ahead for you. A team of reporters across the ground for you. Also, we're at Trump headquarters and waiting for him to come out and speak. The big question right now is who will take second, Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley? They seem to be neck and neck. The results are still coming in. We're watching them closely for you right here. It's looking live at Des Moines, Iowa. Former President Donald Trump expected to take the stage. We're back with team coverage right here on N2.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now. Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Vote for America 2024. Iowa Republican Presidential Caucuses.
And we're off. It's on now. Welcome back to our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses on N2. I'm Ed Henry alongside Bianca de la Garza, the rose between two thorns, as she's been called, and John Bachman as well. Good to have the whole team here. Guys, it's fascinating. We're expecting now, we're just getting new information. About 20 minutes or so, we're expecting the former president to take that stage in Des Moines. You see the American flags are set. There's a big crowd for him. They're excited. There's some pictures on social media of the former president watching some of the results come in, as you can imagine. He's got a broad smile. These results were good for him. And John, I want to start with you because you've been analyzing this data for a long time now, and we were all covering the 2016 race. Donald Trump did not win Iowa then. Ted Cruz did. But in Dallas County, suburban Des Moines, Marco Rubio actually carried that county in 2016. But this time, Donald Trump 39%, Haley 26%, DeSantis 26%. So it's close there among Haley and DeSantis, and we continue to see them fighting for second place, John. But the idea that these counties where maybe Trump didn't do as well in 2016, now 7, almost 8 years later, he's winning pretty handily.
I think it was that Marco Rubio endorsement yesterday that came down,
put it over the top.
That put him over the top. No, but seriously,
The nick of time.
I think back to a Trump rally in October of 2021. Donald Trump returned to Iowa. He was endorsing Chuck Grassley's reelection campaign. The rally, and I think you were there as well, it was enormous, and the weather was perfect that night, a beautiful, crisp fall evening. There was a beautiful sunset. And there was a palpable sense of anticipation among the crowd. He had not announced his re-election campaign yet, his race for 2024. A lot of people had hoped that they were going to hear that night.
Right.
But, you know, you're always kind of, you know, do I really want to put too much stock in the field of the kind of vibe in the air that night? But, you know, I think it's carried through all the way until the Iowa caucuses. That was obviously his kind of first foray into making sure he could win this campaign. And when you go back, when I've gone back to subsequent rallies in Iowa, events for Donald Trump, the mood has always been the same, very upbeat. It was the same thing after the indictments. You know, Iowa is now Trump country, more so than Kim Reynolds' country, the governor of Iowa who endorsed Ron DeSantis.
Yes, and, you know, Kim Reynolds, who, you know, has been very favorable at one time of Trump, and in this round went with DeSantis.
Donald Trump's been posting her nice comments about him in 2020 and how he should be reelected, and so how things turn. It's going to be.
And how different it was in 2016, really, sort of before the coalescence, the, you know, real galvanization of what we see now, the MAGA movement, which many say is not just Donald Trump, but really just people who love this country and do want to make it great again.
Well, to John's point, you don't know if it's just anecdotes when you go to a rally. These are the hardcore folks. We know they're there, but then what when you get a broader swath of a state, and Donald Trump is proving he's a winner.
Yeah.
All right, we want to go out to Tom Basile, who is live for us in Des Moines right now at the nerve point there. I know it's loud, so hopefully you can hear us, Tom, but tell us what you're seeing there over at Nikki Haley's camp.
That's right. We have relocated to West Des Moines, Iowa, and we are here at Nikki Haley's campaign headquarters. People starting to fill in here. More press, actually, than attendees at this point. You know, when I talked to you from the Iowa Event Center about an hour ago, I said that there was a bright spot for Nikki Haley in Johnson County, the home of the University of Iowa. But in the intervening time, as more votes have come in, Donald Trump has actually pulled ahead in that county. You know, for Nikki Haley and for the folks here who were hoping for that second place finish, they needed to do well in Ames, in Des Moines, in Sioux City, in Iowa City, and in those suburban areas. And right now, even though it's still early on in the evening, but right now it doesn't look like she's managed to overperform in some of those areas where she would need to. But it's the votes are still coming in. And we're going to be here for the remainder of the evening, and we're, of course, waiting for the ambassador to come and speak at some point in just a little bit.
Yeah, you never want to be at an event if you're a candidate where there's more reporters than supporters, as Tom Basile was just suggesting. Tom, it seems like it was thrown together a little quickly. We appreciate you getting on the scene. Among the supporters you've had a chance to see, are they giving anything away about disappointment, excitement? They're still waiting. I mean, we've got about As I'm looking at the Associated Press results, 39% of the votes in. DeSantis is in second place at 20%. Haley at 18.7%. You can see ours, we're rounding that up to 19%. It's still very close, Tom, for second.
Absolutely, absolutely, and anecdotally, I've seen some people taking a look at the results with some worried faces. Remember, the Haley campaign and the supporters for Haley and the PACs, they've spent over $30 million here. And while there's a perception that she has favored New Hampshire to Iowa, an enormous amount of money was spent to boost Nikki Haley in this state. And as of right now, in terms of what the numbers and what we're seeing, it may not necessarily have paid off for her. She also had Americans for Prosperity, which is a big conservative grassroots organization that was really her infrastructure, her poll operation, and her door-to-door operation here in the state. And so as we see these numbers start to come in, we'll get a sense of whether or not that was able to give her the type of a victory that, or the performance that she's going to be able to turn into a victory and more momentum going into New Hampshire next week.
All right, Tom Basile for us at the Nikki Haley campaign headquarters there in West Des Moines, Iowa. Pretty significant difference than regular Des Moines.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is.
Tom,
It's 3 degrees warmer there, folks. You know, I think this still is going to be a way for Nikki Haley to spin tonight because, you know, she hadn't really put in too much emphasis in Iowa. If she's coming in this close to Ron DeSantis and, again, maybe even, you know, ekes it out. She does have a lot of money behind her, and that's also been sort of the criticism. How much do the donor class, AKA, have over the Republican Party? How beholden is she if she's taking all this money? Listen, you need money to run a campaign, but when you're taking it from people like Reid Hoffman and so on, they are going to come after you, and they're going to say, you've taken this money now, and are you really for us, or are you for just the donors who've been bootstrapping your campaign, Nikki?
Yeah, and again, you know, Tom mentioned that things are still changing, so we just want to preface what I'm about to say with that. But Ron DeSantis is now over 20%. Nikki Haley is drifting down a little closer to 18%. And I think if those numbers hold up, Ron DeSantis has a little story to tell. He can say he broke 20%. He's going to go with the media tainted the whole entire thing by calling it so early for Donald Trump. But he has some life left in him. We know his campaign plans to go on to New Hampshire. He's got events in both New Hampshire and South Carolina tomorrow. So a shake-up, Donald Trump maybe overperforming, beating that 50% kind of threshold, and Ron DeSantis now above the 20% threshold as well. So not completely out of the entire race, but certainly
But
not
the challenge,
night
John,
he had hoped for.
I hear you, but on the other hand, if you look at some of the recent New Hampshire polls, where if he's looking for a silver line on to New Hampshire, he's been 4th or 5th place when Christie was in. Now Christie's out. But if you're 4th in New Hampshire, behind Ramaswamy and Haley,
you don't have
it's still a tough road.
Yeah, you do not have a path forward.
And are the donors now a little bit shaky? You know, with this type of performance, are they really going to go
for which one,
all
DeSantis
in for
or
DeSantis?
Haley? Yeah,
for DeSantis.
Because he's already been losing some of that to Haley, right?
Yes.
And now, you know, and for Nikki Haley, you know, there you go. New Hampshire, 44-28 over Haley. Christie was at 3.7, DeSantis 11, Ramaswamy 6.5. So in that one, he got up to 3%. But I've seen other polls, University of New Hampshire, for example, where he's either 4th or 5th. And then remember, South Carolina's coming up fast. And you'd think it'd be a great state for Haley as the former governor. But Bianca, Donald Trump has a lot of MAGA people there. And the South Carolina polls actually have Donald Trump first and Haley second.
That's right.
Now maybe she gets some momentum out of New Hampshire, and maybe the folks back home will come home to her. But Donald Trump is very strong in South Carolina, and DeSantis in nearby Florida don't have much of a presence in South Carolina.
No, he does not. And to New Hampshire, you know what's interesting too? Some of the polling are saying, well, Haley does really well with educated independent voters, where she's walking to in New Hampshire. They say there's a bit more, and there's a bit more independent, there's a bit more women. You know, that'll be an interesting play for her as well. And she hasn't been really that crystal clear on where she stands with abortion. And if you look at a state like New Hampshire, it is
that more moderate Republican doesn't fit in South Carolina, right?
Right, no, but in New Hampshire it may.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm hearing that our senior correspondent, John Huddy, who's been at the Trump campaign headquarters there in Des Moines, is ready to go. John, what are you seeing on the ground? We're hearing the former president might be out shortly.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hearing, anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. I've been asking his campaign officials, his media reps, and they said they really don't know, but I can tell you this, his traveling press poll, usually the photographers with the Post, the Times that travel with him, they're on the ground, and usually you see kind of an increase, a big increase actually in Secret Service security detail and presence when he's close. I'm not seeing that as of yet. So if that changes, obviously we'll let you know. But there's a lot of Trump, not only supporters, caucus, caucus captains who are in charge of the caucuses, the various caucuses, but also senior advisors. I just talked to Bruce Lavelle, longtime senior advisor to former President Trump, who said, look, this isn't, as Thriller by Michael Jackson is playing, it wasn't exactly a shock, the victory, but it is a big victory. Obviously, the margin, and that's something that his team was expecting. They wouldn't, as I have been reporting all night, Jason Miller, other members of his campaign wouldn't get into numbers. When I said, well, what do you think the margin is going to be? They wouldn't say that specifically, but they said we're expecting a W. We're expecting a big win, and we're going to carry that to New Hampshire along with the messages that we've been talking about the border crisis, about the ravages of fentanyl, about the economy, about the wars that are happening all over the world, the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel, and Iran as well. We're going to take that message to New Hampshire. We're going to take it to Nevada. We're going to take it to South Carolina. This as we're also following very closely the real neck-and-neck race between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. We knew they were vying for second place. Haley, in the latest poll by the Des Moines Register, as I've been reporting, was edging ahead compared to Ron DeSantis, but he really has been hitting the ground hard here leading up to tonight, hitting all 99 counties and really trying to pick up the vote, particularly the evangelical vote that was successful for Ted Cruz back in 2016. So as far as overall totals, the number of people coming out, that remains to be seen. We're waiting on those numbers, but obviously here on the ground, it's a big victory for former President Trump and his campaign.
Yeah, John, you mentioned Thriller by Michael Jackson was playing. We were trying to get a feel for the playlist, another indicator on how soon Donald Trump might come out.
If they start playing Beat It, I think it means DeSantis has to get out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When they start getting into Tiny Dancer and YMCA.
Yes, and some Gloria, too.
That's when we're getting close.
All right.
There you go, John Howdy. We'll be checking back with you throughout the night.
That's
We're hearing the chants. The excitement, it's incredible. You see that
is.
behind him and the shouting. He's going to come out all fired up.
No doubt.
He was fired up at the Clive, Iowa pre-speech that he gave. I think
that was early.
That was early. That was, I think, before the voting actually officially began.
It was 7:22 on the ground.
So
we brought it to you live at 8:22.
So he's got a lot to be excited about.
Yep, and we're now getting guidance. It'll be about 10:30 p.m. Eastern. The former president expected to speak for about 10 to 15 minutes. But remember, he doesn't hold to that. If he wants to go a little bit longer, I mean, some of these rallies go for an hour and a half. I don't think he'll go that long in Iowa tonight. He probably wants to get back to Florida.
Well, he's going to New York. He's
got to stop.
From Iowa to New York.
That's right. I forgot about the court.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being the campaign manager saying, all right, here we go. All right, let me look at the grid here. All right, what does Jack Smith want?
Thank goodness for Trump Force One, though.
Exactly.
Right?
That's
what I'd be thinking about as the campaign manager. At least I know I have a nice, comfortable seat on a very nice
You know
plane.
what I heard on Saturday night, and I didn't see it leak out, is that on Saturday afternoon, the former president was leaving Palm Beach International Airport on Trump Force One, and there was actually some kind of a mechanical issue.
Oh, really?
They waited about a half hour to fix it, and then they made some calls. And he's got some friends with planes, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So they actually motorcaded him to Fort Lauderdale Airport, about 45 minutes?
You get some good intel.
Yeah, I got a little inside
really
scoop there
do,
for you.
Ed.
And so, but could you imagine how angry he would have been if his plane was not ready to go and there was not a backup? Because he had a lot of supporters there waiting for him in Iowa, and the headline would have been, Trump doesn't make it in for the final weekend.
Right.
He stayed in Florida. You can imagine the pressure on that pilot, on that crew, to get a plane going. I mean, the way it was told to me was by somebody who said, don't use my name because I'll get in a lot of trouble, but that's what happened.
All right. The story's
Is that all right?
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, it's fabulous. I wish he flew commercial. I'd love to see Donald Trump walk onto one of my flights one of these days. It'd be amazing, right? All right, well, we still have a lot more ahead. Again, Donald Trump expected to take the stage, and you are looking live right there. Stay with us right here on N2. A brief break. We'll be back with much more ahead for you tonight. The Iowa caucuses playing out live.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-300-5350. That's 1-800-300-5350.
Stop whitening your smile the old-fashioned way with strips and trays that can take 30 minutes to an hour. I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of PowerSwabs. When I met Dr. Ginniker and he introduced me to PowerSwabs and I saw how effective they were and how easy they were to use, I knew we had to share it with the world. PowerSwabs was clinically studied to whiten natural teeth as well as stain caps, crowns, and veneers. It's so effective, it works on stains caused by coffee, tea, red wine, and even smoking. For those of you who have that one stained tooth, PowerSwabs can target that area using swab precision.
I was actually able to take the swab and really get through some of those areas that are kind of like untreated. I can immediately see the shades getting brighter and brighter or whiter and whiter.
Order PowerSwabs and receive up to 50% off the retail price. And as an added bonus, get a free quick stick pen with your order. Dial the number on your screen today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Vote for America 2024. Iowa Republican Presidential Caucuses.
Welcome back. N2's live coverage. First time we've all been together for a big election night. It's caucus night in Iowa. Certainly is fun. And the drama was over early for first place, but it is still extremely close for second place. We're expecting the former president, Donald J. Trump, to take that podium in about 10 or 12 minutes. He is obviously going to be fired up and ready to go. As they say, he came, he saw, he conquered. Ed Henry here with Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman, and an incredible night to really finally hear from the people.
It really is. And we had talked so much before this, how cold it would be and would it affect anyone's turnout. Well, maybe Nikki Haley, she's still trailing Ron DeSantis at the last check here with the results. Will Ron DeSantis be able to take out second and live another day? We want to bring in now former White House advisor Sebastian Gorka, who is also the host of the Gorka Reality Check. You watch it right here on Newsmax every Sunday, 7 p.m., 10 p.m. Seb, great to see you back here. We were talking to you a short time ago. Now the results are in. Your former boss, Donald J. Trump. We were talking earlier about, how big the win would be, and it looks like he is going to be 50%, and the left media is having a meltdown. Rachel Maddow particularly not too happy tonight, Seb.
Well, poor Rachel, she's just going to have to melt a little bit more, poor snowflake that she is. Look, I put a poll out. Look, I worked for President Trump. I put a poll out on Twitter earlier today asking, how much is my old boss going to smoke the second place loser by? And I gave 3 options. I gave 30%, 40%, or 50 plus. Maybe I should have put 60% plus. I mean, this is stunning, especially if we compare it to 2016. This result in Iowa, in contrast to what happened there in 16, this means that even the people of Iowa are on the Trump train. They've realized there's only one guy who can drain this stinking swamp where I'm sitting right now, and it's my former boss. And let's be clear, there's one message from Iowa, one message you can take to the bank. This is now the America First MAGA Trump party. This isn't the Republican Party of 4 years ago or 8 years ago, or your granddaddy's, blazers and bow ties. This is now the Trump America First MAGA party. Period. End of story. Put a bow on it.
Well, not if you ask Ron DeSantis camp. What's your message to Ron and Nikki tonight, Seb?
My message is to a lot of the people who, well, let's just leave names out of it. To a lot of the DeSantis influencers who I knew for many years as massive Trump boosters. I don't want to say I told you so, but the president is a far more forgiving man than I am. He will allow you back on the America First train, but you got to eat some humble pie, because the stupid thing about the DeSantis campaign is he hired people to attack Trump voters. I mean, Ann Coulter's tweet yesterday, I mean, just insulting the president's supporters. You can attack the other candidates, and that's fine. That's politics. That's the rough and tumble. But attacking the people who you used to hang with and are the people who choose the president, that was dumb politics 6 months ago. It was dumb politics yesterday. And I guess we'll have a case study. It won't be at Harvard Business School after what we've seen there in the last few months, but we'll have a case study of how to destroy a political campaign in just a couple of months. And it starts with attacking the voters you're supposed to be trying to convince. Don't do that.
Yeah, it didn't work for Hillary Clinton in a general election in 2016, talking about deplorables. So not going to work for Ron DeSantis, perhaps. I want to shift to national security real quick, because earlier tonight, Seb, we talked about it being a dangerous world, the hot wars. The defense secretary in the hospital just got out today, misleading the president and people around him about his cancer and his condition. Dangerous world. And our friend Tony Schaefer, a contributor here at Newsmax, texted me a few moments ago. This violence, these attacks from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, he's saying that his sources are telling him within the military that the airport there in Erbil was hit, as was the U.S. consulate. Now, we're still trying to independently confirm that. But Iran-backed militias and now Iran itself wreaking havoc in the Mideast seems to underline the point that Donald J. Trump makes at each rally about how it wasn't like this when he was in office, sir.
Yeah, this is the kind of shocking depth of cynicism of the talking heads, the quote-unquote elite in Washington, D.C., who are saying, Donald Trump, the threat to democracy, we can't have him as commander-in-chief because he'll be a dictator. Well, he was the president, and we had no new wars. We had a secure border. He unleashed the Green Berets. He unleashed JSOC. We crushed ISIS in a matter of months. So this is, look, let's be very blunt here. The aperture is closing for the bad guys, whether it's Iran, whether it's proxies like the Houthis, whether it's revivified jihadi groups like Hamas. That aperture of the sphere of mobility, they know that if, God willing, we do our part in America, 45 becomes 47, and then it's game over for the bad guys. They've got 10 months to make hay while the sun shines. So it won't just be Iran, won't just be the mullahs, won't just be Erbil. Expect to see Putin, the former KGB colonel, Little Kim in North Korea, the mullahs continue, and then China. exploit the weakness, the feckless lack of leadership in this current administration. I mean, think about it. This guy was a 4-star general. If anybody should know, I mean, you know, a cadet at West Point knows you don't do that to the chain of command. You don't disappear. You go under, you know, full anesthetic, and then your deputy doesn't know, and she's on vacation without a cell phone. I mean, that's when the bad guys get busy. So buckle up, because until we get President Trump back in the White House, sadly, it's going to get worse. You
know, you just said that. There's a lot of vacation going on. You know, you got vacation. She's in Puerto Rico. You have the president down, you know, in St. Croix. He then comes back, you know, after spending Christmas away. You know,
Nantucket for Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Our adversaries are watching. Who's home? Who's in charge? What's going on? And it all leads to the point where we are now, an inflection point. And it's not just overseas, where, as you mentioned, it's right here in our backyard, Seb, with the final minute here in this block. And I think that's what many Americans, if you're in the heartland in Iowa, you're still concerned about what's happening right here in our backyard. It has now come to us.
Yeah, let's be very clear. A good friend of mine, 25 years in uniform, West Point grad, former vice president of the Heritage Foundation, a very sober individual, not a grenade thrower, Jim Carafano, Dr. Carafano, Colonel Carafano, said on my radio show, because of the open border, because of 8 million people who don't know who they are, we will have multiple 9/11s, and each one will make the original seem like a small event. So prepare yourself, America. We can fix it. We can protect ourselves, but we need leadership back in the White House. And I think tonight, Iowa has spoken as to who they want that leader in the Oval Office to be.
Absolutely.
Seb Gorka, great to see you. Thanks so much for being with us.
God bless, guys.
Thanks, Seb. God bless.
We're going to take a quick break. We're standing by for the 45th President of the United States, going to speak there in Des Moines. We also have Steve Munoz, who used to run Rick Santorum's campaign. Remember, he won Iowa. He knows his state well. Didn't go on to the White House, of course, as he reminded us a little while ago, but they know the state.
They sure do. And a team of reporters also at the other campaign headquarters, Nikki Haley and
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-710-5444 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Escape the never-ending cycle of nasal medications with Navage Nasal Care.
I've tried a bunch of solutions. I tried nasal sprays, I tried allergy medications, and I tried the neti pot, but I found the Navage was just much better on all fronts.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs without drugs.
I've referred a lot of friends and family to Navage. The Navage is worth every penny, and then some.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
I said push! Break the plate! Go all the way down! Push!
Some sacrifices last a lifetime. So should our support. This is why Disabled American Veterans is here, keeping our promise to America's veterans. You can show your support for our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
I support those who served for me. You can show them your support by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
To all the people who support DAV, thank you.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support honors our veteran service.
Welcome back. 10:30 here on the East Coast, 9:30 Central. The Iowa caucuses. Our coverage continues right here on N2. I'm Bianca Garze alongside John Bachman, Ed Henry. And folks, a night for Ron DeSantis, hoping to come in second. He may still, but already a little statement here we want to share with you from his campaign. They are saying it is absolutely outrageous that the media would participate in election interference by calling the race before tens of thousands of Iowans had even a chance to vote. The media is in the tank for Trump, and this is the most egregious example yet. That was put out by Andrew Romeo, DeSantis comms director. That's because many outlets,
If you're complaining about the media, you're not
called
winning.
it for Trump.
Yeah.
Right, but the polls had already showed Trump was so far ahead.
Right.
So it's not so surprising that Trump came in first. I think Ron has just
Never heard
put
about
in
the
a lot.
media being in the tank for Trump either. They're usually pretty tough on him. That's the first time. Joining us now, by the way, we are waiting for the former president. He'll be speaking in just a couple moments in Des Moines. We'll break in and go there live as soon as we hear. But in the meantime, let's bring in our friend Steve Munoz. He served as campaign manager for the aforementioned Rick Santorum for president campaign in 2012, which was winning there, not winning the general or the nomination. But Steve, you ran a good race in Iowa. Welcome. What are your thoughts on tonight, sir?
Sure. Well, thank you. You know, I think it's a few points. I mean, I think one of the things you guys were just talking about, Governor DeSantis, if I were the Governor DeSantis campaign, I'd be happy about tonight. I mean, all the polls, the final polls, the Des Moines Register poll had him coming in third place. And I'm looking at the numbers here. 79% of the vote is in, according to the Associated Press. That just went up in the last minutes when we were in break. And so if I were the DeSantis campaign, I would start feeling pretty confident that I'm looking at where the outstanding vote is, and it's going to be places where Governor DeSantis does well. It's not places where, for example, Mitt Romney did well, which is where Nikki Haley's getting her vote. If I were Ambassador Haley, I think it's a tough night. I mean, it's kind of remarkable, but Dallas County and Polk County, this is the suburbs of Des Moines. These are areas that Ambassador Haley have done extremely well. In fact, he was leading at the beginning of the night, and remarkably, President Trump is leading by 10%. I mean, it's really remarkable because these are the suburbs. This is, you know, insurance companies, not the more rural areas of Iowa. And I think Senator Santorum would agree that that is a pretty remarkable feat by the former president to be leading by about 10% in both Dallas and Polk counties right now, with about 80% of the vote in. So obviously a historic night for President Trump. But I think, you know, going into New Hampshire and South Carolina, I think it's going to be a tougher fight for Ambassador Haley coming in third.
Steve, Governor Kim Reynolds in Iowa, of course, endorsed Ron DeSantis. Does she come out of this damaged at all by that endorsement, or does DeSantis' performance, you know, somehow validate her decision to endorse him?
Sure. I think that I think the credit goes to some extent to her, to Bob Vanderplatz, who also came out and endorsed Ron DeSantis early on, and really to the DeSantis campaign's ground game. Again, I don't think they were shooting for first. I mean, they may have been saying that externally, but I think talking to folks in Iowa, I've talked to multiple caucus captains that caucused for Rick in 2012 and for Ted Cruz in 2016, and many of those were lined up with DeSantis. And I think they had a good operation, and I think their goal was to come out of here with the #2 spot, and it looks like that's likely going to happen.
And I love how granular you went with the counties here, Steve. I mean, you know it so well, and, you know...
I visited all 99 with Senator Santorum, so I know places, yes.
Tonight, Ron DeSantis lives to see another day. Like you're saying, right now, it looks like he will secure second, whether it be with Reynolds' help, Bob Vanderplant's, or there's the ground game, the organization here. And, you know, the whole thing, too, is Iowa's, you know, not necessarily picking who goes on to be the nominee. We go back, we play all the, you know, the history and the parlor games here of who won what. And, you know, and it wasn't about that. But now it is the path forward. What does the path forward look like for Ron DeSantis, for Nikki Haley, and obviously now with Donald Trump, who is expected to speak at any moment here? And some are saying they should just wrap it up. And donors might be looking, obviously, too. Final 20 seconds to you on where it goes with the money game and with the path forward.
You named it. It's all about money. I know on election night 2012, we were just watching the donation report come in. That we weren't even looking at results anymore, because that's what it's all about tonight, is that momentum. You're right. Iowa narrows down the field, but the most important thing is that momentum going in New Hampshire, South Carolina, and sure enough, raising money online. So that's the big ticket.
The money, follow the money. Steve Munoz, great to have you in tonight. Really a pleasure.
Appreciate it. I wonder, though. Yes, Ron DeSantis can spin this as I did better than he. That's all he has, right? But, John, he spent tens of millions of dollars.
No, it's
and
only
he
money.
lost by a lot.
I know.
Not by a little. He lost by over 30 points. Now, they're still counting votes. We're almost at 80% in. I get politicians spin things, but I still think it's a stretch to say Ron DeSantis had a good night.
Yeah, I mean, I think Steve is being very diplomatic in his answer there. You know, we're going to hear from Ron DeSantis that he's, you know, in this fight, or what, some sort of version media of that. He's going to blame the media, I would imagine. But yeah, you know, 31 points he's losing by right now. That is a big loss. It's sort of like when Georgia beat Florida State.
I knew you might.
No, but it's a tough mountain to climb, and I think what you guys were saying too about how much money does Ron DeSantis have in the tank to really push this campaign forward? Because now it's a multi-front operation. You got to play in New Hampshire. You got to play in South Carolina. Super Tuesday is right around the corner as well.
Yeah,
it's a heavy lift.
I got one for you, which is: does Donald Trump get a little bit of an olive branch tonight to the others and say, "Come on now, get behind me"? He branded DeSantis early as DeSanctus. He has had the boot on the throat from day one. I don't anticipate he pulls back.
No, I don't think so. Well, what does he need to?
At a certain point,
he's got to bring him in.
You got to have that rally around the candidate moment at the convention.
Might be early.
You're going to
now,
have a speech from Ron DeSantis.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were saying, does Trump give an olive branch?
Yes, to DeSantis saying, hey, you know, time to get out.
There was talk this week that DeSantis and Haley would team up on a ticket against Trump.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll find out what the man himself has to say. You can see the podium right there in Des Moines. Donald J. Trump coming out in just a minute. We'll take every minute live.
If they did team up, they'd still be losing to Donald.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
It's about the truth. It's about a fair playing field and fair opportunities.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls.
It's about biological reality and common sense, and ultimately, it's about the rights of women being trampled.
It's not just that girls are able to compete in athletics, it's that girls are able to go to college. If I didn't have the scholarship I had, I wouldn't be going to the school I'm going to.
Rewriting our laws to ignore the truth of what it means to be male and female has consequences beyond a single issue. Female athletes, parents, healthcare providers are under threat by institutions enforcing this radical gender ideology.
When biological differences between men and women are ignored, it is women who suffer the most. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight to protect women's sports, but to continue, we need the help of friends like you. For just $19 a month, you can join ADF's Frontline for Freedom. As a Frontline for Freedom partner, your $19 monthly gift will help Alliance Defending Freedom continue to protect the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
It's highly upsetting to realize that no matter how hard we train, how hard we try, we will never be competitive with someone who's biologically a man.
Your $19 monthly gift helps us boldly advance freedom in our generation and for generations to come, build our legal team and expand our services, defend more faithful Americans in courtrooms, litigate more cases all the way to the Supreme Court, and ensure that no client ever pays a dime for us to defend them.
There's a growing movement to defend the reality that men and women are different, and women deserve fair and safe competition. ADF has been leading the charge in court, and the vast majority of the American people are with us.
It's time to restore fairness to women's sports, but we can't do it without the help of partners like you. Call now or go online to standwithadf.org and help defend freedom today.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Welcome back to our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses on N2. We are waiting for President Trump, former President Trump, to come to that podium right there and talk about his huge Iowa caucus victory, sitting at 51% right now, with about 84% of the total vote being counted. And Ron DeSantis, a distant second place, 21%. Nikki Haley behind him at 19%. And then Vivek Ramaswamy at 7%.
There you go. Let's bring in our friend, the GOP strategist, former U.S. Senate candidate from the great state of New York, Joe Pinion. Joe, welcome. You've got the whole N2 team here. Good evening, first of all.
Hey, Joe.
Good to be with you guys.
What a night for Donald Trump. Let's just start there, sir.
Well, look, I think for me and for many, this was kind of preordained, that we knew long before President Trump even got into the race, that if he did get into the race, he would be the presumptive nominee for our party to be that standard bearer. Tonight's results seem to bear that out. The question becomes, when will the moneyed class seem to accept reality that President Trump is going to be our nominee, and start reallocating those resources towards the business of defeating one Joseph Robinette Biden? Because again, the only reason much of this disastrous America Last policy is being implemented is because we failed to take back the Senate, because we did not have the robust majority in the House that the red wave promised. And now you look around the world, from Gaza to Ukraine to the South China Sea, it is Joe Biden's weakness on the global stage that has left us on the actual precipice of a third world war. So we have work to do, but that work is certainly not Republicans fighting themselves. It has to start with us circling the wagons around the reality that everything that we love about this country and everything we know about the world depends on us making Joe Biden a one-term president.
Absolutely. Let's also bring in Daniel Lippman from Politico. Daniel, welcome to the conversation. If we interrupt either you or Joe, it's only because the 45th president's about to take that podium. We've heard about Donald Trump, Daniel. What about Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley? It looks like with about 90% of the vote in, we're at about 86%. DeSantis is leading Haley by 2%. That fight for second place, about 21% to 19%. How can Ron DeSantis try tonight to craft some kind of message moving forward, Daniel? He got crushed by Donald Trump, but he's going to try to say he did better than expected. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he definitely is, and he should feel very lucky tonight that he is not third as of now, because if he was, he had spent so much money, so much time in Iowa, visited all 99 counties, and if he had been third, then there would be real questions about him dropping out and about his path forward. And so for Nikki Haley, she can feel like she can do better in New Hampshire, place second in New Hampshire, but still try to cut down on those margins so she can survive until South Carolina. But I agree with Joe that this is Donald Trump's party, and he is not giving any signs of giving it up just yet.
And it sounds like maybe nor should he. I mean, the voters have spoken. He's, they caucused, they won. Now it's on to New Hampshire. Joe, speaking as someone who's in New York, you even see Democratic, Eric Adams blasting the Biden administration for the migrant situation out of control. You see the Bronx, people are saying, have a rally here, Donald Trump. There's certainly a tide turning even among cities that have had too much of the Biden-era policies, Joe.
Well, look, I always say a good thought exercise for our friends on the left side of the aisle. Please try to tell us why Joe Biden is a good president to lead this nation forward without using the words Donald J. Trump. And the answer is there are none. And so I don't care what your issue is, what the metric is. The southern border is a gangster's paradise. It is less safe today than it was when Joe Biden took the oath of office. Every time a governor tries to fill the void and secure our border, this Biden administration runs to the DOJ and has them sued. So we have a real problem here in America. The migrant crisis they told us was a figment of our imagination is now bankrupting towns, all large and small. New York City facing a budget crisis, California facing a budget crisis, all because they refuse to secure our border. And in the process, we have military aids men coming from as far as China. We have in many ways, tenfold increase of people crossing our border on the terrorist watch list. So there are serious consequential problems, starting with the failed policies of this Joe Biden administration. So yes, it is a great night for the Trump campaign, but it is a pivotal moment for this country. And we need to approach it as such, because the politics as usual that got us into this mess, in many ways, maybe people will start to take it seriously when those 40-year-old sons start getting drafted into the armed services because of the mess that Joe Biden has left behind.
Yeah. Sobering thoughts.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Daniel, we're hearing the president, former president's arrival is imminent there at that podium, so we'll stand by. What are your thoughts about the rest of the field? Obviously, Chris Christie got out. Vivek Ramaswamy keeps saying, Daniel, he'll stay on till November. Nikki Haley has been closing in on Donald Trump in New Hampshire, but you have to wonder if any momentum will be slowed by a pretty dismal showing tonight. Your thoughts?
Yeah, we didn't talk about Asa Hutchinson. I don't know how high he is in the leader.
Let's check.
We can tell you right now.
He had about 40 votes last time I checked.
Well, he's got 176 votes.
He's up. All right.
For Asa Hutchinson.
Yeah, he's still in the race.
Which
It's
is,
Throw him into the conversation.
which is better than Chris Christie and somebody else named Other.
Yeah.
Other got 70
Daniel,
votes.
road ahead for the also-rans.
Yeah, I know it is tough, and you saw there was a AP photo of Vivek Ramaswamy listening to Donald Trump speak in Iowa today. So that's kind of a sad state of affairs for other candidates. And so it was always going to be tough for any candidate to challenge Donald Trump. But I think one of the big stories of tonight is the fall of Ron DeSantis. I think a year ago he was at 30% in the polls, but he faced a really tough challenge as he gets less liked by the voters when he meets more of them. And so every county he met voters, his support went down. And that is just toxic for any politician, obviously.
Never a good place to be. Joe Pinion, you ran for office in the U.S. Senate. If you have more campaign rallies and less people like you, Joe, I'm not saying that happened to you because you ran a very strong race. Not a good place for Ron DeSantis to be, as Daniel lays that out, Joe.
Look, I think, everyone loves a little bit of schadenfreude, particularly when you're dealing with the context of a primary. But I think at the end of the day, we have to remind ourselves that Ron DeSantis was an excellent governor at a time when Florida needed to have an excellent governor, that we are a Republican Party that is opposed to this tyranny of one-party rule, the medical tyranny that was shoved down our throats. There's a reason why these Republican caucus goers are so overwhelmingly in support of President Trump, because they feel as if there is unfinished business, that this administration is taking us backwards. And so we need to put these feelings to the side, that we have a party filled with good men and women, including the people running for president against President Trump, but we have to start rowing in the same direction, because otherwise what is on the horizon is not something that our ancestors would be proud of, certainly not something that our forefathers envisioned for America, an America taking the lead from a Chinese Communist Party, from a new axis of evil, from those who mean to actually have America's dreams and hopes be actually seen through the vision of victimhood.
Absolutely.
All good points. And we will mention we haven't seen Ron DeSantis. In Clive, Iowa, earlier we saw Trump come out, Vivek, and Nikki Haley. So that is the big question. Will he address his supporters tonight?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Daniel, you appear to be the youngest person here tonight. I don't want to pick on the rose between the thorns here, as she's been called. She's pretty young as well. But I'm looking at this ABC Ipsos poll, and Biden is at 41% approval among college graduates, and that's 10 points off his career average in that group. I mean, particularly college students. They were promised from Bernie on to Biden, we're going to pay off your student loans and all the rest of it. And they've been leaving Biden. They're frustrated about Israel-Hamas war as well. And we've seen that play out on college campuses. There's earlier in the program we mentioned black voters, Hispanic voters. It's a very fragile coalition for Joe Biden if we look ahead to the general election, Daniel, that's fraying tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to try very hard to get those voters back, to show that he is energetic and hitting college campuses for rallies, reminding young people why he believes that he deserves their vote. He actually has gotten some student loans, relinquished, forgiven, but not as much, not by far, because of what the Supreme Court did. But we should note that Trump is having some issues, as he has for a long time, with college-educated voters. Only 2 in 10 of his caucus goers hold a college degree. And it kind of underlies that he is representing the working class, and the working class love him. And he is having more trouble in the suburbs. I think 4 in 10 suburban voters voted for him tonight. And so he's going to have to address that if he wants to win re-election, basically.
Well, we're hearing that Donald Trump could come out to the podium any moment now, so we are going to do a little tap dancing, a little jargon from the business.
To dovetail a little bit on what Daniel was just saying, but it is also the small ticket donors that come into play. So, we look at, you're talking about sort of who is supporting Donald Trump. And, if you're saying maybe more of a working class, a blue collar class, but those are the people who's really impacted.
Here we go.
Here he is. There's the 45th president, Donald J. Trump. Let's listen in.
Forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek, because he did a hell of a job. He came from 0, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family, and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really. Great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people. But Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, you're going to be a basketball player. I said, well, I like soccer, Dad, actually. I said, at your height, I like basketball better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything. But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states, we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, we want to endorse you, sir. I said, oh, great. Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Bird. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come here. She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy, in other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa, which has been just incredible. Another man who was actually the first person to endorse me in the entire country. He's a state senator. His name is Brad Zahn. He looks like he's the most handsome guy, I think. Oh, you made it. He had to drive from his caucus location. You made it. I call him the Marlboro Man. Hey, Brad. You want to say something? Come on, go up, say something.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late is because of that, but is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And when he says endorse, we're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. You know, we did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy, Brad, his name? Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. You know, we have a man that was very impressive. And I say, there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect. Although he did break his leg during the campaign, that wasn't so good. But it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine, and he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great, Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And you know, they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries that most people have never heard of. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. You know, in 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 2019, no terrorists. Now, I even say there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists coming in, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually. So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country. And, you know, my wife attended the funeral 2 months ago of Rosalind Carter, and it was beautiful. And Jimmy Carter was there, and I thought to myself, Jimmy Carter is happy now because he will go down as being a brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. He'll be a brilliant president. He's going to be known as brilliant by comparison. So we have to stop the invasion. We have to bring down our energy. We have to, you know, I say all the time, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. And we have to stop the crime, and we have to help rebuild our cities, and we have to rebuild the Capitol, Washington, D.C. I was there on one of the Biden indictment trials. You know, this is the only person this never happened before, but I go to a lot of courthouses because of Biden, because they're using that for election interference. And it's on things like election, and I don't know if you know, but they did polls tonight on the election of 2020. Do you believe it was honest or not? 82% said it was not. And we can't have that, Chairman. We can't have that. You can't have a situation like that. So we're going to straighten out our elections. We're going to do a lot of great things. We're going to try and go to paper ballots as soon as possible. Voter ID, one day elections. You know, we have these elections that last for 62 days, and if you need some more time, take as much time as you want, and so many bad things happen. We have to get rid of mail-in ballots, because once you have mail-in ballots, you have crooked elections. Actually, Jimmy Carter's commission said that a long time ago. We're going to rescue our economy. We're going to save our economy. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. There was never a greater economy, and now we don't. And when you look at what's happened with inflation, inflation is destroying. You know, they call it a country killer. Going back hundreds of years, Germany, countries that had big inflation are dead. They become dead countries. We have to stop that immediately. And we want peace through strength. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine, would have never done it. Putin and I get along fine. We get along very well. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. The fake news, which if the fake news would become real and honest news, 90% of our problems in this country would be solved. They would be solved. So Russia would have never attacked. Israel would have never been attacked. The Ukraine situation is so horrible. The Israeli situation is so horrible, what's happened. And we're going to get them solved. We're going to get them solved very fast. I actually said Ukraine. I know President Putin very well. I know Zelensky very well. I'm going to get him in. We're going to get it solved very quickly. Should have never happened. Would have never happened. Now you have all that death, far greater than people understand. The numbers are far, far greater than anybody would even think possible. You're going to find that out in the years to come. When they knock down these massive buildings in Ukraine, and then you see they announced 2 people were slightly wounded. No, many people were killed. Many people were killed. We're going to get it stopped. But it's so sad because it should have never started. People killed and a culture destroyed. You can never replace 1,000-year-old buildings with the most beautiful golden domes and churches and everything, just all rubble now. And it's so sad. Would have never, ever happened. And likewise, Israel would have never been attacked. It all comes from Iran, and we would have had to deal with Iran very quickly had the election where we, by the way, got, and I say we because it's all we got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. But they say we lost by a whisker, okay? But regardless of that, we're going to do incredible things, and we're not going to let China do what they'd like to do. I get along great with him also. President Xi is a very strong leader. And we're going to get things solved. We're going to get the Ukraine war solved. We're going to get the Israeli situation solved. But if you think back to that, Iran was broke. I said to every country, anybody does business with Iran, buys oil from Iran, they were broke. We're not going to let you do business in the United States. And that's the way it is. They did very little business, almost sold no oil. Nobody wanted to do that. That's a big penalty. And what happened is they had no money to give to Hamas and to give to Hezbollah. And in fact, there were a lot of stories at the time. They had no money for terror. And for 4 years, we had no terror. We had the terror ban. We had the terror ban. They call it the Trump travel ban, but it was really the Trump terror ban. We don't want people in our country that are going to blow up our shopping centers. Thank you very much. And we want a country of law and order. So we're going to rebuild the capital of our country, Washington, D.C. We're going to scrub those beautiful marble columns and get the swastikas off them, and we're going to scrub them and get the graffiti off them, and we're going to clean the streets, and we're going to rebuild the streets. And we're not going to have rusted medians through the middle that are falling down into the roads where foreign dignitaries from all over the world come and they look. And we're not going to be riding on top of garbage like I did just a month ago, riding on top of garbage. We're going to rebuild our beautiful Washington, D.C., and we're going to take control of it, and we're going to make unbelievably harsh penalties for people that go around shooting. Last week, they shot 3 people. And every night something happens. It's so sad. And likewise, we're going to rebuild our cities, and we'll work with the Democrats to do it. I'd be glad to work with the people in New York. We're going to work with the people in Chicago and L.A. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to make them safe. And we're going to give our police officers immunity. So every time they do something, they don't get sued and stopped. We're going to end crime in our cities. In Iowa, you don't know what that means, but I'll tell you, this is a different place. You don't know about crime. You don't know about getting mugged and getting whacked and getting thrown into subways, and we're going to stop it. And we're going to come down very hard on criminals, and we're going to stop crime in America. So I want to just finish by saying that this has been an incredible experience. The people have been, this is the 3rd time we've won, but this is the biggest one. They said, well, if you win by 12%, that's a big win. That's going to be very hard to do. Well, I think we more than doubled that, I guess, tripled it maybe. They said, you'll never get over 50, and I just left and we're at 54. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but they said, you can't do that, sir. I said, what's about the highest? Well, you could get into the 40s, maybe 40, 41. And then I look up, and, you know, it's very interesting. I didn't know they called it early. I thought that they called it at about 10 o'clock. My impression, see this gentleman? He's dressed like a wall. I love this guy. He's been at 150 rallies probably, right? He has the most beautiful outfit I've ever seen. It's all beautiful brick. Will you come up here? Just come up here. Come on. It's so nice to see. Right? Come on up here. He's emblematic of what we did. We built over 500 miles of wall. We were going to add another 200 miles. It's much more than we promised. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Look at this, man. Congratulations.
Incredible to see you again, President.
Really nice. Nice to see you, man. You take care of yourself,
Absolutely
okay?
will.
Thank you.
Take care.
I love that outfit. I love him. That's great. We love it. That's a hot-selling jacket, by the way. So. But that represents what we did. No, we built a tremendous, that's the reason. And we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free. And we had Remain in Mexico, and we had Catch and Release in Mexico. And we did a job. We had the safest border in our history. We had the greatest economy in our history. We were a great nation 3 years ago, and now we're a nation in decline. We are going to turn it around so fast. It's going to happen so fast. We're going to drill. We're going to we have great wealth. We're going to drill. We're going to use that money to lower your taxes even further. We gave you the biggest tax cut in history. And we're going to lower them further, and we're also going to pay off national debt. It's about time. It's about time. So it's now off to New Hampshire, a great place. We won it last time, and we won it both times. And we love it. The people are great. But you know, the truth is the people in our country are great. They're all great. We love Iowa, but they're all great. They only want to see one thing. They want our country to come back. They're embarrassed by what's going on. Our country is laughed at. All over the world, they're laughing at us. And they want our country to come back. They want America, you know, they want us to be great again. It's a very simple. MAGA, make America great again. And America first. America first is a very important part of MAGA. So we're going to put America first. We're going to make America great again. Again, Iowa, we love you. You are going to, you just go out and buy larger tractors and more land. Don't worry about it. And to all of the people standing behind me and all of the people in this room and so many great politicians and great dignitaries and friends, I just want to thank you all. This is a very special night. And this is the first, because the big night is going to be in November when we take back our country, and truly, we do make our country great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, you've been listening to the former President Donald Trump. What a speech, what a night. N2's live coverage here. Ed Henry alongside Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman. I got to say, one thing we teed up a few hours ago, and now it's basically been confirmed, the record for a Republican in Iowa has been broken. The late Senator Bob Dole won by 12 points. Always very tight among Republicans, as you both know. 1988, he won by 12 points. This is now pretty much sealed in the range of a 30-point victory. With Ron DeSantis pretty comfortably in second place, about 93, 94% of the vote in. We're each going to react to that. But it's interesting because we joked a little bit about will he have an olive branch, Bianca, and he did.
Yeah.
He said Ron and Nikki both did well. He's never said anything close to that about them. And then he said they're, quote, smart and capable, all of them. And remember, this is someone who recently was calling Nikki Haley bird brain, Bianca. He is pulling back ever so slightly. He's still going to punch him in New Hampshire. Let's face it. He's not giving up the fight.
No.
But he's starting to say, let's all come together here.
And he did it in a very interesting way with his, very signature style, coming out saying, we're having a good time together. No, Ron and Nikki are not having a good time tonight. Let's be clear about that. But, he
Bachman's
did come
writing
out
a song
saying
over there about it.
Well, I'm not writing a song.
Well-
I'm just using the words of the poet laureate Jay-Z. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis have 99 problems tonight. That's that Donald Trump is going to win all 99 counties.
That's right.
In the state of Iowa. We could not find any historical precedent for that. Not only is it historical that we're all here three together tonight on N2 for the first ever live broadcast,
That's
special coverage. We have, a monumental victory by Donald Trump, and I think that plays into his more conciliatory tone towards Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. He knows that if he's going to win the general election in November, he's got to have everybody behind him.
I think he also knows there's a weakness with Joe Biden right now. 15-year low, 33% approval rate. Did you hear him, guys, when he said, I'll work with Democrats. We're going to rebuild our cities.
Chicago,
We're going to get the border under control.
Mm-hmm.
Those are things that, if you're kind of independent or you're thinking, well, the policies aren't helping me right now in my family. And that was, I think, a big thing in addition to that. And I talked a lot about his family, too.
Absolutely, he did,
highlighting that
thanking them
his
all.
family has gone through a lot. And when he walked off that stage, I thought, there's a man, not who might just win 99 counties, 91 charges against him. And he's walking off a victor in Iowa.
And going straight to a New York City courtroom to deal with E. Jean Carroll in one of the suits out there. Tomorrow morning, which is being reported, as John noted earlier.
Yeah.
We're obviously outside the Beltway. You can see Tom Vasili's getting ready in Iowa. We'll get to him in a couple moments. Nikki Haley headquarters, she may be speaking, and we'll make sure and try to bring you there as soon as we can. But in the meantime, let's go inside the Beltway, or at least in the D.C. area with our friend Daniel Littman from Politico. How many people inside the swamp, as they say? I'm getting a little nervous right now. I see Jack Posobiec on social media, conservative, saying that he's tracking conservative TV hosts. He hasn't named anyone yet, but he says, I've got screenshots, who are deleting old tweets attacking Donald Trump. He'll never win. He might be coming back to power, Daniel. There are going to be some people inside the Beltway a little nervous about that.
Yeah, especially on Capitol Hill, where privately they are often bashing Trump. But publicly, they are worried about a primary.
Apologize. We want to break in. Vivek Ramaswamy is speaking right now, and he may be dropping out of the race. Let's go to him right now live.
I think that that's just a hard fact that we're going to have to accept as a campaign. And the question then is, what do we do that is right for our country? And so Purv and I, we actually didn't make this contingency plan before everybody told us to. We said, no, we're not doing that. But we talked about it tonight. We took a little bit of time in our apartment in Des Moines before coming here to make some hard choices. And I wanted to make a couple of announcements tonight to get the business out of the way. And then I want to tell you where we're going. As of this moment, we are going to suspend this presidential campaign. And this is going to have to be, there's no path for me to be the next president absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. And I think that I am very worried for our country. I think we are skating on thin ice as a nation. We have done everything in our part to make, and done, every one of us in this room has done our part to save this country. And I am so proud of every one of you who have lifted us up. But we're a campaign founded on the truth. And so that's why we've made that decision today. And I'm also making the decision that this has to be an America First candidate in that White House. As I've said since the beginning, there are two America First candidates in this race. And earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump to tell him that I congratulated him on his victory. And now going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. And I think we're going to do the right thing for this country. And so I'm going to ask you to follow me in taking our America First movement to the next level. It did not begin in 2016. It began in 1776. And for the next journey of this race, we are going to make sure that our movement is actually the one that actually leaves and saves this country in the next step. And as for this movement, founded on truth, America First 2.0, we're just getting started. That doesn't end today. That begins today, actually. So we're just getting warmed up. Apurva and I, we're not going anywhere. We are in this for the future of our country. We've lived the phase of our life. This country has allowed us to live an American dream that my parents, who were here with us earlier, helping take care of our little boys, they never imagined when they came to this country 40 years ago. And now we have lived an American dream that we want to pass on to these kids and their generation. And so the phase of our life where we were getting ahead for ourselves, making a good life for our family, this country's already given us that. This next chapter of our life and the next chapter of our journey and the next few years and even the rest of this year is about giving back to this country to create a country that I am worried for. But if we all do our part, and I've been asking that of you at every step of the way, asking patriots across this state and across this country to do their part, I promised you if you did your part, you have, that we will do ours. And we're going to do our part now going forward to make sure that America First lives on, to make sure that Donald Trump is successful as the next president of the United States, to make sure that it isn't some other puppet they trot out to make sure that they steal this country out from underneath us. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to take this movement to the next level. And I think after that, it's another 250 years and then some still left ahead of us. And if you all continue to join us in this journey, I'm going to ask you to do that. We're just getting warmed up. If you all do your part, and we're going to do ours.
All right, we've been listening to Vivek Ramaswamy, who is dropping out of the race and saying his full endorsement is to Donald Trump. We want to listen to Ron DeSantis right now and take you across town to Des Moines and listen in.
$50 million attacking us. No one's faced that much all the way just through Iowa. The media was against us. They were writing our obituary months ago. They even called the election before people even got a chance to vote. But they were just so excited about the fact that they were predicting that we wouldn't be able to get our ticket punched here out of Iowa. But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. And what I learned by going around Iowa is that this country has a basic decency. We've got hardworking people, God-fearing people, patriotic people. You just don't see it every day because of all the nonsense that gets spewed out there by the media, by social media, all this other stuff. People want to have hope for this country's future, and that's what we represent. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country, to reverse the decline of this country, and to give this country a new birth of freedom and a restoration of sanity. That's what we are going to do. So we have our marching orders. Our marching orders are to do all we can to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. The same fire that burned in Philadelphia in 1776 when our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. The same sacred fire of liberty that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, pledged our nation to a new birth of freedom. The same sacred fire of liberty that was on the beaches of Normandy in 1944 when our band of brothers stormed those shores and helped free the world. The same sacred fire of liberty that was at the Berlin Wall in 1987 when Ronald Reagan stood there and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is our responsibility, to carry this torch and to preserve this sacred fire of liberty. Don't run away from this responsibility. We welcome this responsibility. We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your support. You helped us get a ticket punched out of the Hawkeye state. We have a lot of work to do, but I can tell you this, as the next president of the United States, I am going to get the job done for this country. I am not going to make any excuses, and I guarantee you this, I will not let you down. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's bring out the First Lady.
All right, Ron DeSantis, as we predicted, has a little bit of a story to tell in his kind of campaign line that came out of that is he got his ticket punched out of Iowa into New Hampshire. The final result sounds like he got punched a little bit.
Yeah, and taking it all in, we knew he would try to craft this narrative. It's the best narrative he could try to craft. Spent tens of millions of dollars between all these super PACs and only gets about 20-21% of the vote. That's not impressive, but typically there's 2 or 3 tickets out of Iowa, as they say, and that's what he's referring to it. If he's in second place, he carries on, no doubt about it, but he's 30 points behind Donald Trump. You now have Vivek Ramaswamy getting out, Bianca, and he's giving his full endorsement. What is he at, about 7 or 8% in Iowa? He's got about 7 or 8% in New Hampshire, and he's saying I'm behind Donald Trump. So the Trump train is gaining steam.
Yeah, folks, if you've been watching the past, 25 minutes, this is, exhilarating, fascinating. This is why we love politics and nights like this so much, because we just heard from former President Donald Trump commanding win tonight. It looks like he'll win all 99 counties, sandwiched in Vivek Ramaswamy dropping out, and then to Ron DeSantis, who's saying, as the next president of the United States. So we've got, all these breaking
we'll
stories.
We'll see if Nikki Haley jumps in,
We
too.
have not heard from Nikki Haley yet, and she was not in Clive, Iowa, where all of the three aforementioned all kind of made a stop at a caucus center. We want to bring in Daniel Littman of Politico to weigh in on some of the things we're seeing. So that was some fast-moving developments. First, let's dissect what do you make of the DeSantis comments right now, saying a little bit of the media that they want to rule him out. He has punched his ticket in Iowa, but now I guess the path forward for him, he thinks, still remains where Vivek does not.
Yeah, for DeSantis, he faces an uphill battle in New Hampshire because that's a more moderate state than Iowa. And his brand of conservatism, very hardcore on cultural war issues, that doesn't always have as much resonance in a New England state like New Hampshire. And so that's a better terrain, ironically, for another Southern governor, Nikki Haley, but also Donald Trump, who is from New York, and they love him still in New Hampshire. And so he is going to battle on, see if he can hold on until Super Tuesday. Usually these campaigns go on until they run out of money or until there's no path. And so he has been preparing to be a presidential candidate for a long time, and he is going to continue.
Incredible. There's entrance polls and exit polls, and NBC News has some of those guys, and I want everyone to weigh in on this. Nearly 2/3 of caucus goers tell NBC News Trump fit to be president even if convicted, not indicted, convicted. 64% of caucus goers, Bianca, said Donald Trump would be fit to be president even if he were convicted of a crime, according to NBC News entrance polls on the way in to the caucus.
I don't know how you beat that. I don't know how you beat when people are like, you could be behind bars, orange jumpsuit, I'm still going to go with you. I mean, that is transcending politics. That is a person that you are with, ride or die. And that's what, Ron DeSantis is facing. Nikki Haley still, too, as we wait to hear from her.
You'll go through the snow for him. You'll stick with him even if he's in prison.
But that's because they're seeing through some of these indictments and the unraveling of some of the cases that we're seeing. We're hearing Letitia James was at the White House. We're seing Fani Willis now hired this prosecutor, and there may be some, serious misconduct shenanigans there. So I think people are seeing this kind of, maybe this is the weaponization, and Donald Trump is pulling ahead because people are very, very concerned about having their guy pulled off a ballot.
All right, Daniel. Hang tight real quick. We're going to get over to Tom Basile right now, who is at the Ron DeSantis campaign headquarters, I believe. Nikki
Haley.
Oh, sorry, Nikki Haley. Let's go to Tom Basile's at Nikki Haley's campaign headquarters and listen in to Tom. Tom, can you hear us?
It's probably very loud there. Tom, you're up.
Tom, can you hear us?
You know, it's so loud there. We've been waiting to see if Nikki would speak. There was thought she would be coming out tonight. What will she say too? I mean, listen, she's going to come out and say, "I didn't put a lot of effort into Iowa." When I spoke to her, you know, earlier last week, she said, "We want to do strong in Iowa."
Yeah.
This is strong. I mean, this is on the heels of Ron DeSantis. She's going to be able to kind of keep running that cash machine too.
She can try, and she's got the establishment in some cases. She's got Wall Street money. We've talked about her neoconservative, neocon policies, get the war machine going, and this is what Vivek Ramaswamy's been talking about, that the establishment wants to see Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis come together. They haven't done that yet, but I want to add one item to this, and the international reaction to what is playing out in Iowa. Various people on social media are noting that in China, the stock market, I don't want to say it's been crashing, but it was down about 2% on the news that Donald Trump was maybe coming back and, you know, building. It's only one caucus, but it was a big blowout victory. The Hang Seng Index has moved below 16,000 points.
All right, Nikki Haley's coming to the stage now, so let's listen in to the UN ambassador, former UN ambassador.
Before we start, when you go through something like this, you can't do it unless you have a faith. And God is so good. And I want to say to my husband, who is deployed, who I know may or may not be watching this right now, Michael, I love you. And what keeps me going is I know we sleep under the same stars. So I want to say to Rena and Josh and Nayland, I am so proud of you. The best job I will always have is being your mom. I want to thank my parents who are at home. Every day they reminded us how blessed we were to live in America. I want to thank my sweet brother who came out here and was caucusing for me. A good Desert Storm veteran, and I want to thank my other siblings there. I want to thank Michael's parents, Bill and Carol Haley, who've been fantastic along the way as well. You can't do this without the strength of your family. I want to congratulate President Trump on his win tonight. We have had an amazing 11 months here in the Hawkeye State. I came to Iowa early and often, and I kept coming back, even though the cold weather is brutal. But the kindness of Iowans will never be lost on me. You're faithful, patriotic, and hardworking Americans, and I will forever be grateful for the time that we had. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. I was at 2% in the polls. But tonight, Iowa did what Iowa always does so well. The pundits will analyze the results from every angle. We get that. But when you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond, can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership?
All right.
All right, so there we are.
Joe Pena getting ready
Joe's
for a
doing great.
We're getting ready.
Nikki Haley, two-person race.
All right, I think we have the sound back.
Here's another one. I voted for Donald Trump twice. I was proud to serve in his administration. But when I say more of the same, you know what I'm talking about. It's both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They have more in common than you think. 70% of Americans don't want another Trump-Biden rematch. A majority disapprove of both of them. Yes. Trump and Biden are both about 80 years old. Trump and Biden both put our country trillions of dollars deeper in debt, and our kids will never forgive them for it. Trump and Biden both lack a vision for our country's future because both are consumed by the past, by investigations, by vendettas, by grievances. America deserves better. A new direction under new conservative leadership. We deserve a president who will focus on the needs of our people, not on themselves. A president who will rebuild our economy, close our border, and stand up to our enemies. Most importantly, we deserve a president who will stop our self-loathing, end division and fear, and make America strong and proud. Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare. But it's more than that. Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to earn the support of a majority of Americans. All the evidence says that if it's a Trump-Biden rematch, it's going to be another toss-up election. It could go either way. We could have more disputes over election interference, and Joe Biden could win again. With Kamala Harris waiting in the wings. Lord help us if that happens. And then look at what happens when I go head-to-head against Biden. It's not even close. That means no recounts, no lawsuits, and no doubts. It means no more Chuck Schumer leading the Senate. No more endless votes for House Speaker because we'll have a huge House majority. We'll term limit the do-nothing Washington politicians. We'll rebuild our economy and secure our border. No more excuses. And make no mistake, we will restore our national pride. We are blessed to live in America, and it's time that we remember that. And as we head to New Hampshire, I have one more thing to say.
We're gonna win!
Underestimate me, because that's always fun.
All right. So Nikki Haley.
Underestimated.
Yeah, that's
Get that one more thing in there.
One more thing.
She says it's a two-person race. I'm trying to understand. She came in third, didn't she?
Doing the math
hear
over
that.
here.
Yeah,
The
there you
girl-
go.
Is that girl math, Bianca?
All right.
You know, things are going so well. I don't know what happened there. Ed Henry, along with Bianca Garze and John Bachman.
Interesting the way she threaded, though. Trump and Biden have more in common that you think, and she wants to go by those polls that show her winning with Biden, but it really is always within
There was that olive branch
5%.
from President Trump. He
Yeah, how
won
long did
big,
that last?
30
Almost
points.
effusive in his
Yeah, and he
victory
said, look,
speech.
they're both smart and capable, which is a lot different than calling her bird brain. But I think by the morning, if you check Truth Social, after some of those shots from Nikki Haley, John, he may start unleashing it again.
All right, well, let's welcome in now Mark Halpern for a little analysis of what we just heard, which sounds like we heard 3 victory speeches tonight, all from Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, and Nikki Haley. Mark, first question, Nikki Haley said it's a two-person race. Does that square with what you're seeing in the results from the race tonight?
It's one of the oldest expression in politics. It's not the win, it's the spin.
Yeah.
And she's spinning there. But the reality is she does have a place to go next in just a week in New Hampshire, where she has a chance to be a victor, either a numeric victor or like Bill Clinton, a second place finish where she can say it is truly a two-person race. Ron DeSantis does not have prospects in New Hampshire, and so it's not clear how he can get a win. I will say, first of all, I'd like to see you three as relaxed as Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen on New Year's Eve. Nice. I like that tone. I will say that.
And we're not
drinking.
We have not had a sip. I've been drinking.
Straight sober.
You're just high on life. You're high on life.
That's right.
I will say that Donald Trump's win, the scale of his win, the turnout, all that is going to be dissected enormously. Was it enough, et cetera? It really doesn't matter. If he goes on and wins the New Hampshire primary, he's the nominee. And that's what matters. It doesn't matter if Nikki Haley says it's a two-person race. It doesn't matter that Ron DeSantis is defiant and saying he's not going to drop out. What matters now is, can she stop him in New Hampshire? Because if she doesn't, as I said, I think the race is over. And so I'll listen to the spin. I'll pay attention to it, but it really doesn't matter as much as we're all going to have to be writing it down and analyzing it.
And that is on January the 23rd, folks, so mark your calendars. Ed brought up a good tidbit there about people saying that they would vote for Donald Trump, even if he was behind bars.
Over 60% in the NBC News entrance polls.
Yeah, I mean, he's unlike any other candidate, and he transcends Mark. And I think, that's why some say he's deserving of a second term here. Really was like an incumbent tonight, even though he wasn't.
Well, the speech was remarkable. I didn't get to watch it with you all, but I did watch it. And, he spent time doing un-Trump-like things like thanking his family, thanking local officials, being gracious to the other candidates in the race. Obviously, that wasn't an accident. That speech, in its tone, in its emphasis, in its style, in what it didn't talk about, personal grievance, but a list of things that he wants to run against Joe Biden on, that speech is like from the Trump campaign 101 of what his team would like him to be like, in its tone, in its substance. And I think we'll see if that's what he does in New Hampshire, because clearly he's going to go for the political kill for Nikki Haley. He wants to end this contest next week and not have to spend another month going against Nikki Haley and maybe Ron DeSantis in South Carolina. So the next 7 days will tell the tale of whether Donald Trump is the de facto nominee after 2 contests or whether he's got to go for another month.
Yeah, Mark, one more data point. I started to talk about this and DeSantis jumped in. The Hang Seng Index has moved below 16,000 points. Now, there's a lot of factors around the world right now, but the Chinese stock market is below 16,000 at closing. And this is a lot of social media chatter about this. It's the first time it's closed under 16,000 since October 2022. The idea being that China is looking at this and realizing they've had a pretty good time. They've had their way with the Biden administration, the Hunter Biden scandals.
Spy balloons.
Spy balloons flying over our country. If Donald Trump comes back to power, we're a long way from there. This is just one night, but it's a big night for him. What do you think about the international reaction in the early hours? I remember on election night 2016, the U.S. stock market was bouncing around like crazy too.
Yeah, well, it was a very violent and troubling day in the Middle East as well. The whole world is watching this election. The Democrats have yet to come up with an answer for Donald Trump's position, which is no Putin invasion on his watch, no Chinese spy balloons on his watch, and no Afghanistan crisis on his watch. So all of these things are going to be part of the discussion writ large. But as you three know well, most voters are not going to pay super close attention to all that. They're caring about the economy, about what's going on here at home on the border. But I don't know that China's going to be a huge difference. I can tell you this: the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, has been determined for the entire course of his presidency to not be out-hawked on China by Donald Trump. Yeah. They'll continue to try to do that. But when this gets engaged, Donald Trump knows how to talk about China. Joe Biden has got a more nuanced position. And for most Americans, nuance and China should not be in the same sentence.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark Halpern. Long day for you. Long day for all of us. Appreciate your analysis.
All right, we're going to get out to Tom
Great
Basile
to see
now.
you three. Thank you.
Tom Basile joins us now from the Nikki Haley campaign headquarters. Just heard her speech. Tom, good evening.
Yeah, guys, you know, this crowd may have been a little disappointed in the fact that Governor Haley finished in third place tonight, but they are excited because they know that no matter what happened tonight, she was going on from Iowa. She was going to have a punch ticket to New Hampshire, and she was going to, as she said, turn this into a two-person race. Actually dismissed Ron DeSantis altogether before launching into a broadside attack against former President Trump, comparing him to Joe Biden, which got a very positive response from the folks here. I do get a sense that there were a lot of South Carolinians in the room as well. But you have to look at this here: $30 million spent by the Haley campaign, and now they've got to go on to New Hampshire, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult to spin your way past New Hampshire if she doesn't have a very strong second place finish and a finish that really cuts into what is perceived as an insurmountable lead by former President Trump. So,
Tom Basile,
you know, we've heard, yeah.
Well, we appreciate your reporting. We're about to end the show. We
there.
appreciate your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, great job out there,
Great job, Tom.
Want to get it back out to Joe Pinion in our New York newsroom to weigh in on everything we've heard. Wow, since we last touched base with you, we've had Haley, DeSantis, Vivek drop out. Joe, take your pick here. What a night here. I mean, ultimately, the victory is Donald Trump. But the stories that will be spun between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis will also be a big thread tomorrow moving forward.
Well, look, the spin cycle is upon us. I'm not entirely sure I see a pathway to moving up in the polls by taking swipes at a man that just secured 51% of the Iowa caucus, but I guess that's why they pay these people a lot of money to consult on these campaigns. In the end, it appears that this remains President Trump's party, that most people recognize that even President Trump, in his tone, seems to understand the gravity of what we are facing, that Joe Biden's presidency has left the world in disarray, has left Americans with great uncertainty. So that is what President Trump is speaking, which is unlike what he has said many times before. I think that is what Americans are feeling, and it appears that the only people who haven't simply gotten the message are those who are simply still trying to get paid through these last few days here.
All right, Joe, one last question for you. When you look ahead to New Hampshire, you don't see a path for Nikki Haley, even though she's obviously spinning this as a victory for her. She's invested most. I mean, I guess that's her Iowa, Ron DeSantis' Iowa. You know, she has the endorsement of the governor of New Hampshire. How do you see her doing there?
Look, there is a scenario where she overperforms I certainly do not believe that she is going to be able to pass President Trump, particularly since it does not look like Ron DeSantis is going anywhere. So, look, they've got until the 23rd to try to convince people that the inevitable is not coming. But as you remember, going all the way back to 2016, when Governor Haley wrapped her arm around a Marco Rubio along with Tim Scott, both embracing him, and even Marco Rubio still could not stop President Trump in South Carolina. So if they're banking on a South Carolina firewall, and if they're banking on effectively accomplishing the insurmountable in New Hampshire, I think it's a failed strategy. In the end, President Trump's going to be the nominee, and Republicans better get started on the business of beating Joseph Robinette Biden.
Well, Vivek Ramaswamy has put his endorsement towards Donald Trump. We'll see if his supporters follow as well. We know Chris Christie has dropped out, so a lot of movement here. Nikki Haley wants it to be a two-person race, but DeSantis, as you heard, came in second and also still pushing forward. Joe Pinion, a pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Appreciate it, Joe. We're going to start a drinking game next time when he says Robinette Biden. He throws in the middle name.
He only said it
like a drinking
once
game.
Or twice, though.
Yeah, it's just still people enjoy that.
Well, we don't want to get accused again by Mark Halpern of doing the old Anderson Cooper, Andy Cohen thing on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, we weren't drinking.
We were not.
And we got to get up early, so we can't even do that after the show.
We just like each other that much, and we enjoy this process here.
It's been fun, and we're going to do this a lot, obviously, in the days ahead. We've got New Hampshire coming up, Nevada, South Carolina, Super Tuesday. We've got a great team here. If you're new to N2, John kicks it off for us at noon Eastern with a great news program. You're now, in addition to the cable deal, noon to 2, head-to-head with John. You know, two different channels.
We split the stock.
4 p.m.
We say stock split.
There you go. 4 p.m. Eastern on N2.
Yes,
and then
sir.
the briefing at 6 p.m. Eastern. So join us on N1 and N2. And what a night. And we will be breaking it all down for you early tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks to all our team of reporters out there, obviously.
Did a great job.
Bringing us the minute by minute coverage there. Come in from the cold, folks.
Come back.
Honor and privilege to be with you this night, historic night. Now it's on to January 23rd, New Hampshire, huh?
There we go. On to New Hampshire. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in the next primary. We'll also be live all day long tomorrow.
Have a great night, everybody.
Take care.